Imagine waking up and realizing everyone disappeared. Your mom is suddenly gone. No teachers at school, no buses on the street. But then, you look at the clock. You notice something weird. Time hasn't passed since you woke up. At least 2 hours should have passed since I had to walk home from school. But the sun hasn't moved either. It's as if all time has stopped. Except for me. That's right. Yuilin's eyes darted around, trying to make sense of the situation. Suddenly, a massive wing appeared before him, followed by a divine foot. He looked up, and there she was, an angel. She declared, Earth's time has stopped right now. Except for you. Yuilin's face was a mask of confusion and disbelief. Who are you? She beamed, radiating confidence. Of course, I'm exactly what you see me as. Yuilin's expression remained skeptical, his face contorted in disbelief. A home intruder? What? I'm not. She gestured wildly at her wings and dress. 2 wings. A white dress. Isn't it obvious? Yuilin narrowed his eyes, still unconvinced. He sputtered in outrage. Cosplay? It's not. She cleared her throat, trying to regain her composure. Ahem. The girl puffed out her chest, announcing, I'm God's emissary. An angel. My name is Lita, she continued, her expression serious. The reason I came to visit you is to tell you that you've been left behind. Yuilin's eyes swirled with confusion. Left behind? Suddenly, a montage of Yuilin's past flashed before his eyes. It started with my elementary school field trip. I was forgotten and left behind by myself. A training retreat in middle school. I didn't get I was also left behind during a math field trip in high school. I was even left behind for the university MTTN membership training. One night stay for clubs and stuff in uni. Another memory surfaced, an empty break. Yuilin collapsed to the floor, overwhelmed by the realization. Weep, I was left behind again. The angel Lita clapped her hands together, her smile unwavering. Yes, all humans were sent to another dimension except you. Yuilin's face crumpled in disbelief, a single tear escaping his eye. Why? Why just me? Lita adjusted her glasses, a mischievous glint in her eyes. It's because the Earth will be going through a great cataclysm. Before I tell you why, shall I explain what the great cataclysm is first? She continued, explaining the situation. The great cataclysm means Earth is leveling up to the next stage because it has reached the maximum number of experience points. What that means for high-ranking individuals is, mana will be released, Lita elaborated further. Also, an archaic record will make contact with Earth, and humans can get a sense of that record. She concluded, we call this status like a game. That's a simple explanation. Lita grinned, clearly enjoying her role as the bearer of cosmic news. I'm pretty good at explaining. Hue, she continued, pointing to a whiteboard illustration of a rather cartoonish dragon. Once mana is released on Earth, monsters will appear. Monsters cannot die to simple guns and swords. Yuilin couldn't help but think she was cosplaying. Lita's expression turned serious as she revealed the stakes. If we just leave mankind as they are, they'll be at risk of being annihilated by the monsters. God stopped time on Earth and sent all humans to another world, so they could have time to train and adapt to mana. To be precise, their real bodies are kept in a safe place, and by creating avatars, they're sent to another world. That's how mankind is learning to use mana in a different world. Then, they'll at least have the bare minimum to go against the monsters. Yuilin raised a hand, a question forming on his lips. Monsters can't be killed with guns and big explosions? A monster formed by high-ranking energy wouldn't even die to a nuclear missile. Lita nodded enthusiastically. That's why there's a need to strengthen the humans. That's right. Isn't God really merciful? He's arranged for all of mankind to learn mana. Yuilin's face twisted in disbelief. What about me, then? His eyes glowed red with fury. Me? He pointed an accusing finger at Lita. I think there was a mistake. Fix it. Lita just chuckled, a hint of mischief in her eyes. Haha, the dimensional portal has already closed, so that'll be difficult. Your stealth skill that even God couldn't recognize is really amazing. Yuilin was beyond furious. How does a god that stupid exist? He threw a tantrum, flailing his arms. How does a god that stupid exist? Send me to another world. Let me learn mana. Lita, unfazed by his outburst, chirped, the merciful God takes pity on you since you were left behind and has decided to give you a bonus. Yuilin screamed. I don't need it. Let me learn mana too, Lita cheerfully explained. That'll be difficult until the great cataclysm happens. It'll be 10 years until mankind comes back. I'll take care of your meals, so just wait. 10 years. Yuilin stared out at the city, lost in thought. What should he do by himself? Lita suggested. How about training your body to prepare for the upcoming great cataclysm? But even if the great cataclysm happens, I can't use mana. With a beaming smile, Lita declared, so you just need to be physically strong. Yu Ilin's frustration reached a boiling point. Just send me away too. Send me away. He looked out over the city. No. He had a lot of time to kill, and a whole planet to explore. The Eiffel Tower? Why not? 5 years have passed since humans disappeared from the Earth. Yu Ilin gasped for air, sweat dripping from his brow. He was still working out like a madman. During that time, I worked hard at the gym. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the world was changing. While other people were building up their mana and developing powers to resist the monsters, all I could do was work on my physical strength. Lita watched him, perched on a weight bench. Are you not bored? How can you do the exact same thing every day for 5 years? Yu Ilin grimaced. It's not like I have a choice. Yeah, you have to do it. And so I do it. Lita watched Yu Ilin's training with keen interest. Yu Ilin's muscles have developed a lot. His strength also improved. What amazing patience. Usually, it's not easy for people to focus this hard on just one thing. Yu Ilin, you really are no ordinary person. I already knew that since you avoided the eyes of the god with your stealth techniques. But are you saying that was my fault? Hee hee. Lita was the only person on Earth who I could talk to. She came to visit me once a week, and so, the years continued to pass. My meals were also prepared by Lita. When it was time to eat, my table was automatically filled with food. Honestly, it was even better than Mom's cooking. Sorry, Mom. Furthermore, even the dishes were done automatically. This is convenient. Now that I've built up my basic fitness, I'm considering learning martial arts or how to use weapons. How are you going to do that when there's nobody to teach you? Lita asked. I'll just teach myself through the internet, Yu Ilin replied. Electricity and the internet both worked, so I decided to refer to the videos that were uploaded in the past. Yu Ilin watched videos online, but he had one question. How come the internet servers haven't failed and are still working? That's because time has stopped. Lita chirped. When are you going to stop answering all my questions with that? He asked, exasperated. With no other options, Yu Ilin ventured outside to practice his martial arts. He swung his staff, Lita watching over him. Hiya! He practiced his moves over and over. Pay good attention to the basic movements too. You have 5 years left anyways. Hiya! Hiya! 4 years of studying martial arts passed like that. Yu Ilin, would you spar with me? You'll improve faster if you have an opponent. Are you telling me to hit you, Angel Nuna? Yeah. Don't worry about it, and come at me, even if you say that, since you're my Angel Nuna. Of course I can hit you. Feel the power of 9 years of loneliness and resentment. The sound of a brutal beating rang out. The sound of a brutal beating continued to echo. Lita was a star of potential born for fighting. Do you get it now? Don't worry about it, and use me as a sparring partner. Major bleeding comes free. Yu Ilin whimpered. I don't wanna. Yu Ilin screamed into the heavens. Give me a chance to refuse. Let's go again. Yua. And so the promised 10 years all went by, Lita explained. With that level of martial arts, you should be able to defeat low-level monsters without a problem. And if you level up, you'll also be able to use mana. Since I taught you myself, it's evidence of your skill. Yu Ilin grumbled. Isn't it more accurate to say that you beat me up yourself? Anyway, you've done a good job in these 10 years, Lita said with a smile. Now, when the great cataclysm comes, a lot of things will change. Yu Ilin asked Lita, will we be able to meet again? Lita replied, that depends on you. It's not long until the great cataclysm begins, and the people come back. Yu Ilin stood alone on the field, a slight smile on his face. It's been so long since I've seen people, I'm kind of nervous. Lita stood tall before him, her wings spread wide. It's a shame to be saying goodbye to Lita, but, finally, I can go back to my usual life. Suddenly, Lita reappeared, floating in the sky. Back on the field, Yu Ilin was still alone. He scowled. Explain this to me. Why isn't anyone appearing? Yu Ilin was fuming, eyes blazing with fury. It seems like there's been some kind of mistake. His rage reached critical mass. I fucking hate you, he screamed at the uncaring heavens. Now that the axis of time has gone off, do I need to wait another 10 or 20 years? Tears streamed down his face as he shouted, yeah, if that's all it takes. He balled his fists. I'll wait until the end. However, time stretched out before him, an endless expanse of solitude. 10 years, 20 years, 50 years went by, but the people did not return. Yu Ilin continued his training alone. He roared, channeling his frustration into raw power. His fist connected with the rock face, shattering it into pieces. He brushed the dust from his shoulders, unfazed. Just then, Lita appeared, clapping her hands together. You got a lot stronger. As expected of Ilan, as 50 years passed by, I stopped counting the passing of time. Lita looked at Ilan with concern. What's wrong? Ilan, his back turned to her, confessed, now I no longer remember my mother's face. Lita's expression softened. I'm sorry. Ilan's words echoed in the empty landscape. Just how far off is the axis of time? He turned to Lita. I'm bored of martial arts now. Lita was shocked by his statement. But the great cataclysm could start at any moment. You can't neglect your martial arts. Lita's eyes widened in disbelief. Ilan, it can't be you haven't fallen into despair, have you? I know. I'll keep training while I read books too. Lita's eyes widened. Ilan, you still haven't fallen into despair. What a good idea. After that, I read books all day long. At first, modern novels, then business books, general knowledge, history, geography, physics, chemistry, art, and so I have read all the books in the library. I'd better learn other languages, he thought, grabbing another book. He began to travel the world, starting with nearby China, followed by Russia, America, and so on. I have learned several countries' languages, and have read all the books in the world, Europe, Middle East, Africa. I have visited all of them. A very long time went by. I've read them all. Ilan closed the final book. This was the last book. What do I do now? Lita tilted her head, a teasing smirk on her face. What do you do? What's with you, don't you get tired? Ilan's expression turned serious. I have no time to be tired. There are so many things for me to do before the great cataclysm comes. Ilan, even after spending several hundred years alone, he still believed that people would come back. Everything was preparation for the great cataclysm. Meanwhile, Lita prayed. Dear Lord, our Father, the Holy One, please let the humans return before Ilan reaches his limit. The light of the heavens shone down, as if in answer to her prayers. Ilan remained hopeful, even after centuries of solitude. Suddenly, a wild boar appeared in the forest. Squeak. Nice. After reading every book in the world, I started learning butchery and blacksmithing. Keep it simple for now and start with the wild boar. Now that I think about it, if I kill every animal now, won't it prevent the monsters from appearing? Just hunt whatever I allow you to. If you kill all the animals, the equilibrium will be destroyed. Moreover, monsters are actually dash. Ilan tilted his head, a smirk playing on his lips. Huh? Why did you stop talking? You're baiting me right now, aren't you? You should just pretend that you didn't hear that. He turned back to his work. In any case, I should just become a butcher. Lita watched him, a thoughtful expression on her face. He really is an interesting person. How is he able to find new things to do without fail? It's been 274 years since Ilan was left behind. That's a long time even to an angel like me. It's shocking that a human who can't even live for a century is able to devote himself to preparing for the future this entire time. Ilan beamed with pride. Nice, all done. Not bad for my first time. I must have a talent for it. Ilan's face was splattered with blood, but he wore a wide, unsettling grin. Ilan. Lita stared at him in disbelief. You really are an incredible person. Meanwhile, the waves crashed on the shore. Ilan, spear in hand, declared, the final goal for butchery is, of course. A colossal sperm whale breached the surface. A sperm whale. Lita was not amused. Sperm whales are endangered species and therefore prohibited from hunting. Can't you just let it go this once? Ilan grinned. Who'd call me Ishmael? Lita facepalmed. Don't make jokes nobody understands. He reflected on his dedication. It's been 300 years since I was left behind, and I've completely mastered the skill of butchery. It took me a really long time to master blacksmithing. If you read in books, things like skills are easily learned. But in reality, it's not that. My hand slipped. Ouch. Durability has become zero. My hands are no good. I'm incompetent. There were countless times where the swords I was making would break. In the end, it took me 5 years to make a shabby sword. I'm not very satisfied with the end result. Give it here. Lita examined the sword and declared, You can't even slice a radish with this. I won't ask you to slice anything, so give it back. Ilan was stunned. What? Lita floated away, brandishing the sword triumphantly. You didn't disappear even after the world reset, so you should thank the gods for that. Why are you always trying to annoy me? Lita smiled serenely, completely unbothered. She continued to smile, radiating pure innocence. Ilan, meanwhile, threw himself back into weapon crafting. Starting with daggers, I made every type of weapon in this world. He mastered them all. Long swords, spears, axes, hammers, etc., and that's how 50 years passed by. Ilan examined his latest creation with a critical eye. He wasn't satisfied. I still have a ways to go. This isn't it. It needs more. I repeated the process until I was satisfied with it. After all, time was all I had. Then after striking the hammer for 100 years I finally made a perfect spear. I perfected a masterpiece that took 100 years of effort. Your tenacity really is amazing. This is the best steel weapon I have ever seen. However, after the introduction of mana, new materials will be born. Materials that are way stronger than steel. I'll just have to make a new one then. Lita just stared at him, a mix of exasperation and amusement on her face. Lita gazed at Yuilin with a smile. You really are someone who just doesn't give up. Amazing. The sound of shattering wood echoed as Yuilin relentlessly trained. After mastering butchery and blacksmithing, I spent my time grinding through martial arts once more. I hardly counted the years during this time. Lita watched him in astonishment. Ilin is continuing to progress without ever getting tired. He's experiencing several generations worth of progress in a single body. But it's already been 1,000 years since he fell behind. As a human, he'll reach his limit sooner or later, and when that happens, what will he do? If he could experience something new, it would be nice. If it's something that Ilin hasn't done before, then it would have to be something like opposite-sex relationships. No! I've already become an angel. How could I think of such vulgar things? But my mission is to help Ilin. This is just following God's orders. It has nothing to do with my own desires. So this is definitely correct. If Ilin needs to experience it, then I'll do what I can. What are you doing by yourself there? Ilin, catching Lita deep in thought, called out to her. Hey Lita, what are you doing? Lita snapped out of her daze. What's wrong, Ilin? How do I bring this topic up? She leaned in close, her face inches from his. Ilin, feeling the tension, started to speak. Lita, Lita's heart pounded in her chest. Yeah? No way has he already figured out my feelings? Just then, Ilin noticed something strange. Your sword has been moving for a while now. Lita's eyes widened in surprise. My sword? Huh? Why is it like this? The sword glowed with an ominous light. Lita screamed, realizing what was happening. And no! This sword is the first sword that Ilin ever made. I can't lose it! Ilin shouted her name in desperation. His eyes widened in shock. He stared at his clothes in disbelief. Huh! These clothes are the ones I was wearing when Earth stopped. Ah, I see. Everything's returning to the day that Earth stopped. My God! Please do not take this sword away from me. Lita's face was a mask of desperation. Huh! When did the great cataclysm arrive? Ilin felt a strange sensation, as if his body was floating away. My body is flying. His eyes widened as he realized what was happening. Ilin was sent flying through the sky. I can fly. Lita watched in horror. Ilin! Wait! This can't be happening. Her eyes welled with tears. My God, this is too much. I haven't even had the chance to say goodbye to Ilin. Lita looked down at the sword in her hands. But I still have his sword. I'll take back what I said about you being too much. She clutched the sword tightly to her chest. Ilin. Lita stared into the distance, a complicated expression on her face. I've grown really fond of you in the past 1,000 years, but when I see you again, in the end, we didn't even. Lita, is this how we part? Without even a farewell, and so abruptly too. Since I am an angel, a high-ranking being, if I also become a high-ranking being, will I be able to? As he plummeted through the sky, Ilin found himself staring at a building. Below, the streets shimmered with an otherworldly glow. He phased through the walls of a building, surrounded by blurry figures. It looked like a lecture hall or maybe a fever dream. He floated through the room, unnoticed by the students. As he passed through another wall, he heard a voice. Daeyoung. The world was now bathed in a strange, ethereal light. Ilin found himself standing among a crowd of ordinary people. He stared blankly ahead, trying to process what was happening. Suddenly, a familiar blue screen popped up in front of him. Human, jobless, level 1. His strength was 72, his dexterity was 81, and he even had 1 mana. His title? Panka's Mystic Loner. Ilin's eyes widened. A status window. This means the day of the Great Cataclysm is here, he grinned. While we can open status windows here as well. We really came back in just 10 years, he frowned. Has it also been 10 years for the rest of humanity? It seems that I'm the only one who has fallen behind for 1,000 years. What's this? My stats really have been reverted. Did everyone experience the same thing? Yes, we're back to the original stats as well. Ilin frowned. What a pity, I work really hard to get those stats up. He paused, a thought striking him. Huh, he looked around at the crowd. This is strange. There are so many people around me, but none of them react to me. It's as if they aren't able to see me. Just then, another notification popped up. Active skill, stealth, level max, can be evolved. Materials are needed for skill evolution, he gasped. Stealth? Could it be because of this? Another window appeared, displaying his title. What's with this passive? Yuilin, Human Junior, first level. Title, Passively Living Loner, Live Stealthily, Dexterity 81. Why can't I switch it off? He groaned in frustration. How do I turn it off? Am I fated, alone, to be born separated from others? I don't care anymore, let's just go home. We're finally back. Haha, even so, it's nice to see streets with people in it after such a long while. Yuilin gazed up at the familiar apartment building, a sense of relief washing over him. He punched in the code to his apartment, and the door clicked open. I'm finally home, Ilin. That voice. Mom? My mom, whose face I hadn't thought about for a while. Mom. You're back. I missed you so much, but as soon as I saw her, all my memories of her came back. This is my mom whom I haven't met for 1,000 years. The sunset that I'm seeing after 1,000 years. The smell of dinner filled the air, accompanied by the sizzling sound of the frying pan. His dad was at the dining table, engrossed in his newspaper. Everything seemed to be back to normal. Geez, there isn't any news on Haija. Were you at Haija? I was at a place known as Yamen with the other ladies in this neighborhood. Not everything is back to how it used to be. Haija. Yamen? Haija was perfect apart from the fact that there wasn't any rice. I really couldn't figure out how to control that mana thing. It was so hard I'm unable to participate in their conversation. Where were you at? Yuilin knew he needed to play it cool. I should probably hide the fact that I had been left on Earth all alone, since they'll probably worry about me. It was a place without any name. His mom chimed in, that mana thing. It's really hard to learn. That's right. Does it even make sense for them to bring newborn babies, the elderly, and even pregnant women and put them through hardship for 10 years? They should have just chosen young and strong people for the training. His dad countered, it's because the world's balance will be off if they do that. They had no choice but to do that despite knowing it was inefficient. The mom tilted her head, clearly confused. Yuilin, realizing he might have said too much, panicked. What are you talking about? Efficiency? Balance? I mean, that's what I think. He thought to himself. I need to be careful of what I say from now on if I don't want to raise any suspicion. He then asked, but how was it for you? His mom's eyes sparkled with excitement. I heard you can earn a lot of money if you're good at using mana. Monster corpses are said to be worth a lot of money. Since people who can utilize mana well are rare, they'll definitely be able to earn good money. It feels so strange to hear my parents talking as if they're gamers who play fantasy games. Yuilin tapped the table nervously, steeling himself. Mom, Dad? I have something to tell you. I can't use mana. His parents stared back at him, a mixture of surprise and disappointment on their faces. Is that so? I see. You should focus on studying then. Darn it, I knew this'd happen. I guess this was already decided by our genes. Since I can't use mana well, you won't be able to do so either. They bought that way too easily. Yeah, I guess it doesn't matter though. For now, I'm happy that peace has returned to my world. As the days turned into nights, Yuilin was settling into his new, yet familiar, life. What? His eyes fell on a familiar weapon. Why is this here? I thought it'd disappear when the world was reset though. Lita did try everything she could to prevent the sword I made from disappearing back then, is that why? In any case, this works out great. I can just use this to fight monsters instead of looking for new weapons. Yuilin stared at the stats of his spear, almost in disbelief. Yuilin Steel Spear, Grade Unique. Attack Power 800. Durability 500/500. A miracle that was made by a human using steel without the help of mana. It's so strong and sturdy that one would easily believe that it's made of the bone of an intermediate monster. Are these its stats? He squinted at the screen. Attack Power 800. I don't know if this is a lot or too little. He sat back in his chair, a plan forming in his mind. Alright then. Let's start collecting information. He smiled, seeing the internet was already buzzing with activity. Oh, there are so many posts. After having read all the books that exist in the world, it's nice seeing new texts. He began his research. The people who had just returned from other worlds started to upload all the information that they had to the internet. I first looked at information on the process of leveling up to find out how strong I needed to be in order to fight monsters. The screen flashed with information about fast leveling. Yuilin absorbed the data. It seems that a normal person can fight up to level 5 monsters. He continued reading, learning the ropes of this new world. Just FYI, one generally needs to be around level 7 to be chosen as a lowest rank soldier in other worlds. Starting from level 10, one can gain classes like swordsman, archer, etc., and when they reach level 50, they're considered strong and can proceed with the second class advancement. Third class advancement is possible at level 100. Yu Ilin whistled, impressed. From that point onwards, one should be considered a precious resource of the country. Due to the hellish conditions required to level up after the third class advancement, there are no reports of anyone seeing another go through the fourth class advancement. The implications of that statement hung in the air. Many conjectures say that a high-ranking monster like a dragon or behemoth would be at the fourth or fifth class. I guess I've gathered all the information I could so far. I'll ask around more when I go to school tomorrow. School? How long has it been since I went to school? Somehow, it feels like normal life hasn't been affected as much as the world was. I miss Lita. Lita would be glad to hear what you just said. Yu Ilin's eyes darted around, searching for the source of the voice. Who's that? Suddenly, a voice echoed in the room. I've been dispatched by the heavens to help you get used to mana. Yu Ilin whirled around, eyes wide with alarm. An intruder? He stared in shock. The voice calmly responded, I'm not an intruder. Yu Ilin's gaze drifted towards the window, where a figure stood bathed in ethereal light. The figure introduced herself. An angel. My name is Era. Yu Ilin's jaw dropped. Once again, Yu Ilin stared at the angel, Era. An intruder has appeared in my life. I mean, I've encountered a second angel. AzureAskins.com for the fastest releases. Everyone else returnee is original toy. Era explained, it's very difficult to manage mana. That's why God made me into an avatar to send me to a different world for 10 years to train in mana. Yu Ilin deadpanned. I see, didn't do it for me, though. Era's expression turned serious. That's why I'm here. There was a human who passionately requested the aid of the failed human, Yu Ilin. She continued, they said that it's not fair to leave you be when all you did was barely train. They asked for an angel to go help, so you could learn mana in a short amount of time. Era posed dramatically. Did I do good? I tried real hard. Lita. Yu Ilin was confused. Why didn't Lita come then? Era explained that the higher-ups were worried an angel and human would become too close, so she was chosen instead. I see, Yu Ilin muttered, disappointed. Lita, I wanted to see her. Era tilted her head. But something different to what Lita reported. Huh? What? Era scanned Yu Ilin with her angelic powers. With this level of physical capability, she realized there was no need for an angel. He could defeat a low-rank monster with just his fist. Meanwhile, back in the higher realms, Lita was pleading his case. Ilin needs to be taken care of. He was a loner for 1,000 years. And he's the only one who can use mana? Don't you feel bad for him? Era's eyes sparkled as she prepared to reveal her plan for Yu Ilin. Lita, she deceived us when she should be an innocent angel fooled. Well, I have no choice. I've already received the mission. It looks like you've done a lot of physical training. I will support you so you can use mana with ease. Support mana? How? Suddenly, Era's foot slammed down on Yu Ilin's head. Era, perched atop Yu Ilin's head, declared, simply having me by your side activates the mana within you, since I'm a higher being than you. By just being here, your mana cognition, control, and application speed will be 10 times faster. Back in the days when mana didn't exist, it wasn't possible even if you were with Lita for 1,000 years. But since the Great Cataclysm, Era interrupted her own explanation with a tap on her calculator. About a year should be enough according to my calculations. Yu Ilin's face was a mask of disbelief as he asked, then you're just going to stay there all the time? Era dismissed his concerns. A spell's been cast to prevent other lower beings from seeing me, so you don't have to mind, but Yu Ilin was having none of it. This was a major problem. He exploded. What about when I shower? Bathroom? My private life? What is there to cover? Are you gonna follow me everywhere? He spotted her perched on the toilet paper roll. You were out of toilet paper. Get out. You should at least let me shower alone. Yu Ilin's face twisted in frustration. That's not the only problem. Yu Ilin's eyes widened in horror. I won't be able to watch about 1.7 terabytes of treasure. Era simply responded, I don't care what you do since you're a lower being, so don't worry. He was taken aback. Huh? Did she read my mind? I really don't care if you breakdance, Zumba or play DDR. But I care. Yu Ilin pointed an accusing finger. Wait, what was that last word? You know what all of those are. As a higher being, I don't care what a lower being does for their own amusement, he accused her. Liar. You're smiling. You're delusional. Yu Ilin slumped to the floor, tears welling up in his eyes. Wah, Lita. I miss you. You have to stay with me for a year. Give up. Just like that, my life of living together with a small invader for a year began. The next day, Yu-Ilin found himself standing before a familiar building. First time going to school in 1,000 years. My daily life is finally BA. Hey, are you gonna stay on top of my head like that? Other lower beings can't see me. Don't mind me. I do mind. Stop swinging your legs back and forth. Did an angel just scoff? You're mistaken. Yu-Ilin walked past some soldiers, Lita still perched on his head. Life has yet to fully return to normal. I guess it never will. The government prepared the military for monsters that may appear in the future. I'm not sure how effective that will be. Lita said you can't defeat high-ranking monsters with anything other than mana. He walked through the school gates, lost in thought. Back in class, Yu-Ilin noticed Lita's presence. I see I'm invisible today as well. Suddenly, a familiar blue screen popped up. Panka Mystic Loner, Passive Stealth, Dexterity 81, Strength 72, HP 78. His active skill, Stealth L Max, could be evolved, provided he had the right materials. He had also received bonuses and allocated them. It was time to level up. Yu-Ilin stared at the blue screen, utterly defeated. This damn stealth skill won't ever turn off no matter what I do. Suddenly, Lita chimed in. That's not a bad skill. Yu-Ilin recoiled in disbelief, Ertha perched precariously on his head. Is stealth a good skill? Isn't it some loser skill? Lita retorted, I never said it was good. I just said it wasn't bad. The student sitting in front of Yu-Ilin turned around, his eyes wide with curiosity. Did you make a skill? Yu-Ilin was taken aback by the question. I barely just made one. I made two. He turned to Ertha, seeking clarification. Ertha, what are they talking about? Ertha began to explain the situation. To explain they're combining tiny bits of mana and pathetic battle experience, to process something to use against an attack. Yu-Ilin looked devastated. Tiny bit pathetic so mean, Ertha tried to reassure him. To me, a higher being, even if I combined all of the skills of these people chatting together, it would be less than your stealth. Yu-Ilin looked at Ertha skeptically. That's what I meant when I said it wasn't a bad skill. Stealth isn't a skill I wanted. So is it a loser-specific skill? Anyway, Yu-Ilin smirked, realizing the potential of his new skill. It's easy to eavesdrop on other conversations because of this skill. No one notices even if I look around the whole time. Although this isn't what I want to use it for, so, in the end, a chance to gather information. He scribbled furiously in his notebook. Who was the Empress? Yu-Ilin overheard a hushed conversation. Apparently the Empress who was famous in Landparth for 10 years was from our university. No one knows. We might find out when a monster appears. Will we? He tilted his head, listening intently. I guess there was a student from our university who showed off her talents in the other world. And her nickname is Empress. Someone wondered aloud, I wonder when a dungeon will appear? Even if it did appear now, we can't go in because of level restrictions. Yu-Ilin's eyes widened. Ooh, there must be things called dungeons with level restrictions. Ertha. What's a dungeon? Ertha paused, considering her words carefully. It's a trap. Yu-Ilin blinked. Trap? Ertha confirmed grimly. Yes. A trap God has created. Ertha began her explanation of dungeons. First, God sets up food in the dungeon to lure monsters. After a bunch of monsters gather in the dungeon, he blocks the exit so they can't get out. But unlike monsters, humans can freely enter and exit as they wish if they meet the level requirement. God has made spaces where humans can safely hunt monsters. That's what a dungeon is. Yu-Ilin considered this new information. I see, huh? Why don't we just keep them in there forever then? They can't leave anyway. Ertha explained the catch. Dungeons cease to exist after a set amount of time. That's why humans have to get rid of the monsters within dungeons in time. She continued, there are also monsters that are too smart to be trapped in the dungeons in the first place, monsters that are strong enough to break the traps, and monsters that create dungeons and disguise themselves. Ertha finished, it's advised to never let your guard down. Yu-Ilin sighed. It's not that easy, huh? Yu-Ilin found himself back in the familiar, yet now utterly pointless, surroundings of a university lecture hall. The professor began, everyone sit down. I will call attendance. Kan Haiwan here. Quan Yunbai here. The professor gave us a long, off-topic lecture. You guys will have to adjust to the changing society. The UN has already brought up banning free use of mana and regulations on leveling up. China and other powerful nations are focused on monsters and environments that will change as a result of mana. Depending on how Korea acts, countless businesses will fail, and others will succeed. Yu-Ilin, with Ertha perched on his head, thought to himself, this is meaningless talk that anyone could tell us. I came here to learn. He continued to ponder, Do I even need to attend university and pay such an expensive tuition? What meaning would a bachelor's degree have in the future world? The ability to use mana will probably have the most meaning, rather than a piece of paper proving I graduated university unless university teaches me mana management. Era, perched on Yu Ilin's head, declared, the most efficient way to train mana is to hunt monsters. Yu Ilin recoiled. I don't want to do anything dangerous. Era continued unfazed, we're still in the beginning phase of the great capitalism, so monsters are weak. You need to hunt many weak monsters while they're still weak so you can boost your experience points and level to train your mana. Yu Ilin's expression darkened. Yeah, but I'm still level 1. And I can't even use mana like others. Era began, but you have a very good physique. She confidently stated, you'll easily be able to defeat monsters up to level 25. Yu Ilin's eyes widened. What? Era tilted her head, a smug look on her face. A very good physique, me? That's great. We can try it out right away. Before he could process it, Era had shrunk down and was now perched on his head. Yu Ilin was now the center of attention, as everyone in the classroom stared at him through the window. The entire classroom was in stunned silence, staring directly at Yu Ilin and the miniature angel perched atop his head. That's a monster! The students panicked as the monstrous insects crashed through the windows, their screams echoing through the halls. Just then, Urtha's voice echoed in his mind. The tutorial has ended. Now, mankind will need to survive by themselves. Chaos erupted as people cried out, what should we do? Where do we run away to? Just what is the government and military doing? In a desperate plea, one student shouted, who wants to be in a party with me and hunt? Look! There's someone willing to, but his words were cut short. He just died. Shit, run away! Yu Ilin tilted his head, a dumbfounded expression on his face. Huh! A wry smile crept across his face. I'm left alone again? As expected of the only person who gets left behind. It's not like I like being left behind. Anyways, is there something? He turned to Urtha, perched on his head. Are you planning on fighting it? Yeah, it looks like it's weaker than a sperm whale. Urtha, ever the font of helpful information, chimed in. Surprised. Monsters are a little different to animals. Their outer skin is abnormally strong, and their physical ability is different. However, it doesn't seem to be over level 20. So it won't be a difficult opponent. Yu Ilin nodded slowly. I see. He tested the weight of his makeshift bat. This is fine because I can swing it well. Urtha, ever the observant angel, analyzed his movements. He has a strong core, and his muscles for balancing are amazing. With that, he'll be able to easily defeat monsters below level 25. Yu Ilin continued to swing the bat, getting a feel for its balance. Urtha watched him with a critical eye. Yu Ilin grinned, satisfied with his handiwork. Oh. Nice. Now this is good to use, Urtha complimented his efforts. You made a decent weapon in such a short time. Your craftsmanship is quite good. Is it? I was bored before, so I learned how to make some things. Yu Ilin's eye twitched, remembering Lita's earlier assessment. This is totally different to what Lita said, just who is small and pitiful. Urtha's eyes lingered on Yu Ilin's physique. That physique is the peak result of extreme training. It would have been good if I brought the spear that's at home, she mused, for a low-ranking human to achieve this much, but Yu Ilin considered his options. It doesn't matter if I use a stealth skill. Everyone will notice me if I create a scene in the plaza, right? I want to conceal myself though, he resolved. Wearing a mask should be enough. Suddenly, a statue exploded into chunks as an unseen force obliterated it. A massive praying mantis, easily the size of a building, descended from the sky. The mantis swatted at something small in the air. Yu Ilin leaped into action. He struck the giant mantis with all his might, felling the beast. Suddenly, system notifications flooded his vision. You have gained 800 experience points. You have reached level 3, stamina and mana stats have increased by 3. Strength and agility stats have increased by 5. Taijutsu has reached max level. You can evolve this skill if you possess the materials. You have obtained the record of LV.13 Big Mantis. Yu Ilin blinked in surprise. Oh, so this is what a level up is. Level is a system where the Akashic records and linked organisms from this world will be able to obtain new strength. By claiming your opponent's life, you can take all their records and future potential. Yu Ilin grinned, a faint blue glow emanating from his palm. Mana, even though it's just a bit, it's increased. Lita watched Yu Ilin's reaction with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Why are you like this? Did you finally understand the pleasure of violence? That's right. I will hit you one day. Yu Ilin, however, had far more pressing matters to attend to, as he found himself surrounded by a swarm of grotesque insects. Now that I think about it, I never learned how to fight against a group. He swung his makeshift spear, cleaving through the air as he leapt into action. Just use your body. Yu Ilin deadpanned. Use my body, huh? He channeled his mana, striking with incredible force. Each blow felling another monstrous insect. The ground trembled as the insect crashed down. With each kill, his stats climbed higher. You have gained 700 experience points. Spearmanship has reached max level. You can evolve this skill if you possess the materials. You have obtained the record of a LV11 Big Fly. You have gained 850 experience points. You have reached level 4. Strength, agility, stamina, and mana have increased by 1. You have obtained the record of a LV14 Big Locust. That's something Lita said a lot. Suddenly, Urtha's voice rang out in his mind. Don't relax. Just then, a swarm of the giant insects descended from above. They're coming from above. He barely dodged out of the way as the insects swarmed the space he had just occupied. He leaped into the air, spear in hand, ready to meet his next foe. You have gained experience points. You have obtained the record of a LV7 Big Mosquito. Geez, the mosquito's stinger came down with incredible force, but instead of piercing flesh, it shattered against his skin. A body that's been trained to the extreme. Ilin's skin is hard, so the mosquito's proboscis couldn't pierce it. That surprised me. Yu Ilin's body has surpassed the limits of a human. Ilin, seeing his chance, leaped onto the giant insect. With a final strike, Yu Ilin took down the giant mosquito, gaining 350 experience points. Another one appeared. It screeched. Yu Ilin, now wearing his mask, made short work of the new threat. Just then, Urtha shouted a warning. The monster reinforcements are coming. Yu Ilin looked up to see a swarm of grotesque insects descending on the city. He grimaced. That's a disgusting thing to look at. Yu Ilin gripped his makeshift weapons. For bug extermination you need to call Sesko. He struck the insect down with a mighty blow. He had gained 1 experience point, and an additional 950 experience points. He had also reached level 2, with stamina, strength, and mana increasing by 1, and agility by 2. Suddenly, a surge of energy emanated from Yu Ilin, knocking him back. The energy crackled around him. Yu Ilin stared in shock. Just then, rocks began to fall from the sky. Urtha was the source of the bizarre weather, her eyes glowing with power. As rocks rained down around them, the students watched in awe. Wow, is she a mage? Who's that? Don't lose focus and kill the monsters quickly. Yu Ilin refocused. Ah, alright. Urtha unleashed a torrent of lightning, obliterating the insect monsters. Yu Ilin watched, impressed. The amount of mana that person has is insane. How can she continuously use lightning attacks? Is she also leveling up like me? Every time I level up, my stamina is restored, as well as my mana. He channeled his energy. Anyways, with this, it's the end. His status screen appeared. Strength had increased by 1, and stamina and mana had increased by 2. Wow, how incredible! Yu Ilin wiped his brow relieved. So cool. Phew, I barely managed to finish this. Just then, a soldier's voice broke through the chaos. I'm sorry. The vehicle couldn't get over the hill, huh? The soldier gaped at the scene before him. What? I heard that oceans know, hundreds of insect-type monsters were mobbed. He was clearly struggling to process the sheer scale of the devastation. Just what on earth happened? Isn't there something like the Jewel of 4 Souls? Meanwhile, Urtha was already giving Yu Ilin instructions. You learned how to slaughter, right? If you dismember the monster corpses, you can obtain a mana stone. Oh, really? Remove the mana stones, which is where the hardest part of the exoskeleton and mana have gathered the most. I'll let you know which part it is. He got to work, and a notification popped up. Slaughtering had reached max level. Watching from afar, another soldier was stunned by Yu Ilin's power. That person, what level is he? Amazing, how is he that strong? Urtha smiled, confident in Yu Ilin's abilities. Yu Ilin held up the mana stone, examining it closely. Urtha confirmed, is this a mana stone? That's right. Store it well. It's a core material for all artifacts. Huh! Yu Ilin turned around, surprised to see a crowd of people had gathered. He panicked, realizing they were all staring at him. Gasp, when did all these people get here? Your identity won't be revealed, so don't worry. How embarrassing. This is the first time this many people have looked at me. This was a girl. Could you help me with slaughtering? Yu Ilin paused, processing the unexpected request. He considered the offer. How much are you going to give me? The girl's eyes sparkled. 30, no, 40%. Deal. With a deal struck, Yuilin and the silver-haired girl faced a swarm of monsters together, ready to carve a path through the chaos. Meanwhile, the crowd watched in awe. That person is the Empress, right? How amazing! How can she handle mana so easily after a single day? Incredible. One man, clearly a masochist, had a very specific request. If you get too close, you'll be hit with lightning. That's what I want. He suddenly flinched, realizing what he had said. As Yuilin and the Empress fought side by side, the crowd began to whisper. So that girl is the Empress from the rumors. She really is strong. The questions turned to Yuilin. That being said, who's the guy? He was shooting beams from his hands. The crowd couldn't agree on what they had seen. I didn't. That's right, he killed that monster with a lightsaber. Lightsaber? I wish I had something like that, huh? Didn't he do it with an axe? It was a javelin. I'm holding it as we speak. Urtha watched the scene unfold, a sly smile on her face. Look at that. Isn't your hiding skill great? You could do anything you wanted in that mask, and no one would remember properly. Yuilin's shoulders slumped. I'm suddenly really sad. Do I even have a presence? Yuilin swung his spear with renewed vigor, cleaving through another monster. Thank you? AzureScans.com. With the immediate threat dealt with, Yuilin turned to leave. Since I've done everything I needed to, I'll be off. Suddenly, a group of soldiers approached him. Excuse me. You there? The soldier continued, but a surge of power erupted around her. We have something we want to ask you, so if you could please cooperate. The soldier's lieutenant was shocked. Oh, Lieutenant! The silver-haired girl's eyes glowed red as lightning crackled around her. The crowd reacted in awe, completely missing the threat. Is she saying that she'll kill us all if we get closer? The Empress is so cool. I also want to be hit by the Empress lightning. Yuilin, seeing the situation rapidly devolving, decided to make a tactical retreat. Empress. I'll have to leave before it gets even more chaotic. You have nothing to worry about. The crowd, easily distracted, immediately noticed his absence. Huh? Where did that guy in the mask from before go? The crowd was abuzz with excitement. Excuse me, I'm over here. He must have ran away faster than our eyes could see. Whoa. Really? We have a lot of talented people in our group. He's like Usain Bolt. Yuilin, not actually having gone anywhere, responded. I said I'm right here. Didn't I tell you? You have nothing to worry about. Yuilin stared blankly from behind his mask. Strange. This is what I wanted, so why am I sad? Lita tried to cheer him up. Well, don't worry about it, but Yuilin was inconsolable. I am worried about it. Later that night, Yuilin got to work. What are you trying to do? I'm going to try and make a defense armor with just my intuition. Since it's a little tricky to make a suit of armor, but I think I'll at least be able to make some wrist and knee guards, Lita cautioned him. Yuilin, it's incredibly difficult to handle the byproducts of monsters. It would be better for you to find a true master later and ask them to make it. Yuilin grinned confidently. Urtha, what are you talking about? The truest master on earth is right here. Urtha looked away, trying to avoid his gaze. Please have some mercy. Yuilin doesn't know how to do anything. Yuilin's expression softened as he thought of someone. Lita, huh? Do you also miss Lita? Urtha, now visibly annoyed, retorted yes. I really miss Lita right now. You dirty scammer. What do you mean he doesn't know how to do anything, huh? Yuilin considered Urtha's words. In some ways, it feels like he's cheating. Urtha cleared her throat. Ahem. Yuilin, do you happen to know anything about Manacraft? Yuilin's face lit up. Nope. No idea. I don't know what that is, but it sounds cool. Urtha, with a smug look, began. I see. Since you couldn't learn mana, of course you wouldn't know just then. Yuilin's eyes sparkled as he interrupted her. What is that? Is it a new skill? Me too. Teach me too. I like learning new skills. Urtha, clearly alarmed by Yuilin's sudden enthusiasm, shouted, Wait. You're too close. I'll teach you, so just let me go. Yuilin, realizing he'd gotten a little too close for comfort, sheepishly apologized. Sorry. I unknowingly. Urtha, still flustered, thought to herself, I really can't get a read on him. She cleared her throat. In any case, Manacraft utilizes mana crystals, which are similar to magic stones, to create artifacts that can grant special powers to things like armor and weapons. She continued, It's a concept that was developed from blacksmithing, but before she could continue, Yuilin was already grabbing her again. Urtha! Teach me! Urtha, clearly still annoyed at Yuilin's eagerness, yelled, I said I'd teach you already. Urtha sighed. Honestly, I'll need to have a word with Lita when I return to heaven. Yu-Ilin tilted his head in confusion. Huh? With Lita? What are you going to say to her? Urtha's eyes flashed with a dark aura. Look after your man properly. She composed herself and continued. In order to start mana craft, you first need to prepare materials and magic stones to create the armor, or mana crystals with similar properties to the stones. Yu-Ilin pondered this new information. Mana crystals with similar properties to magic stones? For example, something like a dragon heart. Yu-Ilin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Dragon heart. Urtha continued explaining the process. You place the magic stone next to you and synchronize as you create the gear. After finishing the product, grind the magic stone finely and rub it over the surface of the gear. That is the basic form. Let's call this the close attack power 30 defense 50. You don't even have to do that much work, and it's already close? The basic form will simply elevate the gear's performance. But above the basics, there is mana crafting that can grant additional special abilities as well. That is the applied form. However, the applied form is a bit difficult. You won't be able to do it with the mana you currently have. Yu-Ilin considered her words, a thoughtful silence hanging in the air. Even so, tell me about it, Urtha. I won't know until I try, right? Urtha paused, gathering her thoughts. This man, in order to grant your gear special abilities, a master must handle the mana. It wouldn't be impossible to do if you were to consume magic stones quickly. If you consume mana or magic stones like that, you may create the gear that you dream of. It could spout fire or ice. It could even have the effect of recovering your stamina or whenever you block an attack. The will of the master is important when it comes to determining what ability will be granted. Since the quality of the magic stones and the master's mana will be very helpful, it is important that you strongly wish for the ability that you want to be granted. I'm not sure since I haven't tried it. Yu-Ilin stroked his chin, lost in thought. Urtha watched him carefully, perched on his head. He has very nimble fingers. Yu-Ilin admired his handiwork. Nice. I've made it. A system notification appeared. You've managed to do it successfully, even in a situation without any skills. You have learned mana craft. Now that I've done it, it's all in the know-how, Urtha sighed. If you hadn't just said that, you would have looked cool. But he's not wrong. Yu-Ilin understood the concept immediately, and he has a talent for adapting. Urtha considered the implications. If he's able to adapt to everything like this, then Yu-Ilin could very well have a truly incredible power. Urtha looked at him expectantly. You've made the defensive armor. What are you going to do with it? Yu-Ilin grinned. Just watch. Yu-Ilin held up another magic stone. I'm not finished yet. I still have a magic stone left. Yu-Ilin focused, ready to use the mana in the magic stone. He channeled the mana into his hands. Lita gasped. Yu-Ilin, no way are you going to attempt a granting immediately? Urtha looked on in shock. You can't even use mana. This is reckless. The mana swirled, taking shape. Like a scythe mantis, the magic stone glowed brightly in his hand. Urtha gritted her teeth. It would be a waste for him to fail here. He's already come this far. Lita scowled, annoyed that she had to intervene. Whatever. I'll just give it the tiniest bit of my mana. The magic stone glowed even brighter. The mana flared around him, a maelstrom of raw power. Yu-Ilin channeled the energy, his focus absolute. He watched intently as the mana began to coalesce. The magic stone's energy infused the defensive armor, giving it an otherworldly glow. Lita watched with bated breath. Did it fail? Yu-Ilin grinned, a glint in his eye. No. A system notification appeared. Mana craft had reached level 21. The newly crafted armor pulsed with power. The protective barriers shimmered, ready for action. Yu-Ilin grinned, confident in his creation. It went just as I planned. Lita's eyes widened in realization. He applied the mantis knife's ability to his wrist protector. Yu-Ilin smirked, already anticipating the future. Things will be getting busy now. Lita crossed her arms, impressed despite herself. That's true, I may have helped with the mana a bit, but it's impressive that you succeeded in creating an artifact on your first try. You'll be busy for the time being while crafting this and that. Yu-Ilin's expression turned serious. No, not that. With the new wrist guards complete, Lita was left dangling from a broken swing set. I'd need to run away since I broke the swing, she retaliated, casting a spell. I'll apply recovery magic, so you can't come back immediately. Meanwhile, the news was already reporting on the incident. The news anchor reported, the government is in the process of searching for the citizens who defeated the monster. He continued, the two individuals, who are thought to be related to Seoul University, quickly killed the monster and disappeared without a trace. Yu-Ilin, now back home, announced, I'm off to school. Lita, perched on his head, retorted, You're going? Just stay at home. The news report continued. The government has called people with extraordinary ability overpowered ability users, and their mana usage ability is expected to be high. Yu-Ilin's mom was already on high alert. The system even granted her a skill. The ability to worry about your children gets a 10-year bonus. Keep a close mark on all of your son's movements around the house. There are lots of monsters outside, so it's dangerous. Yu-Ilin was already feeling the pressure. Mom's surveillance is so extreme I can't do anything in my room, he reassured her. Don't worry. If I see a monster, I'll run away. Meanwhile, the government was making plans of their own. The news reported, the government plans to create a unit of advanced ability users with these overpowered users at the head of the unit. Yu-Ilin's mom wasn't convinced. Alright, be careful, okay? I'm worried about him. Yu-Ilin tried to reassure her. I said I would already. Don't go anywhere and stay at home, Mom. I'm off to school now. With a final wave, he was out the door. Yu-Ilin sighed in relief. I just barely got out, phew. Yu-Ilin couldn't help but muse. I can't believe Mom's ability is worrying about her son. Where do you even use such a skill? She must use it to spy on her son, right? Is that kind of skill even helpful? Lita offered an explanation. They say that among a group of many penguins, the mother penguin can detect its baby's crying sound exactly. It's similar to that. It's a useful skill for survival. Just then, Yu-Ilin heard his mother's voice in his head. Ilin, Mom? Lita frowned. Why are you making that face? It's just it'd be a shock if even Mom couldn't find me. Yu-Ilin shot back. A straggler like me who even God couldn't find. Stop saying that. And come to think of it, the government is trying to create a unit of ability users. Yu-Ilin waved off the idea. I'm not interested. I don't have the loyalty to work with the government. Me and my family come first. Lita nodded in agreement. Well, it's more comfortable to move around when you're less tied down. That's right. However, that I want to meet that Empress again. Are you into her? Men really are. It's not like that. It's not that. From the start these days I'm not at all interested in things like that. I quit watching adult entertainment too. It couldn't be. I'm a sterile man. No. It's not what you're thinking right now. It's possible for sexual ability to decline when doing physical training too hard. I am not sterile. Yu-Ilin stared at his hand, utterly dumbfounded. He looked around, a thought occurring to him. Yu-Ilin, even if you scream sterile man in the middle of the street, nobody even blinks an eye. Is it a blessing or a curse? He pondered the question. I thought about it. The reason must be, what is it? Rita is the reason. Aha, for 1,000 years you always had a superior angel's beauty next to you. So when it comes to human women, it is true that you have basically become a sterile man. Quit saying that. Anyway, the ability of that Empress to use her mana was intriguing. Yu-Ilin stared at his hand, thinking, even as my level goes up, I can't use my mana at all. But the Empress ability was incredible. Urtha responded, it's not something unusual. She continued, that's why God sent humans to another world to train. She paused, floating next to Yu-Ilin. Everyone except me, that is. You who hid your existence from the whole universe, that is. And in terms of being special, Urtha declared, Yu-Ilin, who was able to process a monster's carapace without mana, is way more. She stopped abruptly, surprised by something. Yu-Ilin tilted his head, noticing her change in demeanor. Huh? What's wrong? Suddenly, Urtha sensed something. I feel the presence of a pack of monsters nearby. A pack of 70 or so wolves and wild dogs being led by a level 35 diamond wolf. Yu-Ilin's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Level 35? And 70 monsters at that? He turned to Urtha, panic rising in his voice. Urtha, you said that since it's the beginning of the Great Cataclysm, high-level monsters don't appear. Urtha sighed dramatically. I thought it was strange since yesterday. On the second day of the Great Cataclysm, level 10 monsters appearing in hordes was a problem. Yu-Ilin was taken aback. What? You were calm yesterday. Urtha puffed out her chest, a smug look on her face. That's because I didn't want to reveal my worries to a lower being. Are you displeased? No way. Yu-Ilin stared at her blankly. Urtha really is very different from Lita. Urtha seems a bit like a stuck-up rich girl. It feels like she's implicitly drawing the line between upper and lower beings. Compared to her, Lita, she seemed a bit like a fool at times, but was kind like an older sister. Yu-Ilin suddenly misses Lita. Lita, I miss you. Ahem. I'll be honest. He stares forward, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. I'll be honest, the earth is not normal at the moment. Yu-Ilin's eyes widened in surprise. What? Urtha perched on his head and urged him onward. I'll explain on the way since we're in a rush. Alright, go quickly. I'll tell you where the group of monsters are. Go forth, number 1. Yu Ilin. Yu Ilin's face twisted in annoyance. Do you think I'm some kind of a giant robot? Ertha began to explain the situation. God teleported all of humanity because of the impending great cataclysm and trained everyone to use mana, but God left the animals on Earth as they were. It was because God thought they'd be fine even if no one looked after them for just 10 years. However, due to an unknown error, the flow of time on Earth was greatly distorted. In the end, 10 years in other worlds became 1,000 years on Earth. 1,000 years. I was always with Lita. I didn't even realize that 1,000 years had passed. Over here. Right. My hair is about to fall out. Just use words. Even though time was reset, animals who were supposed to only live for 10 years, survived for 1,000 years and inevitably underwent a dramatic change. To sum it all up. Meanwhile, Yu Ilin was running through the city, blissfully unaware of the impending doom. The monsters on Earth right now are way stronger than the ones in the other worlds. Earth is doomed. That's why we need your help. The heavens are making their move to restore balance. Ertha continued, until the restoration is done, we want you to be in charge of exterminating the monsters. Of course, we'll be rewarding you accordingly. Suddenly, a pair of massive wolves slammed into the ground, cracking the earth. Yu Ilin eyed the scene with a bead of sweat trickling down his face. That seems like a very tough and troublesome task to take up. Yu Ilin stood his ground, gripping his spear tightly. Ertha stared at him, waiting for his answer. Yu Ilin stared down the massive wolves. I won't deny it. He leapt into the air, spear raised high above his head, ready to strike. Yu Ilin grinned, the mask hiding his expression. That's why I like it. With a mighty blow, he slammed his spear into the pack of wolves, obliterating them. One of the wolves managed a final, desperate snarl. Rough. As the wolves dissolved, a series of system notifications popped up. You've obtained 12,904 EXP. You've obtained the records of a level 35 brown diamond wolf. You've become level 9. More notifications appeared. His stats had increased by 4 strength, 2 dexterity, 2 HP, and 2 mana. Ertha looked at him, a strange glint in her eyes. Yu Ilin, you, she continued, are you a pervert? Why would you like tough and troublesome tasks? Yu Ilin was taken aback by the question. That's not it. I almost complimented you. The image of the wolves flashed in his mind, and he steeled himself. Ertha huffed in response. Another system notification appeared. You've obtained the record of level 18 Wandering Dog. The name sounds so cool even though it's just a stray dog. Suddenly Yu Ilin stopped in his tracks, startled by something ahead. Kaya! The peace was shattered as a frantic voice cried out, monsters have AP paired. Report this right away. One man, desperately trying to defend himself, shouted, Fireball. Huh! Why isn't there anything coming out? Another panicked, realizing his predicament. Shit, I don't have any mana. Help me! Suddenly, a figure with a mask appeared, ready to intervene. The wolves snarled menacingly. Rough! Someone screamed, go away! One of the wolves lunged forward, jaws wide open. Yu Ilin's face contorted in a grimace. His eye twitched slightly. Yu Ilin stood atop the corpse of the wolf he had just defeated. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. If you don't choose a class, you can't become level 10. All the records that you've obtained will be calculated after you choose a class. You're not hurt, are you? The system continued. All the records you've obtained will be manifested as possibilities. You'll be able to select from these classes. Witnessing the scene, a bystander gasped, that mask. Whoa, could he be from the recent university incident? Another exclaimed, the Sangha and Bolt that disappeared in an instant. What? You're right. That must be Sangha and Bolt. He uses that mask. They recognize me? Sangha and Bolt? What kind of lousy nickname is that? You've got some fans now. Congratulations, Lita chirped. The wolf, now defeated, faded away. Shut up, Yu Ilin scowled. Fans? What the hell are you going on about? Lita giggled. I don't care about stuff like that. He's being all shy about it. A system notification appeared before Yu Ilin. You've obtained records of a level 26 Grey Wolf. You've obtained 1950 EXP. But why aren't I leveling up? Yu Ilin's eyes widened behind his mask. Could it be because of that message I saw just now? If you don't choose a class, you can't become level 10? Suddenly, another wolf appeared, letting out a howl that echoed through the area. Yu Ilin readies himself for another attack. What's it doing now? Suddenly, more wolves appear, surrounding him. Since when did they get here? Lita warns him. It seems that Wolf gave some kind of command. Please be careful. They're pretty smart, huh? Yu Ilin grits his teeth, analyzing his options. If I step backwards, I'll lose my balance. But if I defend, they'll definitely bite me. He steels himself. In that case, I can only attack? He strikes true, and system notifications ding in his vision. You've obtained 1300 EXP. You've obtained 1250 EXP. One of the wolves lunges at him. The wolf's jaws snap shut, teeth gnashing in a furious bite. Yu-Ilin spins away, narrowly avoiding the attack, but leaving a trail of blood in his wake. He lands heavily, the impact jarring him. The wolf, enraged, roars, its eyes burning with fury. Yu-Ilin braces himself for another onslaught. Ha! His spear flashes out in a blinding arc, a desperate attempt to break through the pack. The spear slams into the wolf, a sickening crunch echoing through the air. An onlooker is shocked. Incredible, he took down 5 wolves in an instant. Wow! Suddenly, a menacing growl cuts through the air. Yu-Ilin and Lita notice that one of the wolves is holding someone hostage. Is that wolf just holding someone hostage? It looks used to doing it. It seems it has done this before, or a wolf stood over its hostage, a dark omen looming over the scene. The hostage cried out in terror. Kukiwa, what do we do? We have to save him. The crowd watched with bated breath. What if we get hurt? Everyone, can you see? A monster has taken a hostage. What will Sunga and Bolt do? Lita, ever the observer, analyzed the situation. According to the decision he makes here, he could become either a hero or a villain. Lita's words hung in the air, but she seemed unsure. A hero? Villain? Yu-Ilin's response was immediate and decisive. I don't give a single shit about that stuff. With renewed resolve, he prepared to strike, his spear aimed true. As the wolf fell, Yu-Ilin gained even more experience and obtained the records of a level 32 cunning big wolf. Yu-Ilin was resolute. If there's a person in danger, and I can save them, then I want to save them, but I only do what I can. He insists, I'm no hero. I'm just a normal person, the wolves snarled in response. What are you talking about? Have you lost your mind? Yu-Ilin was flustered. I said something cool for once. Just let it go, please. Meanwhile, Yu-Ilin noticed that the wolves thought they had an opening. The wolf pack was ready to pounce. It looks like they're gonna attack all at once, thinking you've lost your weapon. How arrogant little dogs. Don't think that a spear is my only weapon. I'll show you the results of 1,000 years of training under the Queen of Combat. Come at me. Yu-Ilin, he doesn't do something as rash as sacrificing his life in order to save others, but he makes judgments faster and calmer than others to take the most efficient action possible in the moment. Lita, for 1,000 years, you've raised an amazing monster. Yu-Ilin is a one-man army, and he's not afraid to show it. No, this isn't something Lita taught, but something he himself trained toward. The crowd is going wild. He's super strong. Amazing, Sungain Bolt. Your entire body is a weapon. Impressive. With a final strike, he ends the wolf's life. KK, Yu-Ilin stands amidst the fallen wolves. Few is at it. Suddenly, the barrel of a gun pokes into view. A soldier appears, aiming his weapon. Stay still, Sungain Bolt. Don't move. The soldier's gun is inches from his face. Suddenly, Yu-Ilin is surrounded by soldiers. A bystander shouts, "What are you all doing to Sungain Bolt?" Sungain Bolt defeated all the monsters and even saved the hostage. Another joins in, "Why are you aiming your guns at Sungain Bolt?" The soldier hesitates, clearly confused. Huh? He defeated them all? When? The area is cordoned off with police tape. The soldier sheepishly approaches Yu-Ilin. Sungain Bolt, sorry for earlier, don't take it the wrong way. The soldier smiles, relieved. We weren't gonna shoot. We just thought there were monsters still left. Anyway, it's great. Another soldier pipes up, the entire army unit was looking for you. We were gonna ask for your lieutenant. The first soldier realizes Yu-Ilin is already gone. He's not listening to you right now. He disappeared again? Yu-Ilin reappears a short distance away. As expected, he's insanely fast. He thinks to himself, I'm still here. He stares down at the corpse of the wolf. Yu-Ilin contemplates his next move. I'll have to make a butcher knife. I need a place to work for that first though. Just then, the soldier shouts, Ah, Sungain Bolt. You were still here. The soldier pleads, please listen to me till I'm done. No, no, and no. She continues, do you perhaps have some sort of resentment towards the army or the nation? Yu-Ilin flatly responds, no. I cheer for Korea in Olympics and World Cups. She tries again, then please work with us. Yu-Ilin sighs, no. Visibly upset, the soldier asks, why not? She waits for an answer. Yu-Ilin declares, because I feel like things will get too annoying if I do. Erdha chimes in, correct. Yu-Ilin asks Erdha, did you read my mind again? The replies, there's no need to read your mind when your thoughts are written all across your face. Yu Ilin retorts, I'm wearing a mask though. The scoffs at the soldier's persistence. Figuring out what a lower being is thinking is nothing, she continues, emphasizing Yu Ilin's superiority. It's better to not get affiliated with the army or the government. Even with the entire military, they won't be as good as you. It's much more efficient to be on your own. Yu Ilin hums in agreement. He surveys the aftermath of the battle, a sea of corpses surrounding him. But this is a bit too much to take back all alone, right? Yu Ilin and Lita stand silently amidst the carnage. Meanwhile, the soldier sighs, lamenting the situation. I wouldn't have received that kind of treatment if it weren't for this uniform. The soldier, overwhelmed by the day's events, sighs. I gotta quit or something. Just then, Yu Ilin approaches them, still wearing his mask. Hey, the soldier perks up, thinking he's about to be recruited. Yes. Did you decide? You will work with Dash. Yu Ilin cuts him off with a surprising offer. Do you want to buy those wild dog carcasses from me? I'll do the butcher work. It'll probably get me more money to sell it instead of taking all that home. The soldier is taken aback. Butcher work? Lieutenant, monster corpses are very useful. The lieutenant, seeing an opportunity, eagerly agrees. Yes. We'll buy them. Nice. Yu Ilin presses his luck. Then how about the mana stones? He quickly dismisses the idea. No, the area is littered with the corpses of the wolves, blood staining the ground. The soldiers examine the carcasses in awe. There's very little damage to the bones and leather. I guess that's because he wiped them out in one hit? One of them remarks on the difference between this and the usual monster corpses. The leathers and bones of monsters killed with firearms always had very little useful parts left because of the damages done. He continues, marveling at Yu Ilin's skill. And that godly butchering. He's dividing the leather, bone and flesh with speed and precision. Meanwhile, one of the soldiers secretly records Yu Ilin's work. Back at HQ, the video is making waves. Did you just see the video I sent? Some and Bolt's skills are very impressive. The commander is immediately interested. Lieutenant Han Yirang. Bring him here right now. The soldier on the phone relays Yu Ilin's response. But he said he's not interested. The commander is not deterred. Seduce him with looks or something. The soldier's face contorted in disbelief at the commander's ridiculous request. Looks? Impossible. Don't attempt it. Meanwhile, Yu Ilin was already finishing up with the wolves. If I just take off my uniform, it's about done. Yu Ilin turns to the soldier, his expression hidden behind the blank mask. In cash, please. The soldier nods, still somewhat dazed by the earlier order. All right, I'll report it to the higher-ups. Yu Ilin sighs in relief. Phew. All over and done with. He examines his haul of mana stones. Not bad on the mana stone harvest either. Holding up the mana stones, Yu Ilin asks Lita a question. Do you think this'll taste good? It looks like chocolate. Lita's eyes widened in alarm. You can't eat it. It'll cause a rage. Do you want to be dominated by a monster's mana? It could be very bad. Yu Ilin, deadpan as ever, seemed to take that as a challenge. Hearing that makes me feel like someone's gonna definitely eat one later on and become a monster and cause chaos. With the immediate threat neutralized and a potential future threat foreshadowed, the scene shifted. The soldier presented Yu Ilin with a briefcase overflowing with cash. 37 million. It's all in cash. Check for yourself. Lita commented on the generous payment. They gave you quite a lot. They must want to establish a connection with you. The soldier blushed, striking a pose. If you're done checking the money, then can we? It's because I'm wearing my military uniform that you can't see it, but back in my day, I was pretty popa. Yu Ilin, clearly uninterested, simply stated, I'll get going. As Yu Ilin turned to leave, the soldier called out, Huh? Wait. Yu Ilin pressed a button on a small device. The soldier stared in disbelief. She looked around frantically. Where did he go? He's gone again. One of the soldiers wondered aloud, What level is he? Lita explained, just turning their attention elsewhere for a moment reactivates the stealth skill. When did you prepare a device like that? Yu Ilin replied, That's a secret. Yu Ilin began to walk away. Then shall we go? There's one day left until the heavens start proper investigation. We need to stay on the move in the meanwhile. I'm sure other dangerous monsters have appeared elsewhere. The woman he rescued was furious. My looks didn't work. I'm so embarrassed. That's why I tried to stop you. Meanwhile, the soldiers were still trying to figure out what had just happened. Yu Ilin and Lita were ready to move on, but first, some business to attend to. Yu Ilin tapped the screen. Alright, I'll have to choose my first class now. All the records you earned up to this point will let you earn this class. He scanned the options. Lancer, grappler, swordsman, blacksmith, shielder, hunter. He muttered, these class names all look like something from an RPG. He dismissed one option out of hand. Let's forget about assassin for now. I have enough stealth. I might disappear if my presence goes any lower beyond what it is now. Lita chimed in, explaining the downside of his constant stealth. The reason you can't control your stealth is because you can't manage your mana in order to control it as an active skill. It doesn't consume mana when it's on all the time. That's why the stealth skill is? Yuilin realized, I need to learn to manage mana quickly. He looked back at the screen, overwhelmed. It's hard to choose because there are so many. Ertha, do you have any recommendations? Lita looked surprised. Huh. Already in just 2 days after logging into the Akarthic record, Lita perched on his head, adding, if we had a bit more time, it could have been 30 or even 40. Ertha's eyes glowed. My recommendation is, Lancer, since you can use a spear, or a grappler could work too. Yuilin explained, since the skills you've trained are for close combat, and with a spear. Right. I started them because Lita recommended it. Yuilin grimaced, clearly exhausted. I'm dying. Lita smiled brightly. Yuilin, you've gotten a lot better. Lita hovered over Yuilin, who was sprawled on the ground. You held out for a whole 3 minutes today against me. That's a new best. Yuilin sat up, looking dazed. I learned by getting beat up by Lita. An opportunity to learn from an angel is rare. You're lucky, Yuilin. Yuilin looked less than thrilled. If I'm lucky, I wouldn't be a loser like this. That's just your fate. Lita's face appeared on a floating screen. There's no need to think so much about it. When you level up more later, you can obtain second and third subclasses. Second class? Not a class change? Yuilin looked shocked. I didn't read anything about a subclass on the internet. Lita rolled her eyes. Social media's a waste of your life. There's no way information of substance would be on the internet. Yuilin tilted his head, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Ertha? Did you have some bad experience on the internet? Ertha huffed. I plead the fifth. Yuilin chuckled. Something must have happened. Do angels go on social media too? He looked at the screen. The options for his subclass were laid out before him. Lancer, Rappler, Wordsman, Blacksmith, Shielded, and Hunter. Yuilin grinned. I think a Lancer would be best. Lita's expression was serious. And the reason? Yuilin held up his spear. The destruction power depends on the weapon a lot, so a good weapon would have a better effect than if I were to be a grappler. Yuilin prepared to leave. Lita nodded in approval. Good thinking. You'll be able to create much better spears as you find better materials. Lita watched him go, thinking to herself, I was gonna recommend the Lancer too, but he's made the decision on his own. He will definitely become stronger than he is now. Just then, Yuilin stopped in his tracks. Huh! Lita tilted her head in response. What is it? Yuilin exclaimed. It's a new choice suddenly appeared. It says Blurred Lancer. Lita's eyes widened. Lita was shocked. A modification? That's a unique job. To think you would get a unique job already on the first class. Yuilin looked back at her, confused. A unique job? What's that? It's a class just for one person. All the past paths you've taken, the experiences you've had, and the records you've obtained come together. Active skill, stealth, level max, to create a new class that never existed before. Lita was practically bouncing with excitement. Choose that no matter what. A unique job is specialized for the being it was made for, so it'll be the best. She continued, it has higher requirement for leveling up than other jobs. But even considering that, it's still worth it. Ah, okay. And with that, Yuilin selected Blurred Lancer. The system notified him, you've become a Blurred Lancer. Force of attack will be increased by 10% when attacking in stealth mode. You've become a Blurred Lancer. Force of attack will be increased by 10% when attacking in stealth mode. Force of spear attacks will be increased by 10. Force of spear arts will be increased by 10. Evolution requirements of stealth skill and spear skills will be eased. Absorbing all the piled up records, Yuilin leveled up to 18. Strength, HP, and mana increased by 11, and dexterity by 12. He tilted his head in confusion. Huh, the system chimed in, you cannot manage mana? Could not learn active skill. Yuilin was shocked. Wait, it's not Blood Lancer, but a Blurred Lancer? Lita crossed her arms, looking away. Blurred, unable to see or be seen clearly, not clear or distinct, hazy. What is this? A blurry spearman. I also thought it was blood. I wouldn't have chosen this if I had known. Yuilin looked at Lita with a frustrated expression. Oh wow, I can't defend myself in this matter. Hey, Yu Ilan was dumbfounded. Suddenly, Yu Ilan was engulfed in a surge of energy. His body was changing, growing stronger. The transformation completed, he was left glowing with power. My body changed. Lita confirmed, your body was strengthened because you earned your first class. You already chose it, so you can't go back. Yu Ilan was confused. How did I change though? His status screen appeared, displaying his new stats. Yu Ilan, Human Blurred Lancer, level 18. Title, Panka's Mystic Loner. Passive, Stealth. Strength 96, Dexterity 102, HP 98, Mana 21. Active Skill, Stealth level max, Mana Craft level 2. Passive Skill, Combat Arts level max, Spearmanship level max, Butchering level max. Received bonuses for having fallen behind. Bonuses have been allocated. Every time you level up, you'll grow by 5 status. Yu Ilan stared at the screen. My title hasn't changed, he wondered. What if I stay a Panka's Mystic Loner for the rest of my life? Yu Ilan looked shocked. Did you earn any active skills? No, Lita reassured him. Well, most first classes don't, so don't worry about that. But seeing your growth rate, I don't think you're gonna earn mana even when you get your second class. Yu Ilan's eyes widened. Isn't that dangerous? Lita responded yes, she added, if you were a normal person. Yu Ilan seemed relieved. Really? Hee. Lita explained yes, so don't worry. If you haven't earned an active skill by the time you do your first and second job change, then the records will pile up and you'll get a very strong skill at your third job change. So it's a difference of getting a few small rewards versus one big one. Lita confirmed right. Yu Ilan should have earned 2 active skills since he's earned a unique job. But he didn't. If all these piled records collect until his third job change, he'll earn an amazing skill. Lita smiled knowingly. He's a lower being worth watching over. Suddenly, Lita grabbed Yu Ilan, announcing, here, let's go now. Yu Ilan yelped in surprise. Oh. Where are we going? Lita explained, I hid your money case with magic, so no one will take it. Now you have to start looking for monsters as the proxy. As Lita dragged him away by the hair, Yu Ilan protested, let's go. I get it, so stop pulling my hair. Meanwhile, a phone screen showed a list of contacts. However, there are more proxies besides you. Lita explained that he wouldn't have to hunt monsters all by himself, just within his designated area. Lita pondered. Proxy, I wonder if that Empress also became one too? Of course, we can't leave someone like that idle. She continued, this is a quest from the heavens. If you have more work done than the other proxies, then your rewards will be bigger. Try your best. Yu Ilan grinned. That's the kind of quest I like. If it was asking me to save people in danger, I wouldn't have enjoyed it. Lita stated, I like it when it's worded so that it's telling me it'll reward me for the work I put in. Angels are pretty cool, she suddenly shouted. Watch where you're going. Yu Ilan's eyes widened in surprise. He saw the notification on his phone. Because it's here, the Hunt Info community reported. Someone said a tiger lives in the empty beacon. Not F, I'm scared more of bears than tigers. The army dudes are firing at it nonstop, but the bullets aren't even going in. Zhongying's about to break down. The tiger report was bad enough, but now people were screaming. What's that? Jesus. A massive bear with glowing red eyes was rampaging through the city. Civilians panicked. Run! You can't win against something like that. Help! Yu Ilan smirked. It's here. He hefted his spear, ready for action. Lita chimed in, sounding almost hungry. Looks like today's meal is bear small bladder. If you had poison resistance. Yu Ilan groaned, already regretting bringing her along. What? Is there a problem? Learn poison resistance if there is, it's fine, Lita declared, unfazed by the potential dangers of bear. Yu Ilan felt the ground shake beneath him. What? Did the government fire rockets or something? Lita gestured. Look over there. The monstrous bear roared, its eyes glowing with menacing energy. Nearby, soldiers opened fire. Aim for the target. Fire! Fire everything that we have. The soldiers unloaded their weapons, but the bullets seemed to have little effect, bouncing harmlessly off the bear's thick hide. The soldiers were starting to panic. Nothing's working. How are we supposed to deal with a monster like that on the 4th day of the Great Cataclysm? The bear swatted away a car like it was a fly. The soldiers scattered. He's changing directions. Disperse. One of them desperately called for backup. Where's the ability user that we requested? Back with Yu Ilan and Lita, the angel watched the chaos unfold. Human architecture is weaker than I thought. It can't even withstand the attack of a class monster. You should be more understanding, Lita continued, observing the situation with detached interest. While people have trained in the other world, all the buildings, materials, Their modern weapons and technology, it's all in the same state as before the Great Cataclysm. This world only has the knowledge and experience of mere humans. The bear roared unchallenged. Lita tilted her head slightly. Nobody can stop me. I think that's what he's saying, right? Yu Ilin watched the bear rampage, a strange sense of calm washing over him. Looks like he's having fun, real fun. I guess this is what they mean about being a big fish in a small pond. Lita, ever impatient, snapped at him. What are you doing? You better hurry. He gripped his spear tightly. I'm timing it, Yu Ilin declared. Now I'm ready. As he activated his skills, the system chimed in. Your power has increased by 10 due to stealth. Your power has increased by 10 due to spear skills. The one time that stealth really shines. The bear remained blissfully unaware of the danger approaching from above. Is when you get the first hit. The monstrous bear snarled, completely unaware of the impending doom. ? Lita cheered him on. Until you make contact, the bear won't be able to sense you. Believe in your ability to hide your presence from even the gods. Yu Ilin was not amused. Are you making fun of me? We'll talk later. My priority right now is. The spear tip glowed with power as he prepared to strike. Dealing with you. The spear connected with the bear, piercing through its thick hide. That's, the system announced his achievement, much to his embarrassment. Sun-Gain Bolt has appeared. When did they give me that nickname? Yu Ilin prepared for a follow-up attack. Looks like I can't defeat him in one strike. Well, he is considered a Class C monster. Yu Ilin took a deep breath, bracing himself for the next move. He turned to the soldiers. If you want to live, run. The soldiers were frozen in terror. But you can stay if you want. The bear stomped the ground, sending debris flying. Civilians and soldiers alike screamed in terror. Everyone, run! The bear stared down at Yu Ilin, confused by his sudden burst of speed. Yu Ilin used the momentum of the bear's charge to his advantage, leaping onto its face. KHHH. Yu Ilin, using the bear's face as a springboard, launched himself into the air. Not a chance. He gripped his spear tightly, preparing to strike. With a mighty yell, he drove the spear downwards. Ka! Lita was having the time of her life. Who? This is fun. Are you using me as a roller coaster? Yu Ilin yelled back, Stop having fun. The bear roared in pain as Yu Ilin's spear found its mark. KHHA, he's back in stealth status because it lost you. This is your chance while he's still trying to find you. I know. Since I made this spear, I wonder if it can withstand this next attack? Although my body is the same as before I returned, I've managed to build up my strength through long training and a class change. With this, meanwhile, Lita watched from a distance, clearly having a blast despite the life-or-death situation. Don't think about anything else. Focus all of your weight on a single point. What if someone gets hurt in the process? Lita smirked, clearly enjoying his concern. Those words, you can worry about me after you can manage to even get close to me, got it? Yu Ilin's eye twitched. Who do you think I am, Lita? If I fought you head-on, he bonked her on the head. I'm worried that I will get hurt. Lita was sent flying. Yu Ilin collapsed. See, like this. Oh, that's what you meant? I thought you were talking about me. Suddenly, the scene shifted. Lita's voice echoed, however, Ilin. A voice declared with finality, you did it. Huh, that last attack, you managed to focus all of your strength into one point. Yu Ilin's eyes widened, processing the information. Your attack, it managed to cut my hair. You did good, Lita. There was one time where I managed to make contact with Lita. Focus on one point. Yu Ilin's spear pierced through the monster, a concentrated strike of immense power. The monster exploded in a burst of gore and light. He stopped. Don't tell me, did he? Is he dead? The massive beast let out one final, guttural groan. With the bear defeated, a system window appeared. He'd obtained 12,904 experience points, leveled up to 24, and gained 8 strength, 7 dexterity, and 5 mana. The notifications kept coming. He'd obtained the records of a level 54 brown big bear and earned the title 1 strike, 1 kill. This granted him a 10% increase in critical hit chance. And finally, he learned the critical hit skill. Phew. When focusing on critical points of enemies, it would increase his chance for fatal attacks. Lita watched in disbelief. It took 3 blows. All without any skills. Yu Ilin looked back at her expectantly. Can't you praise me a little better than that? Yu Ilin examined his spear. The spear seems to be holding up. Perfect. He raised the spear triumphantly over the corpse. Now it's scavenging time. The bear's massive corpse suddenly began to shrink. Lita explained the bear's sudden change in size. It just shrinked in size. It had a gigantify skill. The skill undid itself after it died. Yu Ilin considered her words. A skill now that you mention it, I got the skill critical hit when I leveled up. Pretty good. It works perfectly with your stealth skill too, Lita nodded. Everything you do, from fighting monsters and interacting with others, will have a great influence on the development of skill and your own growth. I hope you continue to do great things and learn more skills. She paused, tilting her head. Huh! Everything suddenly went white. Suddenly, several cars screeched to a halt nearby. A voice boomed, "We've arrived." "We'll take care of things here," another voice joined in. "Where's is the monster?" Yu Ilin muttered. "Looks like other ability users have just arrived." He sighed. A group of soldiers and ability users arrived at the scene, assessing the aftermath of the battle. One of them exclaimed in disbelief, "The monster has already been defeated." Another chimed in, clearly disappointed. "I heard it was a Class 2 monster, but that's boring." "I was hoping to get some exercise," his companion agreed. "Same." One of the ability users wondered aloud, "Who was it?" Suddenly, his eyes widened as he spotted Yu Ilin. "Ah! That mask!" Another ability user observed. "That man, can he actually see me?" Lita responded, "To be accurate, he was looking at the bear's corpse. He must have seen the mask you had on since you're right next to the body." The first ability user realized, "It's Sungane Bolt." "Oh, is that why?" his friend confirmed. "Oh, you're right." One of the ability users was in utter disbelief. "Are you telling me that guy killed the bear by himself? There's no way. How is that possible on day 4 of the Great Cataclysm?" They crowded around Yu Ilin, bombarding him with questions. "Hey, you're really strong. Did you already go through your second class change? Did you happen to find a hidden dungeon or something?" One of them was getting impatient. "Hey, can you not hear us? He's not answering? I hate small talk." Another tried to calm him down. "Basic mentality of outsiders. Outsiders don't talk with others. Hey! Respond if someone is talking to you. Haha, it's fine, just relax." The first guy gave up. "Looks like he doesn't want to talk with us. Let's give up." TSK, what the hell is wrong with him? One of them found a silver lining. "That's cool though. It's just like Kataka no Girum. You have some interesting taste." The ability users turned their attention back to the task at hand. "Looks like there's nothing else needs to be done. Is there anything else to help with? We have other calls from different regions. Could you please help?" A soldier responded, "Of course. That's our job." As the other ability users assessed Yu Ilin, one of them thought to himself, "He does fine with talking with new people. Seems like he's sociable. Extroverts." Meanwhile, another user nervously approached the group. I'm here to help. Is there someone here?" He thought, "If it was me I would have failed at even introducing myself." "Sungane Bolt," a man said with a smile, "Nice to meet you. I'm Dyujun." Yu Ilin stared at the outstretched hand. "Is he trying to shake my hand?" "But why?" Dyujun continued. "Seeing how you handled that bear, I think I won't be able to catch up to you during the first quest. However, I'll be sure to pass you. You better remember my name." Yu Ilin, still masked, tilted his head slightly. "What are you going to do when you pass me?" Dyujun smiled confidently. "In a world where your strength is clearly stated as levels, it's easy to tell who's the strongest within the world." He clenched his fist, a burning ambition in his eyes. "One day, I'll be higher than everyone else." Yu Ilin stared back at him, unimpressed. "Such a boring reason. You want to become a hero or something?" Dyujun looked at Yu Ilin incredulously. "Why do you need a rival?" "Huh!" Yu Ilin, masked as always, retorted. "Do you really need to compare yourself to someone to grow? What's the point of becoming stronger, for the sole point of being better than someone else?" Dyujun pointed an accusing finger. "You just don't have the guts. If you want to grow stronger, just do it quietly. And just by yourself. Whether that means you study by yourself, or practice fighting with a sandbag. Why do you want to mess other people out? Huh. If you want to become better than anyone else, you should think about becoming the best version of yourself." Dyujun's eye twitched. "If you can't even focus on yourself, how dare you try to compare yourself to other people? Even if I trained for thousands of years, I wouldn't dare try to show off myself." He continued his tirade. "You don't even do that, and what? You want to become the best? That's just too funny." Dyujun finished his rant, then turned to Yu Ilin with concern. "That's what I want to say. Yu Ilin? Are you okay?" Lita watched as Yu Ilin crouched down. "They already left." Yu Ilin nonchalantly replied, "What do you mean, Erdha? I'm perfectly fine. Outsiders like you can't do much in front of extroverts like him. It'll just be your loss. And stop acting cool." Yu Ilin's face contorted in annoyance. "Don't read my thoughts." A few moments later, the system notified him. You have obtained bear leather. Looks like there weren't any magic stones, but the leather is pretty usable. It even deflected bullets. Just then, a soldier approached him cautiously. Sungain Bolt? Yu Ilin grabbed the bear leather protectively. These are mine. No, that's not what I meant. I have an offer for you. The soldier waved his hands, trying to explain something. Yu Ilin listened intently. So if you download the app that I explained about, you'll be able to see on your map where other monsters are appearing. I hope it helps you during your hunting. The soldier smiled, holding up his phone. Isn't this top secret information? Is it okay to share it like this? It's for the sake of the citizens. If we can get rid of monsters, we hope it will reduce the total damages that we would have. Yu Ilin turned to leave, his footsteps echoing in the aftermath of the battle. The soldiers watched him go. One of them voiced his concerns. Lieutenant, are you sure we should let him leave like this? We should try to force him to cooperate with us, using whatever means we can. The lieutenant rebuked him. Idiot. Do you think an ability user like him that managed to defeat a Class 7 monster in 3 blows is going to listen to us? I've seen ability users lead entire nations in the other world, he continued, remembering the chaos he had witnessed. And monsters destroy those same nations. The lieutenant sighed. I'm sure he'll continue to become stronger. If we try to contain his actions, it might just backfire on us. He finished with a grim warning. The world is no longer bound by the same rules that we created before. This world can all fall, even the government and military, because of the other soldier, clearly intimidated, could only reply, Lieutenant, you sounded so smart just now, the soldier said. The lieutenant snapped back, Idiot. I am smart. I went to school in Seoul. What's the point of a degree in our world now? As Yu Ilin and Lita walked away, Lita commented, That soldier, he's smart. Looks like he'll live long. Yu Ilin shrugged. I don't know. I think he's just overestimating what I'm capable of, Lita countered. I think you're underestimating what you can do. Meanwhile, Lita imagined what would happen if the military tried to force him to cooperate. Yu Ilin would have destroyed the entire military for the soldiers of not following orders. The military has no means of controlling Yu Ilin. That soldier understood that and did the next best thing, staying on good terms with Yu Ilin and creating means of communicating. Yu Ilin still doesn't understand how strong, or how much he's worth in this world. Suddenly, Lita's phone buzzed with a hazardous area notification. Looks like 3 new monsters just appeared. Warning! 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 What should we do? Lita smirked. What's the point of worrying? Let's defeat all 3. Yu Ilin grinned, ready for action. Perfect. Let's do this. The scene shifts to a view of the city. After taking down the monsters, Yu Ilin was frustrated. What? We defeated those 3 monsters and I'm still at 24? Yu Ilin stared at his stats. How did I only level up 1 level? It was because those 3 monsters were weaker than the dire wolf and the brown bear. Lita explained, Your unique class requires you to have more experience. If you were like any other human, you would have easily been level 50. What about that blurry image behind you is supposed to look powerful? And stop calling it a unique class. Yu Ilin traded with the military personnel. At least we got a lot in return. And since we sold all of it to the military personnel, Yu Ilin's eyes widened. We have 10 million in cash now? With this money, I can do anything. Should I go look for property? Lita interjected, It's not smart to use money that fast like that. What if they track you down? If you don't listen to me, you'd be practically advertising that you're Usain Bolt. Lita smiled. That's why, just this one time, I'll erase the memory of the officials. With that, there's nothing to worry about. Yu Ilin was shocked. Magic from an angel is the best. He cleared his throat. Ahem, I require more praise. The military personnel were beyond grateful. Thank you. You're the best. The next morning, sunlight streamed into Yu Ilin's room, illuminating a strange notification on his phone. Yu Ilin rubbed the sleep from his eyes. What's this? The system message blared. The broken connection with the other world has been restored. Another notification popped up. From now on, you can physically go to the other world you were summoned to and complete quests to receive proper compensation. Yu Ilin tapped the screen. Yu Ilin pointed an accusing finger. What's the meaning of this? Lita explained her reasoning. The monsters on Earth were getting too strong, so I was looking around at some things. That's when Yu Ilin interrupted, his expression incredulous. You want to send them to the other world to make it safer to gain experience. Is that correct? Lita confirmed, That's correct. Yu Ilin's face contorted in rage and despair. What about me? While other people are all going to the other world, what about me? Huh, Lita waved dismissively. You were already alone to begin with. What difference does this make for you? Yu Ilin threw his head back and wailed. Even so, Mom's definitely going to ask me why I don't go to the other world. Lita paused, considering this. Lita snapped her fingers, a brilliant idea forming. Just tell her that there's nothing to learn there, so there's no point in going in the first place. Yu Ilin bristled at her words. I'm not acting like a middle schooler going through puberty. Lita's expression softened. Yu Ilin, I really am sorry about your circumstances, but then again, there's nothing I can do. I wasn't the one that decided this fate for you. Yu Ilin looked away, trying to hide his disappointment. Yeah, I know. So I guess that means I can't go to the other world. Lita perked up, sensing his dejection. It's not that impossible though, she continued, explaining the path forward. It's possible if you become a greater being. If you, Yu Ilin, were to become a greater being, not only would you be able to go to the other world, but you can even go to the heavens. You'd be on the same level as us angels. Yu Ilin's eyes widened with excitement. Really? If I become a greater being, I can see Lita again. Meanwhile, the fairy watched them with a critical eye. The more I watch them, it's almost like they're in a long-distance relationship. She paused, a realization dawning on her face. Huh. Wait, if that's the case. The fairy looked horrified as she imagined herself as Cupid. Am I acting as a messenger of love between the two of them? She screamed internally. I hate this. Singles heaven, couples hell. Singles heaven, couples hell. Singles coup. She grit her teeth, trying to regain her composure. Train harder to become a greater being so you can go to the other world and reunite with your loved one. How long does that take? Should be less than a millennia. Yu Ilin smiled softly. I guess there's something to look forward to. Urgent news. Starting today, an emergency state of martial law has been declared all throughout the country. An emergency state of martial law? Seems like it's not just our country but all over the world. I guess they have no choice since the monsters are dangerous. All schools and companies are ordered to shut down. Meanwhile, the military is planning to hunt down all the monsters. At the very least, they're trying to limit the number of people on the streets. It seems like even the government is acknowledging that they can't do anything without change. Yu Ilin approached his parents. Mom, Dad, he declared, you should go to the other world. His mom looked up, surprised. Honey, his dad sighed, still reading the paper. What's the point of going? I was there for 10 years, but I couldn't even get to my second-class change. Yu Ilin explained, but more monsters are going to appear from now on. I should continue to grow stronger. At the very least, it should be safer than here. His father finally looked up, a hint of understanding in his eyes. I understand, he smiled warmly. If that's what you think, I'll see you soon. Don't ever give up, and try your best until the very end. With that, Yu Ilin was about to head out, but his mom stopped him. What the? Why are you in a hurry? You're just going to leave like that? His mom continued, Honey, your father and I have different thoughts. Although doing your best is great, make sure to take care of yourself. Yu Ilin responded with his mouth full, Of course I will. Hey, the food is good today. His mom suddenly dropped a bombshell. The person that's hunting monsters with a mask on is you. Yu Ilin was caught off guard. Huh? How did you know? His mom smiled knowingly. Did you really think I wouldn't be able to recognize you? I was surprised when I saw you on TV. Even when you wear a mask and different clothes, I can tell it's you. Yu Ilin was stunned. How? So this is the unique skill that mothers have when it comes to their children. Yu Ilin dramatically declared, Mom, I think I'm crying. The world and even the heavens have looked down on me. His mom shot back, Who's looking down on you? His mom's expression softened. I don't know how you managed to get that strong, but I'm still worried for you. Always be careful, and remember to pay attention at all times. I'm sure you understand how scary monsters can be, right? She pointed a finger at him for emphasis. But the only thing that's scarier than monsters are other people. There's bound to be even more evil people, so be careful, honey. Always be wary of others. Yu Ilin nodded, a small smile forming on his face. Okay. Even though she's scolding me, it's nice to hear her. His mom smiled back, waving goodbye. It's nice to see that you had a good breakfast. I'll be heading out too. Make sure to always be careful. Yu Ilin waved back. Take care. Yu Ilin was left alone in silence. Lita did the dishes previously, though. My parents left for the other world to build up experience. Although I can't go to the other world, I have other things I can do. Yu Ilin, I'll be heading to the heavens to get more quest rewards. Get ice cream on the way back. Ice cream? Alright. Now then, he flicked the light switch. Last night, I bought a storage unit using the money I had. From now on, this will be my workshop. Yu Ilin surveyed his new workshop. Although I don't have all the things that I need, he frowned, thinking about the monster parts he'd collected. Raw leather and bones go bad if I don't take care of it quickly. I was hoping to use some metal too. But since I don't have materials, he eyed the pile of bones. This should be good enough for the bones, Yu Ilin sighed, considering the work ahead. It looks like taking care of the leather and hardening it takes too long at this rate. I wonder how long it'll really take me to finish creating equipment. Suddenly, Lita popped in. You can take care of that with magic. Yu Ilin turned to her, surprised. Huh? You're already back? That was quick. Did you buy the ice cream? Lita averted her eyes. Yu Ilin was surprised. Ertha, do you know how to use gigantification magic too? What the? Who the hell do you think I am? I was using reduction magic this entire time. Lita held out her hand. Forget it. Give me your hand. I'll be giving you your reward. Lita waited patiently. Yu Ilin blushed. Okay. Yu Ilin took her hand, savoring the moment. Ertha's hand, it's cold but smooth. Yu Ilin was surprised. Heaven's quest agent duty completed. Huh, another notification popped up. All stats have increased by 1. You were the most successful among the quest participants. You will be given additional rewards. What? The system announced, you have obtained the Eternal Flame. Eternal Flame? What's this? Lita gestured towards the kitchen. Look at that. Yu Ilin was shocked. Huh? Inside the furnace, when did that fire start? I didn't even start it. Eternal Flame. An everlasting flame that's alive? This is exactly what I needed. I knew it. That's what I told Lita. Lita, take this. And this too. And tell Ilin about me. Can you stop? Am I your personal assistant? Lita was very much worried about you in the heavens. Really? Lita, send it. Couples should go to hell. Lita, she really understands what I need. Of course, I also have some other good news. The heavens have given you another quest since you couldn't go to the other world. A quest? Suddenly, a booming voice echoed, declaring, as of right now, you will be creating a dungeon on Earth. Yu Ilin stared blankly, his face a mask of confusion. He was understandably bewildered. Make a dungeon? Who? Me? Why? He scratched his head, trying to process the information. How? Well, panicked, he grabbed a frying pan and some ramen. Sure, dungeons are great. I'm sorry though, I don't think I can do it. I can make some ramen. Want some? Lita, clearly annoyed, yelled, Shut up. Lita pointed an accusing finger. The heavens have declared that you will be helping in creating a dungeon, which is why they gave you this quest. Yu Ilin stared off into the distance. This quest, Lita responded defensively. Technically it's for Earth, so it's for you too. Yu Ilin was not convinced. You said 10 years is all I need, but it took a millennium. The monsters during the early stages of the Great Catastrophe were supposed to be weak, but that wasn't true, and monsters were supposed to help me grow, but that did nothing. What exactly has gone according to plans? Lita stammered. Well, she explained, it was when God stopped time on Earth that all beings on Earth were influenced by his powers, gaining resistance to his strength. Yu Ilin's eye twitched. And resulting in reactions that don't normally happen in dungeons. Are you planning on using that reason to explain everything that happens? Lita puffed out her chest. That's the plan. Why are you so bold about this? She tried to change the subject. You've developed your skills for the past millennium. Your skills in forging are godlike. Lita declared that Yu Ilin was the only person capable of building a dungeon on Earth. Yu Ilin was flabbergasted. There's no way. Ertha is complimenting me. All of a sudden, it's so suspicious. Yu Ilin pointed an accusing finger. You're trying to make me do something incredibly hard. Lita smiled, trying to sweeten the deal. It's a win-win for both of us. We fulfill our orders, and you get quest rewards for your efforts. Yu Ilin thought to himself. Why is she so good with her words? Yu Ilin asked, what happens if I don't do anything? The monsters would have nowhere to go. With the fate of humanity weighing on his shoulders, Yu Ilin despaired. And humanity will suffer as a result. Damn it! Lita presented him with a mountain of materials. Here are the blueprints and materials. We'll support you with everything you need. She explained the composition of the materials. Harcanium, Pexinum, Alhazra, these are 3 metals used by higher beings. It's not available on Earth. Yuilin's eyes widened as he examined a massive magic stone. Wow, this magic stone is huge. Lita gestured to an array of crafting tools. You can use these tools. Yuilin was practically giddy. Oh, the best tools too. Can I really use all of this? Lita's expression turned serious. We're letting you borrow it. You'll need to return it after you're done, Yuilin sulked. It was good while it lasted. Yuilin stared at the materials, dumbfounded. But how am I supposed to make a dungeon with this? Aren't I supposed to dig the ground or something? Lita's face was stern. No, she explained the task at hand. What we specifically need you to do is create magic tools to attract monsters. It transforms the surrounding area and becomes a dungeon. Lita gestured to the blueprints floating in front of him. You'll use these blueprints to create the trap of destruction. She looked at him pointedly. It won't be easy. Yuilin gulped, already feeling the weight of the task. I can already tell this'll be difficult. Lita grinned, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Regarding the quest reward, you better get things ready. Lita crossed her arms, a confident smirk on her face. Yuilin, I'll be sure to get something that'll blow your mind. Yuilin adjusted his gloves, a determined glint in his eyes. Now then, let's get started. The eternal flame blazed in the furnace, ready for its first task. Yuilin stared intently at the flame. If the eternal flame is too weak, you can put more magic stones in. He carefully placed a magic stone into the heart of the eternal flame, watching as it flared even brighter. The heat intensified as the flame roared to life. Yuilin began hammering away at the metal, the rhythmic clang echoing through his new workshop. Sweat dripped from Yuilin's brow as he continued to hammer away. Meanwhile, Lita wrung her hands in anxiety. I hope I didn't make a mistake. She started second-guessing her advice. What if Yuilin didn't change his class to a lancer, but I recommended him to become a blacksmith instead? He might have been able to create weapons that will challenge the power of the gods. Back in the workshop, Yuilin focused intently on his work. Phew, I have a basic shape now. Next is, he picked up a precision tool, his expression serious. This makes me nervous. Don't blame me if I fail. If you fail and it melts, you can start over. It's just going to take a long time. Suddenly Yuilin gasped. Yuilin continued to focus on shaping the metal with his tool, his brow furrowed in concentration, determined to get it right. Meanwhile, Lita watched him work, a knowing smile forming on her face. She finally understood. Oh, I see. I get it now. Suddenly, Lita had a flashback to a time long ago, watching Yuilin from afar. This is how she must have felt too. She realized, Lita has been looking over him like this over the past millennia all by herself. I was wondering how a high angel like Lita happened to be interested in a human like him. I'm merely explaining why Lita must have felt this way. There's nothing else to it. With a final thwack, Yuilin put down his tools. Phew, it's complete. Lita stared in disbelief. You're already done? Suddenly, a system notification appeared. You have awakened blacksmithing LV. Max. Another notification chimed in. Lita stared at the finished product in shock. Why, you completed it already? Yuilin looked back, bewildered. What do you mean, already? 5 hours have already passed. Lita was beside herself. Did I just forget about time and watch him work for 5 hours? 5 hours is way too fast. Are you sure you completed it according to the blueprint? Yuilin gestured towards the item. Seriously, check it yourself. Lita examined the item closely. It's perfect. Lita was speechless, clearly impressed by his work. She could only mutter in disbelief. A human made this? Lita cleared her throat. Ahem. At this standard, you barely passed. Yuilin pumped his fists. Really? Nice. She continued. It's time to use Manacraft now, right? Yes. I'll call my fellow angels to help with it. Please wait. Yuilin's eyes widened. Your fellow angels? Is Lita among them? Lita flatly responded, nope. Suddenly, a bright light filled the room as an angel descended. Yuilin pointed excitedly. I know that. That fluorescent light that I saw when I was really young. This is an angel's halo. Lita sighed, knowing he'd say that. The halo shimmered with divine energy. More angels appeared, their presence radiating power. The angels were in awe. Really? I can't believe a human made the trap of destruction. He completed it faster than expected. One of them sniffed the air suspiciously. It doesn't smell like the heavens at all. This is definitely made by a human on land. Yuilin, meanwhile, was distracted by the divine visitors. The angels are all beauties. I didn't realize it when she was small, but now that she's human-sized, I realize super pretty. Lita clapped her hands together impatiently. All right, let's hurry up. We don't have time. Start Manacraft right away. She turned to Yuilin. Yuilin, you just need to focus on having the will to complete the trap of destruction and set it up. One of the angels placed a hand on his shoulder reassuringly. We'll take care of the rest. Yuilin could only manage a dazed, okay. The angels began their work, divine energy swirling around them. Alright then. Here we go! The angels laid their hands on Yuilin, and divine energy began to flow into him. The pressure was immense, threatening to crush him under its weight. What intense pressure! It feels like I'm being pressed down by mana from all directions. Is this the power of higher beings? Lita watched him, a slight smirk playing on her lips. Ha! Are you unable to withstand it? Yuilin grit his teeth, determined. No. I must do it. Lita focused her energy. Focus. I made these traps. Yuilin closed his eyes, concentrating on the task at hand. I'll attract the monsters, make it look attractive to them, but keep them inside once they've entered the most attractive thing for animals that endured loneliness for 1,000 years. Something that would comfort that loneliness. Yuilin poured his heart and soul into the trap. Lita watched him work, impressed. He's pretty good for an interior human. Normal humans would have fainted the moment they met an angel. He's got a strong sense of identity. Meanwhile, Erda seemed to be struggling with the pressure. We'll get swept away if we slip up. This is hurting my pride. Another angel watched from afar, intrigued. How was such an interesting human born? Fascinating. The sun began to set on the workshop. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. You have completed clandestine Earth's trap of destruction. Manacraft level has risen to level 7. The completed artifact's quality has increased. The newly created trap pulsed with magical energy. Yuilin wiped the sweat from his brow, exhausted but satisfied. Lita stared in disbelief. Impossible, he succeeded in one try? Erda was equally shocked. I thought he'd fail at least 10 times. Whoa. This even has alpha and beta options. Yuilin tilted his head in confusion. Alpha? Beta? What's that? The blacksmith angel chimed in. They're talking about the additional options that are attached to the end product of Manacraft. The angel continued, that's what the words clandestine and earth are. It'll appear randomly based on luck, the material, and the ability of the artisan. It's super rare to see alpha and beta options for the first crafted item. The angels were practically buzzing with excitement. Wow! You're incredible, human! Let's go set up the dungeon. Yuilin looked at the angels expectantly. You should tag along too. You want to see what it's like, right? Lita's eyes sparkled. You're stating the obvious. Let's go. With the angels in tow, Yuilin was teleported to the dungeon's location, a ruined cityscape. Yuilin was stunned by the scene. Wow, this looks like the apocalypse. The end of the world. One of the angels asked, shouldn't we cast invisibility magic on him? Another responded, it's alright. As long as Yuilin doesn't attack first, they won't do anything. As they passed by, the monsters paid him no attention. They're really not reacting to him. One of the angels patted him on the back. As expected of you. You truly are the straggler that even God missed out on. Yuilin was fuming. These bitches, do they think I'm some monkey in the zoo? See if I'll even bother talking to you angels after this quest is over. With the Yuilin teleported to a new location, he surveyed the area. This place should be good. An angel materialized a glowing cube. The cube vanished in a flash of light. Yuilin stared in disbelief. Oh? What happened? It just disappeared. Lita grinned. Everything has gone smoothly so far. Yuilin looked at her, dumbfounded. What? The soldiers looked around in confusion, wondering what was happening. One of them noticed something strange. The giant rat's movement is strange. It stopped rampaging and seems to be distracted by something. Another soldier noticed the same phenomenon. The giant ants on our side are also all moving in the same direction. What's happening? The soldiers looked around in confusion as the monsters changed direction. Lita observed the situation, a hint of grudging respect in her eyes. I hate to admit this, but this human is talented at making traps. Lita revealed, the dungeons in other places are also activated. Yuilin looked surprised. Other dungeons? Didn't you say they can't be used anymore? Lita replied, but it was a pity to throw them away, so we cast magic to change the dungeon's energy into Earth's and the other traps of destruction. No wonder there was so little Harcanium. Recycling, the first step to becoming environmentally friendly, after all. The angel smiled knowingly. Oh, the two of you are quite close, huh? Yuilin's face soured. Not really. Not exactly? Yuilin stared blankly ahead. He thought to himself, despite surviving for 1,000 years in the end, they're heading towards destruction just like that because of what God and his angels wanted. Yuilin continued to ponder. God's power is overwhelming. He's able to send all of humanity into a different world in an instant, and render monsters helpless with his omnipotent power. In the end, humans are also just dancing in the palm of God. The fact that I was left behind for 1,000 years was settled just because of one word error. He remembered the touch of her hand. He looked back at Lita. Without Lita, I might have already gone crazy. But right now, Lita isn't by my side. I want to become stronger. So strong that nothing. There were reports that the sudden movements of monsters that took place in Seoul last night were because the functions of the dungeons that were located in various places were activated. Dungeons have appeared not just in Seoul, but all around Korea, Japan, and even some parts of China. Reporter Odegi, please tell us the details. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a child wondered, when is Mom and Dad coming back? He thought to himself, I can't imagine what it's like for the two of them to fight, but since they're very experienced living in society, they'll probably make it somehow. Back in Japan, it seems like the dungeons are functioning properly without any issues. Great job, Yu-ilin. Yu-ilin turned to Lita. Didn't you say I still need to make 27 more? Why did the angels go back already? I could resume work right away, though. Lita explained, tremendous amounts of mana are needed for the trap of destruction. Since they're out of mana, it'll take 2 days to recover. Yu-ilin, surrounded by 2 angels, asked, you guys aren't the only angels, right? You know, for example, like, there's Lita, or you know Lita. One of the angels responded, angels aren't that free. Lita is having a tough time with the increase in tasks because she's taking extra care to make sure things are going easy for you. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking of? Yu-ilin stammered, I didn't say anything. The angel finished. She probably won't be able to be dispatched to Earth for the time being. Yu-ilin's face fell slightly. I see she can't come, huh? Yu-ilin shook off his disappointment. In any case, let's go to the workshop. I'll start on the foundation work first. The fairy angel looked at him incredulously. You're really obsessed with work. As they walked, Yu-ilin suddenly asked, come to think of it, why did you become bigger when we were making the dungeon and go back to being small now? The angel smirked. It's because I've got other missions to perform as an angel. This is the perfect size to be your age, she added. You draw the line really clearly, huh? Back in Ilin's workshop, the tools were neatly organized, ready for another day of crafting. Yu-ilin, ever the workaholic, grinned. Let's make a few more traps for tomorrow. The fairy angel watched him, a thoughtful expression on her face. She spoke up, Yu-ilin, since the results yesterday were better than expected, I'll give you a small present as a reward. You probably won't have the time to make traps after this. Yu-ilin perked up at the mention of a reward. What? You want to give me more Harcanium? That metal was pretty good. The angel quickly shut down his hopes. Stop daydreaming. Instead, a stack of processed monster leather appeared in a flash of light. The angel announced, the drying and sterilization of the monster leather that you obtained from hunting have been completed in an instant. Yu-ilin examined the monster leather, practically vibrating with excitement. This is perfect. Wait, it feels like the quality has improved. An angel's magic truly is the best. How's that? You have additional work to do now, right? Praise me more. He grinned, already planning his next crafting project. Yeah. I'll be able to make gloves and boots with this. Yu-ilin got right to work, hammering away at the leather with newfound enthusiasm. A system window popped up, displaying his creation, dire wolf leather gloves, grade rare, with a defense power of 600 and attack power of 700. Next up were the boots, dire wolf leather boots, grade rare, boasting a defense power of 550 and an attack power of 750. He pumped his fist. Great. The ventilation option is available too. It'd be troubling if I couldn't move properly because it feels too hot while I wear armor, after all. Lita watched him work, arms crossed. Since when did you get so good at strengthening techniques? Yu-ilin smirked. Ha! I told you, didn't I? Labor work is all about having the know-hows. Yu-ilin eyed the bare leather, already envisioning his next masterpiece. I'll make my armor with the bare leather. Lita watched him, a small smile playing on her lips. Time passed, marked only by the changing light outside the workshop. After what felt like no time at all, Lita yawned widely. It's been a day already, she suggested. Why not rest a little before continuing? Yu-ilin shook his head, focused on his work. Just a little more, and I'm done. I don't feel tired either, Lita conceded, a hint of amusement in her voice. Well, I guess staying up one night wouldn't do anything to that superhuman stamina of yours. It's done, the system notified him, displaying the stats for the newly crafted hard bare leather armor. Grade unique. Defense power, 2100. Durability, 850/850. The description continued, explaining that it was boiled leather armor made by an artisan who had reached the highest level, using the leather of a second-class monster known as Brown Big Bear. Yu Ilin grinned. Is it finished? There's still some work left. He touched the armor, ready to keep going. I still need to strengthen it. Yu Ilin focused his mana, enhancing the armor further. Another system notification popped up, this time displaying the clandestine Sharp Dark Star artificial leather armor. Grade Unique. Defense Power, 2200. Durability, 900/900. It was boiled leather armor crafted from brown Big Bear leather, enhanced with a special process to greatly aid in battles. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Mana craft had risen to level 8. Yu Ilin examined the armor closely. There's a hidden function in this armor, I think I know what it is from its name. He grinned, imagining the possibilities. It has sharp thorns hidden and it'll pop out as a counterattack if it takes damage, huh? That's right. It acts like a porcupine. A super porcupine that'll be able to send even a tiger running. Lita looked unimpressed. Even the bracelet you made last time had something like a mantis claw popping out. Yu Ilin's face lit up. Why do you like to hide blades and make them pop out? Lita paused, a bit taken aback by the question. You're asking about it, huh? She looked at him curiously. It was just a random question, but the atmosphere, is there a special reason for it? Like porcupines harmed your parents or something? Yu Ilin declared with fiery passion, it's because it's a man's dream. You already know my parents are fine. Lita could only respond, oh, what deep meaning. Her wings flared in disbelief. My ass! What nonsense is that? I was listening seriously for nothing. Yu Ilin changed the subject. In any case, it looks like there are also alpha and beta options this time. People might start thinking that if you make something with mana craft, you'll naturally get options. That's totally not the case, though. Lita replied, is that so? He glanced at the scattered bones. Oh. There are some bones left. I'll use them to make a knife for butchery. It's hard to butcher with a spear. Yu Ilin got to work. A system window appeared. Bare bone knife. Grade, rare. Attack power, 500. Durability, 450/450. Yu Ilin had been busy at work, and the result was a dire wolf skull mask. Its stats were impressive. A unique grade item with 600 defense power and 660 durability, made from the skull of a man-infused wolf, granting it unexpectedly high defense. Lita noticed the new addition. You made a new mask too, huh? Yu Ilin replied, yeah, there were some extra materials. Yu Ilin admired his work. This is pretty cool, huh? He checked himself out in the mirror. I look pretty good if I cover my face. Damn it, Yu Ilin. Lita was shocked. What did you do to that mask? Your presence became even weaker. That's really incredible. Yu Ilin shrugged, a little annoyed. I didn't do anything to it. You already know it though. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the workshop. What was that sound? Did it come from outside? This is an emergency broadcast blared from the Jangyo District Office. This is the Jangyo District Office. A second-class large monster has appeared. For the people who are currently inside the building, please run to the other world. Lita frowned. There's still a monster that hasn't been trapped by the dungeon. Yu Ilin looked stricken. Oh, no, please be weaker than a brown big bear. Lita tilted her head, confused by his reaction. Yu Ilin, are you scared to fight right now? That's unlike you. No, that's not it. Yu Ilin's eyes burned with a strange intensity. If it's stronger than that bear, then I need to strip its leather and make new armor. I hate butchering more than fighting. He steeled himself. Before we fight, Yu Ilin grabbed his spear. I need to fix my steel spear. Yu Ilin examined his handiwork. The fatally sharp steel spear, now grade unique, boasted an attack power of 1100 and a bonus 20% chance to land critical hits. It was a miracle, forged by human hands without mana. Yu Ilin grinned. Due to it being the best weapon again, its ability has increased. Amazing, I only fixed it, but the attack power increased by 300. He turned to Lita, practically vibrating with excitement. Give me this. Lita deadpanned, no? Please. No. Yu Ilin's face fell as he realized the gravity of the situation. Outside, the city was crumbling under the monster's assault. Yu Ilin sprinted towards the source of the chaos, spear in hand. Lita pointed. Over there. The monster, a massive, spotted jaguar, tore through the city with ease. It roared, a sound that shook the very foundations of the buildings. The soldiers were in a panic. Even an anti-tank rocket isn't working. Those who change classes, come out and throw knives at it. We need to use missiles. At this rate, the Blue House will be under attack. The Blue House. As the monster continued its rampage, Lita and Yu Ilin watched the chaos unfold. Besides the soldiers, those who changed classes are fighting too. Civilians watched in horror as the military struggled against the beast. If it's the other world, we can safely obtain experience points. But to fight a strong opponent here on Earth, it's too much. One man lamented. Even if they've changed classes, it'll be difficult for them to stab a second-class monster. Yu Ilin steeled his resolve, his gaze hardening. However, they aren't wrong. Even if they can go to the other world, Earth is the place where I live, so it'll be meaningless if it gets destroyed. Yu Ilin clenched his fist, ready to face the danger head-on. I'm not planning on putting my life on the line for others. But if I need to work a little harder in order to save others, I can do that much. The leopard monster roared, its massive form dwarfing the surrounding buildings. That leopard is definitely stronger than a brown big bear. As the tanks fired, the shells streaked towards the monster. Explosions rocked the city as the tank rounds slammed into the beast. Nice. We hit it! If we attack its face, it won't be safe. A soldier's eyes widened in terror. The leopard monster snarled, its eyes glowing menacingly. A soldier yelled, "Damn it! Run!" The monster swatted a tank aside like a toy. Let go! I said let go. The leopard monster continued its rampage, swatting aside anything in its path. Civilians scattered as the monster approached. Suddenly, a figure dove from the sky. Right now, I've never been so grateful. Yu Ilin struck the monster with his spear. Because I don't have any presents. The spear pierced the beast's eye. The monster roared in pain, flailing wildly. A critical hit. Sungain bolt. He didn't go to the other world. We're saved. The monster's massive paw swatted the tank away. Yu Ilin landed gracefully, spear in hand. He was shocked. The beast roared, blood spraying from its wounded eye. ROAR. The commanding officer yelled, "Now! Everyone, shoot!" The soldiers opened fire, pelting the monster with bullets. Use all your fire power. Die, you monster! Yu Ilin, seeing an opening, leaped into action. His masked face was grim. He smashed the tanks out of his way, clearing a path. The soldiers were terrified, staring up at the monster looming over them. Yu Ilin grabbed the nearest soldier. If you don't want to die, grab my hand tightly. The soldier clung to Yu Ilin's hand, his eyes wide with fear. The soldier screamed, "Save me!" Yu Ilin slammed his spear into the ground, creating a shockwave that sent the monster flying. The soldiers, saved from certain death, were stunned. Sungain bolt. How thank you so much. Yu Ilin sheathed his spear. Starting today, our bias will be Sungain bolt. I didn't do this so I could be treated like a hero, I just saved them because I could. The masked Yu Ilin turned his attention to the source of the sound. Run. Away. A soldier screamed in terror. Heek. The giant leopard glared menacingly. Yu Ilin realized the monster was smarter than the bear. That monster's smarter than the bear. It knows who the biggest threat to itself is. Lita warned him, "Be careful, Yu Ilin." The leopard locked its gaze on Yu Ilin. The leopard has noticed you. Roar, your stealth will no longer work. Yu Ilin, face hidden behind the mask, declared confidently, "Don't worry." The leopard towered over the city, a true beast of destruction. Seeing an opportunity, a soldier yelled, "This is our chance, attack." The leopard roared in pain as the military launched their assault. Another soldier shouted, "The leopard is focused on Sungain bolt. This is our chance to attack. Everyone, cast your spells. Aim for its eyes dash." Suddenly, a bolt of pure energy streaked across the sky. The lightning struck the leopard dead center. The soldiers looked up in disbelief. What? Where's this lightning coming from? Perched on a nearby rooftop, a mysterious girl was responsible for the lightning strike. The soldiers were in awe. Did that girl cause that lightning? It's the Empress. The Empress is here. One soldier was especially impressed. But was the Empress that pretty this whole time? Meanwhile, the leopard, reeling from the sudden attack, struggled to regain its footing. It glared menacingly. Yu Ilin, masked and ready, taunted the beast. "Come at me!" The leopard, enraged, lunged towards Yu Ilin, claws extended. The leopard swiped, but Yu Ilin dodged the blow with ease. The monster's eyes narrowed with rage. Yu Ilin struck, his spear piercing the monster's skull. Sungain bolt. What are we supposed to do if Sungain bolt dies? The crowd watched with bated breath. Look, blood splattered on the ground. There's a massive porcupine. No, is that Sungain bolt? Look. I think I'm getting my money's worth, don't you think? Let me just say 3 things. You look awful. Very awful. Looks aren't what matters, as long as it does its job. Oh, is that so? Are you fine with showing Lita this appearance? No. I would never. See what I'm saying? The monster roared in pain. The leopard was moving way too fast for Lita. He's moving too much. Uilhan, I think I'm getting motion sick. No! Don't throw up on my head, Uilhan thought to himself. I should have learned how to rock climb. The leopard's massive paw slammed down. Uilhan dodged the attack. Uilhan's foot landed in a pool of blood. He grimaced. Critical hit! Critical hit! Critical hit! Your critical hit skill has reached LV2. He's moving slower. Fire! Keep on the attack. Faster, faster. Charge. For a Class 2 monster, attacks from humans that are only Class 1 usually have no effect. However, there are times when even an army of ants can win against an elephant. This shows how important tactics are. Lita urged, Uilin, hurry up and end things. He tilted his head. How, why? I think they can take care of the rest anyways? Suddenly, Lita's eyes widened. This leopard is on the verge of evolving into Class 3. The leopard's body began to contort, mutating rapidly. Uilin recoiled in disgust. What the hell is that? Disgusting. Its upper body is starting to mutate. At a really fast rate too. I don't think I'm the best one to deal with things like tentacles. Bring an elven archer or a knight princess. Lita snapped back. You realize this isn't the time to joke around, right? I hope you understand that I can't help you, even if you die right here? Uilin replied, I thought a joke would at least stop me from crying. Uilin realized, it hasn't even fully evolved into its third class yet. I need to decide while I still have the chance, damn? The monster's flesh pulsed with dark energy. Empress? The monster lunged forward, claws extended. I can't kill it with my attacks. The level difference is too high. Shit, it keeps regenerating. I need to deal enough damage to stop it from regenerating. I can buff you with magic. Lita, catching her breath, suddenly had an idea. Buff. However, I won't have any mana after doing so. Are you sure you can kill it? Uilin didn't hesitate. Just buff me already. I'm counting on you then. Lita focused her energy, red eyes glowing with determination. Uilin was taken aback. He watched as Lita rocketed toward him, a tiny silhouette against the sky. Huh! She slammed into him, channeling every last bit of her mana. Lita explained the risks. In order to buff you, I need to make physical contact. It'll use all the remaining mana that I have, and I won't be able to help you. Lita's expression was serene. My life will be in your hands. Uilin, masked and ready, couldn't help but be a little unnerved by her trust. What does she mean with her life is in my hands? Don't be so trusting now. Lita, with a final surge of power, Lita cried out, here we go. Uilin felt the surge of power as the system message appeared before his eyes. Thunder Spirit is dwelling inside your body. The system continued, displaying all the buffs he had received. Attack power, movement speed, and probability of hitting a critical hit has increased by 50 for 30 seconds. When attacking, Thunder will dwell at a constant rate. Once the buff ends, for 3 minutes, all abilities will be decreased by half. Lita watched in amazement. For a human, that's amazing. How good is he at holding mana, to be able to attack and have buffs when he's a first class? Uilin grinned, feeling the power coursing through him. Okay, nice. If it's like this, he moved with blinding speed. The leopard didn't even have time to react before Ilin's spear struck, empowered by Lita's magic. The battle wasn't over yet. The woman in charge of the situation realized, if we can't kill it, they're going to use missiles. If it comes to that, the amount of casualties and damages will greatly increase. She knew they couldn't let that happen. Around this area, my workshop's around here. Ilin's spear struck true, empowered by the Thunder Spirit and Lita's magic. A critical hit. Additional lightning hit. The leopard exploded in a burst of gore and light as Ilin's spear pierced its core. System notifications flooded Ilin's vision. He had gained a whopping 784,983 experience points, leveling him up to level 28. His strength, agility, stamina, and mana had each increased by 5. Plus, he'd obtained the record of the level 87 giant leopard. Lita sighed in relief. Phew, good job, Uilin. It's good you defeated it before you evolve into a third class. She turned to him, questioning. Is the leopard really dead? Uilin confirmed, yes it is. Didn't you get some experience points? Uilin sat down wearily, while Lita crawled away from him. He exclaimed in disbelief. A party? There's a system like that? I was always going around alone, so I didn't know something like that existed. Lita crossed her arms, looking annoyed. I had no idea. It's totally not my fault. A loner doesn't do things like parties. They dunno. There's no need to either, he snapped back. Shut up. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. The time limit has run out for the buff. For 3 minutes, all stats will be reduced by half. With the buff now expired, the massive leopard corpse began to fall. It plummeted towards Yuilin. Yuilin barely managed to stand up. Thanks. I almost fell. Lita shot back. You barely just won. It'd be so disappointing if you die from getting squashed by a corpse. The crowd erupted as the massive leopard corpse landed right in front of Yuilin. You did it, you did it, the soldiers cheered. We won! Sungain Bolt. Sungain Bolt. Lita, standing beside him, heard the crowd's praise. Empress's last carry was dope. Empress. The cheering is directed at you. Enjoy it. Lita noticed his odd behavior. Huh? What's wrong, Yuilin? There aren't any more enemies. You won. Yuilin just stared at the corpse. No, he suddenly pointed at the leopard's hide. Now that I look at it, the leather is all messed up. I can't make new leather armor out of this. Lita was dumbfounded. Is that really important? I can't even beat him up. It is. It's really important to me. Wah. Yuilin stared at the leopard's corpse, now half its original size. Since it's dead, the size has decreased by half. How am I supposed to divide the carcass? First, we need to break it apart, so let me try. A soldier stepped forward, brandishing a knife. Please wait, the masked man insisted. Dismantling carcasses is my specialty. Right. That's true. Lita turned to the crowd. Excuse me. What's the best way to divide this out? The crowd murmured, distracted by her beauty. Wow, she's so pretty. Who knew the Empress was so beautiful? Lita stated firmly, you get 60%. 20 for me, and 20 for the others. She looked at the crowd expectantly. You're all fine with that, right? If it's 60%, Yuilin plunged his spear into the corpse, ready to start dismantling the beast. He reached into the monster's chest cavity, pulling something out. He held up a shining stone. I knew it'd have one. You should look forward to the quality since you're someone who's wanting to evolve to a third class. It's a mana stone, a second-class mana stone. Yuilin turned to the crowd, holding the stone aloft. How's this? That should be worth 60. He pocketed the stone. Then with this, that's my share. You guys can share the rest. But it's a mana stone. Shouldn't the mana stone be excluded? That's right. We fought with our lives on the line too. We inflicted damage too. We can't accept it if we're dividing it up like this. As expected, low-ranking people are hopeless. I was the idiot for thinking everyone was like you. Thanks for the compliment, Eartha. At least you knew that was a compliment. Alright, since everyone's complaining, let's do it like this. Good answer. It's a relief that he's someone who understands what we're saying. You should have done it sooner. What are you planning to do? Are you really going to give them the mana stone? It's not easy to persuade people in this situation. My mother always said this, son. Yuilin's mother's wisdom echoed in his mind. Keep this in mind, solving things using words is not as easy as you think. She'd always said, so why bother arguing with words, when you have perfectly good fists? Yuilin was speechless. Wow, Mom, you're so cool. I'm going to be a filial son that listens to his mother well. He turned back to the crowd, holding out the mana stone. I'll give you the mana stone. Suddenly, he felt a surge of power through his body. The soldiers panicked. If you throw it back in there, Yuilin stood firm. Take it however you like, and like it was said before, I'll take my portion. If it's shy of 60, Yuilin stood tall, his spear grounded, ready to face the mutated leopard. No one here will be safe. The crowd behind him were terrified. The soldiers started bickering amongst themselves. Why don't you go get it? No, how can I? More importantly, how are we supposed to accurately give him 60? Phew, then why did you complain to Sungain Bolt? One soldier pleaded. Even if we all combine our strength, we can't go against him. Just take back the mana stone. Yuilin stared back at them expectantly. The soldiers remained silent. Finally, one of them spoke up. Do as you please. If you can butcher my share, I'll give you 40 of it. I'll give you more leather than bone. Deal. If we want to transport this, we'll need to call a car. Calling a car, she's either from a wealthy family or has a successful business. Come to think of it, didn't she come on a helicopter? The crowd, seeing the opportunity, started to plead. Sungain Bolt, please help us. We need your help. We can't skin it without your help. We'd do a horrible job. I want to get a lot of loot and go to the other world too. Lita watched the scene unfold, unimpressed. How typical. Earlier, they were complaining that you were taking the mana stones, but now they're asking you to help with the butchering. Don't they have any shame? Yuilin sighed, his shoulders slumping. It's making me sick of my job. Maybe I should quit and move to the countryside. Yeah, and call in Rita as your replacement. Yu Ilin made his decision. I'll keep the job for now. In exchange for butchering 50%, the crowd erupted in protest. What? Why is it 40 for the Empress and 50 for us? Discrimination. You want 50% just for butchering? They quickly changed their tune. Or not okay. Do it. As Yu Ilin began dividing up the loot, one of the soldiers protested. Hey, divide it equally. Why are you taking one more? Yu Ilin immediately shut him down, pointing at himself. Look at the size difference. Why are you talking casually to me? How old are you? Time to go home. Someone called out after him. Hey, wait up. Yu Ilin paused, turning his masked face towards the voice. Lita complimented him. Your stealth skill is amazing. I wouldn't have seen you leave if I wasn't focusing on you. I didn't learn it because I wanted to, she continued, offering an alliance. I want to form a party with you if you'd like. I think you'd make a perfect partner. Yu Ilin didn't hesitate with his response. I disagree, I see. I plan on staying on Earth. I'm not so weak that I need to go back to the other world for quests. She continued. You're the same, right? I believe we'll meet each other more often. She held out a business card. Here's my card. Please contact me. With the offer made, she turned and walked away. The card read Kong Mi Ray. The phone number was 00-0000000000. The mobile number was 000-00000000, and there was an email address. Yu Ilin stared at the card. Kong Mi Ray is the Empress name? He watched her leave. I like that she's not persistent. I'm not gonna contact her though. Yu Ilin turned back to Ertha. Ertha, let's go home. There's a lot of work to do. Meanwhile, the leopard's corpse lay still. This is the 5th now. Ertha looked stressed. A tertiary-class monster's already about to form. What is wrong with Earth? Go ask God. I can't come to a conclusion on my own. I said go ask God. Yu Ilin stared at her flatly. You weren't saying anything at the scene. Why are you complaining now? Geez, Ertha huffed. I have a face to upkeep as a higher being. How can I show my frustration like this in front of all those lower beings? Okay, but you're fine with it in front of me? Ertha's face was a mask of frustration. Why are you so relaxed? This is your world's problem. Don't you realize how bad of a problem it is that a tertiary-class monster appeared in a world where there are only a few people with primary title? The power balance shifted heavily toward the monsters right now. Right now, humans are growing stronger in the other world with easier quests that God has provided for them, but the monster's evolution rate is much faster. How can we correct this balance? Yu Ilin shrugged. I'm not laid back about it. There's nothing I can achieve by worrying, so I'm just doing what I can. Ertha pressed on, tiny and insistent. How are the other countries doing? Korea's the only place where the monsters are about to evolve to tertiary class. Yu Ilin stopped hammering and turned serious. Then that must be the problem. Trap of destruction. Ertha looked shocked. Ertha considered the implications. The trap of destruction strengthened the monsters? That's impossible, but, she realized, it could have been the trigger. The monsters might have gone into berserk mode and awakened from the threat they felt from it. She explained. In other worlds, the monsters were trapped before they could feel any kind of vigilance. That's why most monsters' evolutions happen in dungeons. She continued. Through countless crossbreedings in the dungeons, new and more dangerous monsters appear, which then devolve each other. Evolution in dungeons occur very rarely. Yu Ilin grimaced. A true abode of demons, Ertha added, but if they're not trapped in the dungeons, then they'll evolve by eating humans instead of other monsters. Monsters don't really fight each other often. That's why their growth is stunted when inside dungeons. She concluded, so dungeons are really helpful to humans. Yu Ilin nodded. Ooh yes. Which also means you're just as great for creating dungeons. I'll have to hurry and make more traps of destruction. He infused the mana stone with his unique brand of chaotic energy. Lita watched him work, curious. Do you have fun making things? Yu Ilin looked up, surprised by the question. Yeah, it's fun. He turned back to his work, a thoughtful expression on his face. But there's no point if that's all there is to it. The reason I make things is to gain new experiences. Lita considered his words. Right. Yu Ilin had to live in an unchanging world for 1,000 years, all alone, so being hungry for new experiences is very understandable. What was I just thinking? Did I just relate to a lower being? But, it's not a bad feeling. Yu Ilin, grow stronger. Once you're stronger, you'll be able to experience a lot more things. Whenever and wherever. Yeah, I know. I'm gonna grow strong. Time passed and, Once night came, the angels that recovered their mana came back. After completing the trap of destruction with mana craft, the angels left to create dungeons. I don't know which country it'll pop up in, but I hope there won't be any dangerous monsters. Even if a tertiary class monster appears because of the trap of destruction, it won't be your fault. You're carrying out a very important duty right now. That's, Yu Ilin replied, I know. Thanks for caring. Lita just stared back at him. Yu Ilin stretched, yawning widely. I'm a bit tired. Yu Ilin stepped into the shower. He stared at his reflection. Meanwhile, the news reported that a secondary class monster had caused enormous damage to XX district. Yu Ilin stepped out of the shower, toweling off. Ertha remarked, don't you think I bulked up a bit? Ertha ate some bread, looking annoyed. Did you just realize? You grow every time you level up, so don't be surprised each time. Yu Ilin smirked. I feel like I look better too. What do you think? Ertha scoffed. Your face is irrelevant to a higher being like me, but to a human, maybe so. He flexed in the mirror. Oh, heck yeah. Biceps. Triceps. Look at this, Ertha. Ertha, looking up from her potato chips, shouted Yu Ilin, stop blocking the TV. And get dressed. Yu Ilin grinned, grabbing the bag of chips. Haha, I'm going to bed. Ertha watched him go. You sleep early too. Don't watch TV for too long. Yu Ilin tossed the bag of chips onto the couch. Ertha stared blankly. She plopped down on the couch, munching on her chips. That kind of body and face is nothing amongst the higher beings. Ertha munched on a chip, thinking, Yu Ilin's real greatness isn't the outside, but the ins dash. PRN, we keep stepping into dangerous territory and I don't like it. She shook her head. If I say it like that, then it sounds like I'm praising his personality. Lita suddenly appeared, sparkling with excitement. My Ilin is real awesome, right? I'm glad you agree to. Ertha cut her off, yelling, shut up, Rita. Meanwhile, Yu Ilin was having a dream. Rita, I miss you. He woke up to the sound of his alarm. He woke up to a strange notification. What's this? An alarm? No, a skill? He read the system message. You have reached rest level max. All efficiency rates of resting activities will be raised. If you have ingredients for resting evolution, you can evolve the skill to the next level. He blinked in disbelief. Rest skill? That kind of skill exists? WTF? Suddenly, Lita burst into the room, practically vibrating with shock. The rest skill? She confronted him, eyes wide. When did you learn a skill with a difficulty learning of S? This skill is an S rank? Just for resting? You're joking, right? Lita continued, flabbergasted. How did you learn it? I haven't learned it either. Yu Ilin looked back, a little surprised by her reaction. That's what? She's serious? This skill's that great? Yu Ilin, bathed in a heavenly glow, explained his secret. Each night for the last hundreds of years I researched how I can sleep the most comfortably. Lita stared, completely dumbfounded. He researched sleeping with that much effort? She muttered, unbelievable. Lita was genuinely amazed. You earned a skill that's super hard to learn and even harder to evolve. How impressive, Yu Ilin, I'm genuinely amazed. Yu Ilin tilted his head, confused. What is this skill used for? For sleeping and resting well. That's it. What else would there be? Suddenly, Lita's eyes flashed. No, that's not it. She pointed an accusing finger at Yu Ilin. If that was it, you wouldn't have been so shocked. Gay. I've been found out. Yu Ilin's eyes glowed red as he demanded, confess. Tell me the truth. He smirked. Well, I wasn't intending on hiding it. Enough with the jokes. Yu Ilin's expression turned sheepish. Lita adjusted her glasses, ready to drop some knowledge. It's about time I explained to you about skill evolution. Lita began to explain. Skill evolution? Skill evolution is a kind of achievement like skill obtaining, and it has similar rules to title change. It offers new paths according to the user's experiences. It's like a pathway of the Akashic records. Yu Ilin looked blankly at her. Teacher Ertha, what is it? Student Yu Ilin. Explain it to me like I'm 5, please. Lita gave a simple example. Like this before and after, the skill becomes OP. She paused. Alright, that's much more easy to comprehend, she continued. The skills you have that have satisfied the requirements for evolution are taijutsu, spear arts, rest, and stealth. Butchering and blacksmith don't have further levels. You're already at the peak for those. Lita tapped her chin thoughtfully. Stealth is a skill you can't control actively, so minus that, taijutsu and spear arts have evolution requirements too hard for you to fulfill at your level, so take those out, too. That's also why I didn't bring up skill evolution until now. Yu Ilin pondered this new information. Then I guess the rest skill is different? Lita gave a knowing smirk. Check for yourself. Yu Ilin looked stricken. That doesn't mean climbing Baekta is easy. Lita dismissed his concerns. You can easily do it, he was flustered. You have a tendency to overestimate me. I can't even use mana yet, and I'm still just level 26. Lita considered his progress. Yu Ilin's leveling speed is definitely really slow. Is it because of his title? She explained the limitations. The wall against mana is absolute. The power difference between being able to use mana and not being able to is very big, she continued, highlighting his strengths. The reason Yu Ilin's so strong right now is because of the martial arts that he's learned for 1,000 years. Ertha's expression turned serious. If even one of his martial arts or stats are lacking, he'll be surpassed by other humans. But what if he learns to use mana? Then he'll become a being who can rule over all creation of the Akashic record. That day will definitely come. What kind of revolution will he cause as he grows stronger? Phew. Yu Ilin found a note next to a full breakfast. Son, make sure to eat breakfast. I put the other side dishes in the fridge. He wondered, so where am I supposed to find and kill trolls? Are they even on Earth? Lita appeared, ready to drop some knowledge. Once the mana's activated, monsters that weren't here before will begin to appear. Creatures that didn't used to exist on Earth will appear as mana gets stronger. Lita continued her explanation. Yu Ilin looked at her, unimpressed. Are you some teacher? Lita puffed out her chest. I'm amazing for explaining it at your level. Just then, the TV blared. Next news. The news report showed a devastated cityscape. This is where a secondary class monster attacked a few days ago. Monster attack causes extensive damage. Many buildings were destroyed due to this incident. Yu Ilin, mid-bite, casually remarked, that's where I fought 2 days ago. The place where you left the giant leopard corpse, right? Yu Ilin stared at the TV in disbelief. Whoa, the corpse is gone. They took it all in just 2 days? Damn, Lita paused, a knowing look on her face. It might not be what you're thinking. Yu Ilin tilted his head in confusion. Huh. As you can see, the place where the secondary class monster's dead body was as clean. The news anchor continued, it disappeared along with the people, who were sharing the loots of the hunt. What? Some are saying that a dungeon opened and swallowed them all up. Yu Ilin's expression darkened. No. It couldn't have been a dungeon, he declared with certainty. There was a different monster. Yu Ilin sat in his chair, contemplating the news report. The giant leopard was definitely dead. We even took its mana stone. The hunt is over at that point in 99.9% of cases. Lita looked back at him, puzzled. Then what about the 0.01? Lita suddenly realized what it was. A pregnant monster if the monster had a baby that was about to be born. Yu Ilin's eyes widened as he put the pieces together. I see. It was pregnant. Yu Ilin recalled the moment. It was very quick, but I saw a black leopard on the screen. Lita grimaced. I think it's a master of stealth. Yu Ilin clenched his fists. This wouldn't have happened if I had completed the butchering. Lita tried to reassure him. Yu Ilin, it's not your fault. It's the consequences of the greed of those humans. Yu Ilin looked down, guilt washing over him. But a lot of people died. There were people among those that helped or trusted and supported me. Lita watched him carefully, surprised by his reaction. How unexpected. I didn't think he'd be this affected. She frowned, still trying to understand him. I still don't understand him very well. Yu Ilin pictured the dying monster. I see now why it was so mad until the moment it died. He realized the monster's motivation. In order to hide its baby, right? Lita confirmed his suspicions. Right. It's my fault for not thinking of that happening. Especially since the baby's special skill is stealth. Yu Ilin listened intently as Lita explained, plus, I left half the body there without butchering it. The baby must have been hiding. Lita continued, yes. I wasn't able to notice it because of its stealth skill. And because of the people fighting over the body of the mother wasn't fully butchered. She elaborated further. I assume the people there spent a long time arguing over the loot. And while they argued, the baby was born. Lita looked up, a thoughtful expression on her face. It was a miraculous coincidence. Lita paused, preparing to drop a bombshell. And, suddenly, a vision flashed before Yu Ilin's eyes, showing the terrified faces of people being attacked by something with glowing red eyes. Yu Ilin snapped back to reality, his mind racing. Yu Ilin's face tightened with worry. I hope it's not true, he muttered with a nervous smile. But is it a tertiary class? Lita crossed her arms, confirming his fears. Considering how good its stealth skill is, it certainly is a tertiary class monster. Yu-Ilin stared blankly at the TV. Lita asked him directly, "Do you think you can do it?" Yu-Ilin turned away, lost in thought. "It'd be hard on my own. But I think it's worth trying if I'm prepared enough. Plus," Yu-Ilin clenched his fist, a competitive fire in his eyes. "If the opponent is a stealth user, I can't let myself lose." Yu-Ilin recoiled from the title. "Wow, as expected of the stealth master, Yu-Ilin. Don't call me master. Anyway, it won't have any other skills that are as good as its stealth, right?" Lita gave a knowing smile. "I think so," she continued, laying out the game plan. "It's impossible for one being to have excellent skills in all areas. Since its stealth skill is good, its defense power or strength should be weak. If you can offset its stealth skills, it's worth a fight." Yu-Ilin turned away, already thinking about countermeasures. "Alright, I'll have to get to making equipment right away." He grabbed his trusty crafting cloak. He knew time was of the essence. "I gotta defeat it as soon as possible. It'll cause a lot of damage if left alone." Then, he paused, realizing something. "Ah, right. I should call for some help." Yu-Ilin scrambled for a solution. "The business card I got before, here it is." Lita watched him, concerned. "Are you gonna use that phone to call? You may as well just make a public announcement saying that Sungain Bolt is Yu-Ilin." Yu-Ilin smacked his forehead. "Right. They'll know it's me if I use my phone," he sighed in frustration. He spotted a public phone booth. He quickly punched in the numbers from Kong Mairi's business card. Lita nodded approvingly. "She'll be of help." "Good judgment." The phone rang, waiting for the other end to pick up. Yu-Ilin located a public phone booth, a relic of a bygone era. He picked up the receiver. "Hello?" Yu-Ilin started the conversation, trying to play it cool. "Hi, it's been a while, 2 days. Who is this?" Yu-Ilin pinched the bridge of his nose, hoping this wouldn't be too awkward. Kong Mairi stammered in disbelief. "It's Sungain Bolt." Kong Mairi's eyes widened in shock. Kong Mairi gushed with excitement. "Sungain Bolt SSI. Hi. I didn't expect you to call me so soon. I'm so embarrassed." Kong Mairi giggled, trying to hide her embarrassment. "I guess you're embarrassed about your nickname? Anyways," her tone shifted, becoming serious. "You saw the news, right? That's not a dungeon." Yu-Ilin's eyes widened, listening intently. "It's a monster. A strong monster with a stealth skill." Kong Mairi's expression turned grave as she explained the situation. He slammed the phone back onto the receiver. Kong Mairi's pretty quick to catch on. She said she'll also let the military and government know just in case. She must have a lot of connections. "Then shall I also go get ready?" Yu-Ilin started gathering his materials. "The basics are done, I'll get right to work then." Lita watched him curiously. "What are you making?" "Your steel spear should be enough for a weapon." Yu-Ilin grinned mischievously. "Just watch." Lita, clearly impatient, demanded, "I asked what you're making." Yu-Ilin, ever the troll, just smiled as he hammered away. He was making posts. Lita was confused. "What are these for? Are you gonna make a necklace or something for a giant?" She scoffed. "Hey, wrong. Go back to kindergarten and learn again." She crossed her arms, clearly annoyed. Then, realization dawned on her face. "That shape, I get it now. It's a spear." No, the spear took shape, revealing its true purpose. "It's a harpoon." Yu-Ilin grinned. "Correct. This is way different from a spear." He explained the weapon's function. "Its purpose is to be thrown at the prey so that you can pull the prey back. It's used a lot for whale hunting." Yu-Ilin knew exactly what he needed. A harpoon's great at penetrating and hard to take out once it's in. A normal rope won't do the job, so if I make a rope from the giant leopard's leather, it'll be sturdy enough. Lita was impressed. "You're really good at this." "Yu-Ilin, are you sure you're not already using mana? It won't be possible to make this that quickly otherwise. Why would I be making weapons if I knew how to use mana? I would have gone immediately to beat that monster up," Yu-Ilin declared, putting the finishing touches on his harpoon. And with a final flourish, he completed his creation. "There. It's done," he smirked, inspecting his handiwork. "Using its mother's bones and leather to kill its baby, how evil, it's good bait." Yu-Ilin held a glowing mana stone in his hand. "Now then, mana craft." Lita, seeing his intentions, yelled at him. "Wait. Are you gonna use it all on just one weapon? Don't you think you're wasting it?" "No," Yu-Ilin was resolute. "It's for my own survival." Lita sighed, accepting his logic. "I guess so." What a Yu-Ilin way to think. With the mana stone ready, Yu-Ilin was ready to infuse his creation. "Then here we go." The crafting process began, the weapon taking shape. The aggressive and violent leopard hunter's harpoon was complete. Aggressive and violent leopard hunter's harpoon has been completed. Mana craft skills level has become 12. Lita was shocked at the sudden increase in his skill level. Even the skill activation time was shortened. Mana craft is usually not this easy. Don't be mistaken, Yu Ilin was ecstatic at the results. Whoa! It got an alpha and beta option again. Lita explained that the extra options weren't guaranteed. And it also doesn't always come with extra options like that. The aggressive and violent leopard hunter's harpoon was grade unique with an attack power of 1050. The harpoon stats were incredible. A 20% increase in critical hit chance and damage, a 20% increase in winding power, and durability of 960 out of 960. Yu Ilin grinned, clearly impressed. Even the options are high class. The Akashic Records knows its stuff. The options are real nice. It became an item that's twice as good as I expected. Lita looked at the weapon with disbelief. This is cheating at this point. Yu Ilin tilted his head. What's wrong? Huh. Meanwhile, Mairi was already on her way. Are you all prepared? I'm on my way to the site. Yu Ilin, still on the phone, cautioned her. Don't go in right away. The monster has stealth skills. You might be ambushed, Mairi grimly explained. It was most likely born right after its mother died, so 2 days ago. Mairi grimly stated, but he's still there. Lita wondered aloud, why would that be? Yu Ilin, still on the phone, replied, probably to take revenge on the people who killed its mother. Lita's expression turned serious. We have to be especially careful since we're the ones that killed the giant leopard. Mairi stepped out of her car, ready for action. I'm prepared, but, she asked Yu Ilin, do you have any plans? Yu Ilin confidently answered yes. Yu Ilin declared into the phone, I'm gonna make it unable to use stealth skills. So just wait until then. Mairi, still in her car, replied, I'll leave it to you. Of course. Meanwhile, Yu Ilin, with his guitar case slung over his shoulder, made his way through the devastated city. The city was eerily quiet, the silence broken only by the crunch of debris under his feet. Lita popped out from behind him. It's still nearby. Yu Ilin grinned, a glint in his eyes. Looks like it's not scared at all. How ballsy. It probably just trusts in its stealth skill. It hasn't noticed you yet. Suddenly, Yu Ilin slammed his foot into the ground, unleashing a shockwave. Yu Ilin grinned, setting up another trap. I wonder how long it'll be until it's scared. He added another layer to his preparations. One more. Yu Ilin frowned, noticing the monster's continued lack of aggression. I made noise on purpose, but it's not attacking. It should have already attacked me. Lita, observing the situation, chimed in. I don't think it's found you yet. No way, she continued, impressed by his stealth. It just means your stealth skill's better than the leopard's. And your post and harpoon was also hidden by your stealth skill. Yu Ilin couldn't believe how effective his skills were. It's not noticing anything even though I'm setting up a trap right in front of it? Lita couldn't help but admit, you really were born to be an assassin. You should definitely choose assassin as your subclass in the next title change. It's somehow humiliating. Although it's a good thing, Lita advised him, anyway, you've got the upper hand in this situation. Don't miss this chance. Yu Ilin's eyes narrowed, focusing on the task at hand. Unseen, the massive paw of the stealthy leopard crept closer. The monster finally revealed itself, its eyes glowing menacingly as it towered over Yu Ilin. The leopard roared, its eyes burning with predatory intent. Suddenly, a series of notifications popped up. He got a 10% increase in damage dealt due to stealth, and another 10% increase in damage dealt due to spear arts. He also got an increase in damage dealt due to stats. Yu Ilin realized, I see. Since harpoons count as spears, I still get the skill effects. With a mighty yell, Hiya! Yu Ilin hurled the harpoon with all his might. The harpoon pierced the leopard's hide with deadly accuracy. The harpoon struck true, but the leopard roared in defiance, its glowing eyes burning with rage. Lita observed the situation. It's about half the size of its mother. But it's definitely a tertiary class. Yu Ilin clicked his tongue. I got the bonus effects from stealth and spear arts, but the harpoon only went in halfway. He analyzed the monster's stats. It wouldn't even have been that much had it been a proper tertiary class. Since it's specialized in stealth, it does seem like its stamina and defense is lower. Lita agreed. Be glad it's specialized in stealth. Yu Ilin nodded in agreement. I know. The leopard, enraged, lunged forward, jaws snapping. Seeing the attack, Lita shouted a warning. Yu Ilin, watch out. The leopard was on him in an instant. It's fast. The harpoon connected, but the impact sent Yu Ilin flying backwards. The leopard's eyes widened in disbelief. The harpoon held firm, and the leopard was yanked off its feet. Yu Ilin, back on his feet, tested the rope's strength. The rope's pretty good. He gripped the rope tightly, ready to reel in his catch. With a surge of strength, Yu Ilin began to pull the leopard towards him. The harpoon found its mark, resulting in a critical hit. Yu Ilin grinned behind his mask. Nice. Critical, the leopard thrashed wildly, trying to dislodge the harpoon. The massive monster was pulled off balance. Yu Ilin slid across the ground, struggling to maintain his grip. He stared at his hands in disbelief. The bone blades all broken. Yu Ilin stared at the broken bone blade. But at least it wasn't my arm. I can just fix it. Lita looked annoyed. The stupid-looking arm protector actually helped. I'm a bit annoyed. Suddenly, the leopard roared, its paw glowing with power. Yu Ilin was sent flying. Yua! The leopard's paw slammed into the ground where Yu Ilin had been standing, leaving a massive crater. Yu Ilin, now airborne, exclaimed, "What's that?" "It's a skill." "What else?" He watched as the leopard prepared another attack. "It sure has a lot of tricks up its sleeves since it's a tertiary." The leopard's eyes glowed with malicious intent. The harpoon struck true. "Ha! See if this comes out." "Struggling would only make your wound worse." The leopard roared in pain. Lita shouted, "Use the rest of the arrows before it cuts the rope off." Yu Ilin responded, "I know." Yu Ilin realized, "I didn't think it would have a long-range slicing skill." Yu Ilin thought to himself, "I thought the monsters were just very strong beasts." But, Yu Ilin steeled himself. "I'll have to face monsters that are beyond common sense and logic from now on." He dodged a swipe from the leopard. With a grunt, Yu Ilin hurled a spear with pinpoint accuracy. The spear struck the leopard's foot, eliciting a pained roar. The leopard thrashed wildly, spears jutting from its body. Lita watched in amazement. "Now it won't be able to use its long-range skill with that foot." "You're pretty talented at javelin throwing, huh?" Yu Ilin struck a pose. "Call me Ishmael." "What? What? Don't you know Moby Dick?" Lita cautioned him. "It's too early to let your guard down. The situation hasn't been resolved yet." Meanwhile, Sungain Bolt was on the move, sporting his signature skull mask. Sungain Bolt SSI. He spotted the monster. Back in the truck, Kong Mairi was speeding toward the location. Yu Ilin clenched his fists, mana surging through him. Kong Mairi unleashed her attack. Twin lightning. The lightning struck the leopard, engulfing it in a blinding flash. The dust settled, revealing Sungain Bolt standing triumphantly over the smoking remains of the leopard. Kong Mairi approached, a playful smirk on her face. "How did you manage to capture that monster?" Yu Ilin, still masked, greeted her. "You're here, Kong Mairi SSI," she chuckled. "That's not something someone who hit that giant with lightning should ask." Hoo-hoo. Sungain Bolt watched her, impressed. This woman is definitely no normal hunter. Kong Mairi's power was undeniable. The power of that attack just now, it's amazing for a first class. Sungain Bolt thought to himself, but more importantly he eyed the situation with a keen eye. The leopard's paw crackled with electricity. Its eyes burned with menacing intent as it prepared to strike again. Yu Ilin and Kong Mairi clasped hands, ready to face the challenge together. Lita observed the leopard slammed a massive paw down, shattering the ground. The monster, enraged by the spears, struggled against the ropes. The leopard snarled, electricity crackling around it. Yu Ilin rolled away from the beast. HUB. The harpoon line went taut as the leopard's paw was reeled in close. Kong Mairi watched the fight intently. "Attack him whenever you can. He's strong, so I don't know when those columns are gonna be uprooted." Kong Mairi prepared another attack. "When can you counterattack?" "With lightning, I can do it now, right now." Kong Mairi warned, "In 2 minutes, I can send a really strong attack." Yu Ilin replied, "Then let me know before you use the really strong one." The leopard thrashed, trying to break free from the harpoon line. It snarled, its eyes burning with rage. Lita chimed in, "It's not out of mana yet." Yu Ilin responded, "I know." The leopard's eyes burned with menacing intent. Yu Ilin narrowed his eyes. "Those eyes are telling me it's willing to take me down with it." Those kinds of eyes, I've seen them a lot before. Beasts tend to become much stronger because of their desire to survive when cornered. Ironically, living beings shine the most in that moment. The monster's eye reflected Yu Ilin's resolve, like a flame that burns brighter because it knows the emptiness after burning out. The leopard was struck by a final, devastating blow. With a final, desperate roar, the leopard collapsed. The leopard, enraged by the lightning strike, unleashed a devastating counterattack. Yu Ilin barely dodged the blow, narrowly avoiding becoming leopard chow. "Phew, what is this? It's pretty strong." He saw the monster's stats increase. "It's a bleeding buff mineralization. It must be really mad." Meanwhile, Kong Mairi prepared another spell, her face set with determination. The leopard, fueled by rage and electricity, charged forward, ready to tear them apart. Yu Ilin gritted his teeth, bracing for impact. Cook! Kong Mairi clicked her tongue, realizing the lightning wasn't reaching the leopard. The lightning doesn't reach it. It's gonna be difficult to approach it more than this. The leopard roared in defiance, still very much alive and kicking, despite the spears sticking out of its body. Yu Ilin watched the monster's resilience with a hint of dark amusement. What a determined bastard. The leopard, ignoring the pain, was laser-focused on Yu Ilin. Are you fine with having your legs ripped apart? Yu Ilin knew he had to buy time. In order to paralyze him like before, I need to wait until the Empress is ready. Meanwhile, the leopard's claw closed in. Yu Ilin looked at Kong Mairi expectantly. Don't you have any stronger magic skills? How about this? A gun, would this not be enough? No, I was just thinking. But I don't think this is the time to be thinking about that. Do you know how to use a gun? I know how to use most weapons on Earth. Yu Ilin charged forward, rifle at the ready. Kong Mairi watched Yu Ilin, still unsure about his bold claims. I wouldn't have believed it if someone said that, but he doesn't sound like he's lying. Yu Ilin, ever perceptive, shot back a reply. You hesitated because you were worried you'd mess up the leather, right? Since when did you know me so well? He assessed the situation, his mind already formulating a plan. What you're thinking is obvious. It's too wild right now to use martial arts or spears on it. I don't think that happens would mean much better now either. It looks the columns won't hold much longer. Just then, Lita's voice cut through the chaos. Yu Ilin, look over there. Yu Ilin turned to see the leopard thrashing violently, its massive form tearing through the weakened structure. Lita's tone shifted to urgency. A column has come loose. The ropes are still fine, though. I really made that rope skillfully. This isn't the time for jokes. Kong Mairi's eyes widened in alarm as the leopard lunged forward. Yu Ilin checked his watch. There's still a minute left. Kong Mairi focused intently. Just a bit more. The leopard thrashed, its raw power threatening to bring the entire structure down around them. At that rate, it's only a matter of time before the rest of the columns are uprooted too. Yu Ilin, now armed with a rifle, took aim. Eat this, you alien monster! This monster's from Earth, though. The leopard's eyes glowed with rage as it locked onto its target. Blasts ripped into the monster's face, causing it to roar in pain. Suddenly, a notification popped up. You have reached the maximum level in shooting, Lita exclaimed. Whoa! You mastered shooting in such a short time. The monster reeled from the unexpected assault. Kong Mairi was stunned. What? This much damage from just a rifle? Was there a buff on the gun? Lita analyzed the situation. A tertiary-class monster wouldn't be affected by a rifle in any other situation. But, Yu Ilin's shooting skill has made the gun go above its limits. Yu Ilin kept firing, his shots empowered by some kind of magic? Kong Mairi, preparing her next attack, shouted, 7 more seconds. Yu Ilin, rifle blazing, yelled, okay, do it. Yu Ilin's rifle clattered to the ground as he scrambled out of the way. He dove for cover, narrowly avoiding the leopard's snapping jaws. The leopard roared in frustration, its eyes burning with rage. Oh, triple lightning! The attack engulfed the surroundings in a blinding light. Cook! Kong Mairi coughed, exhausted from unleashing such a powerful spell. Did it work? Yu Ilin watched as the smoke cleared, but the leopard was still standing, though visibly weakened. It's not over yet. The monster's eyes glowed with renewed intensity. Kong Mairi's eyes widened in disbelief. Stealth! The leopard's eyes burned with a fiery intensity. A sinister grin spread across Yu Ilin's masked face. Stealth never. Yu Ilin reeled the harpoon line with all his might. Worked on me from the beginning. The harpoon slammed into the monster's face, sending it reeling. The leopard finally collapsed, defeated. Kong Mairi stared in disbelief. He saw through stealth. He could see that. Yu Ilin gripped the harpoon line, pulling with all his strength. The ropes tightened around the leopard. You've learned the binding skill. Lita watched in confusion. Why aren't you killing him? Yu Ilin smirked, removing his mask. There's something I gotta do. Back in the city, a woman with silver hair gasped, recognizing him. Her eyes widened in shock. Yu Ilin turned to Kong Mairi, still masked. What is it? She pressed him. Aren't we gonna form a party? Do you want me to eat all the XP by myself again? Yu Ilin paused, realizing she was right. With a handshake, the system notified them that a party had been formed. 2 members. Yu Ilin was surprised. He studied the party interface. I can check the party member's status like my own. It's like my senses have been improved. Kong Mairi stared at Yu Ilin, clearly suspicious. Why are you acting as if you've never formed a party before? Yu Ilin coughed, trying to play it cool. That's because it's just been a while. Kong Mairi wasn't buying it. Really? He thought to himself, Empress Kong Mairi, she's too quick to catch on. Yu Ilin turned away, trying to change the subject. With a wave, he said farewell. Yu Ilin moved in for the final blow. The battle ended, and Yu Ilin was showered with experience. You have obtained the XP 2938-097. You have become level 36. Strength, dexterity, stamina, and mana have all increased by 10 each. You have obtained the records of a level 162 Shadow Leopard. The sudden surge of power left him reeling. Lita watched the numbers climb. You jumped from level 28 to 36 in one go. Yu Ilin clutched his mask, feeling the after effects. I feel nauseous. Kong Mairi looked at him suspiciously. Are you sure I didn't take all the XP? It's way too high, looks like she took just as much. Lita chimed in. A tertiary class monster's different from a secondary class after all. Yu Ilin, compared to the amount of EXP you just got, the level up is relatively small. She continued, you must be receiving a lot of penalties because of your title. Yu Ilin tilted his head, confused. Really? Phew. The headache's finally gone. Yu Ilin stared at the massive, defeated leopard, now held in place by expertly placed ropes. He stared at the beast. Yu Ilin patted the leopard's hide. Sorry I couldn't protect you, leather. I could have left no damages on you if I were stronger. Don't apologize to the leather. Lita looked on, exasperated. Think about it. How great would an armor be if I made it from the leather of a tertiary class monster? That's true. Yu Ilin sighed, looking at the ruined pelt. What a shame. I'll have to take what's okay, at least. Yu Ilin grabbed his spear. Yu Ilin stared intently, his eyes widening behind the mask. This monster has a mana stone in its head. Lita floated beside him, a mix of awe and exasperation on her face. Both the mother and the baby had mana stones? You're very lucky. She began to explain the rarity of the find. Mana stones form when the mana that should have left the body of the monster, at the time of death, coagulates instead. That's why you can't get it from every monster you kill. I heard the likelihood of it happening is around 17%. The likelihood increases if the class is lower, and vice versa. Lita threw her hands up in the air. TLDR please Yu Ilin, you're super lucky. Yu Ilin's mask turned towards Lita. Found it. Yu Ilin stared at the mana stone in his hand. Wow, it's big. As expected of a tertiary class. Yu Ilin's eyes lit up behind his mask. Wait, wasn't a tertiary class monster's mana stone one of the requirements to evolve the rest skill? I just need to meet the rest of the conditions to evolve. He paused, a realization dawning on him. Ah, but, Yu Ilin looked over to Kong Mairi. Since the mana stone came from the monster, I guess I'll have to share it with her. Kong Mairi looked exhausted. I got about 1.5 million EXP. What about you? About 3 million? Yu Ilin scratched his head. I guess the contribution rate was about 2:1. I feel like I'm getting too much. No, if it weren't for you I wouldn't have killed it even if I were to die myself. You were of great help. Kong Mairi smiled softly. I'm glad to hear that. Kong Mairi looked at Yu Ilin expectantly. Oh, will you tell me your name? My name? Kong Mairi smiled. Should I keep calling you Sungain Bolt? It's Yu Ilin. Please stop calling me Sungain. Yu Ilin chuckled. You can have that mana stone. I'll just take half the corpse if you'll do the butchering yourself. Mana stones are about 15 parts in consideration to the contribution rate, so that should even things out. Kong Mairi seemed surprised by his offer. Is that really okay? All that work for just half the corpse. Yu Ilin paused, considering the current state of the world. What do you think is the most important job on Earth right now? Kong Mairi tilted her head, confused. Huh? Mage? Warrior? No, Yu Ilin declared with a grin. It's a butcher artisan. There's no point in killing a bunch of monsters if you can't properly butcher the monsters to reap the rewards. Kong Mairi looked at Yu Ilin, got right to work, butchering the monster with practiced ease. Meanwhile, Kong Mairi was on the phone. Yes, please. All right. Okay. Lita floated over to Yu Ilin, observing Kong Mairi from afar. She must have a lot of connections. You should stay on close terms with her. It's hard to come by a human who has skill, pride, and background. Yu Ilin paused his work, a thought striking him. Lita tilted her head, confused by his sudden comment. Becoming close to someone is a very difficult thing, you know? Did I trigger some trauma again? Suddenly, a voice boomed in his mind. How would you know what it feels like to be a loner? With the butchering complete, Yu Ilin admired his handiwork. Butchering finished, Yu Ilin raised his knife in triumph. Phew. Kong Mairi turned to the cleanup crew. Everyone. Move them all to the trucks, please. She then faced Yuilin, smiling gratefully. We were able to get rid of the monster before any more damage was caused to you, thanks to you. Yuilin nodded in acknowledgement. Thanks for the help. Calm Myri's expression turned serious. Yuilin SSI, the thing about forming a party together. Please forget about it. Yuilin's mask seemed to radiate confusion and concern. He was clearly flustered. What? Did I do wrong? Did I do something she didn't like? I'm concerned. Calm Myri smiled, explaining, it's because I'm too lacking. You're too strong, so the gap between us is too large. Yuilin seemed relieved, but also a bit smug. Phew, is that what it was? But I'll catch up sooner or later. Then I'll ask you to be my partner. Yuilin paused, considering her offer. I'll think about it when the time comes. Calm Myri chuckled softly. Hoo-hoo, you're as logical as ever. They shook hands and the system confirmed. Thank you? The party has been dissolved. Yuilin stared at his hand, a strange mix of emotions washing over him. I feel like I regained my freedom and lost a teammate at the same time. It's refreshing, but a bit sad at the same time. He glanced at where the party interface used to be. The party status window's gone too. As Yuilin prepared to leave, Calm Myri called out, Myri. Let's get going. Alright, Dash. She paused, remembering something. Oh, right. Fred, just a moment. Yuilin, now masked again, turned to see what she wanted. Calm Myri asked Yuilin SSI, could I have your number? Huh. That's a bit. Calm Myri smiled softly. She clarified, I won't tell anyone else your name or your number. Yuilin stared back, considering her request. Calm Myri looked at him expectantly. Can I? Calm Myri reached out, asking, trust this person? She looked at him with a hopeful smile. Yuilin's mask seemed to grin. I already know the answer. He thought to himself, can I trust Calm Myri? Alright, I'll tell you. The system confirmed his decision. The answer is yes. Calm Myri waved goodbye as she drove off. Thanks. I'll contact you again. Lita floated beside him, unimpressed. I got my number asked by a woman for the first time. Seeing you be so happy with that is too sad. I wasn't happy. I just earned the right to be confident in front of someone. That's even sadder. Back in his workshop, Yuilin tapped at his holographic status screen, a satisfied smirk on his face. He muttered to himself, blood 0/500 liters. Sleep 12/100 hours. Tertiary class monsters mana stone 1/1. Who would have thought I'd get a tertiary class monster like this when I thought it would have been impossible? Lita floated nearby. Karma really is real. Yuilin replied, I don't mind your optimistic mindset. Lita frowned. Why does it sound like a backhanded comment? Calm Myri agreed, no way. He's right. Yuilin's expression turned serious. The troll's the issue now. I haven't heard of a troll appearing on Earth yet. If you were anyone else, you could have just gone to the other world. Lita started crying. It's not like I didn't go because I didn't want to. I wasn't let in. Yuilin waved his hands dismissively. Yeah. I know. I get it. Calm down. Yuilin continued to ponder the future, while a vision of monstrous trolls filled the air. Earth's mana concentration is getting quickly higher each day. Trolls will appear on Earth pretty soon. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Now that I think about it, is the reason I need troll blood to evolve my resting skill because troll blood has healing abilities? Lita confirmed his suspicions. Yes, that's it, but then she frowned. If you have deadly poison resistance, that is. Not the damn poison resistance. Yuilin looked at her, puzzled. Why does the level keep getting higher every time you talk about it? Poison resistance, then strong poison resistance, and now deadly poison resistance. I can't even imagine what's next. So don't even think about eating or drinking random monster meat or blood. Only crazy people would do that. Yuilin refocused on the task at hand. The sleeping secondary class monster's the bigger problem. You'll have to kill it in one attack. He hefted his spear, a determined glint in his eyes. I think I just need to reinforce my weapon a little bit. Yuilin looked longingly at Lita's pile of Harkani. Can you share some Harkani? No. Don't be a Scrooge, Lita refused. It'll put the balance off too much. Lending you that hammer and anvil was already a big favor. So make a good weapon right now before I make you return it. Yuilin relented. Fine. I'll just make what I can for now. He examined the spearhead. I'll be able to use it again with a little retouching. That was made with the giant leopard's bones, right? It sure is sturdy. He held up some muscle and tendon, lost in thought. What should I do with the muscle and the tendon? Yuilin screamed in pain. Yu Ilin wailed in agony. Ah no! I was gonna get strong poison resistance, and then eat it. It's gonna rot before you get strong poison resistance. His face contorted in frustration. Suddenly, the eternal flame flared up. What is this? Eternal flame's effects? The tendons changing. Yu Ilin turned to Lita and Ertha, his eyes wide with surprise. Ertha! Why didn't you teach me this? This kind of stuff isn't my forte, Ertha shrugged. I didn't know either. Yu Ilin focused his attention back on the flame. Eternal flame, that's enough. The flames subsided. Yu Ilin grabbed the tendon with a pair of tongs. Yu Ilin stretched the tendon, marveling at its properties. This elasticity, it's amazing. Whoa! I'm gonna call it the giant's rubber band from now on. Lita watched him curiously. What are you gonna make with it? It's super stretchy but also very durable. Yu Ilin grinned, explaining the tendon's enhanced traits. It's resistant to fire since it was heated up by eternal flame, and it's resistant to shock and water too. He pumped his fist, declaring his intentions. I'm gonna make a pile bunker with this. Ertha's eyes widened slightly. A pile bunker, she elaborated, describing the weapon's function. Is a weapon that works similarly to a gun, but uses spikes instead of bullets, right? Yu Ilin confirmed her description. Using the tendon for it. It's like a crossbow. A pile bunker is a bit hard to use, but its attack power is top tier, especially the power to pierce. It's more like a weapon you'd see in fiction than in real life, though. Yu Ilin grinned, a spark of mad genius in his eyes. Right. I'm gonna use the elasticity of the giant's rubber band instead of gunpowder. He threw his hands up, practically vibrating with excitement. It's the best kind of energy source that returns more power than you put in. Ertha watched him, a mix of exasperation and amusement on her face. Kahaha, yes. I can't not acknowledge the endless energy you have. Lita, floating nearby, was equally impressed and slightly concerned. I'm surprised that he's able to come up with great ideas every time. Ertha crossed her arms, a rare smile gracing her lips. At this point, even I'm excited to see what he'll come up with next. Yu Ilin grabbed a pencil and started sketching furiously. I'll tailor it to my strength's limit, as in only monsters like you will be able to use it. He picked up a massive leopard tooth, admiring its size and sharpness. I'll use the leopard's teeth as the bullets. It's much sharper and more durable than bones. With the leopard teeth lined up, Yu Ilin considered his next move. It would be perfect if I just reinforced this with the leopard's mana stone. It's already strong enough as it is. Suddenly, the leopard's spirit appeared, advising him. If you're confident enough to fight another tertiary class monster until the trolls appear, then you can use it now. Yu Ilin looked conflicted. I'll save it. I don't think I want to fight another tertiary class monster. Lita watched him, exasperated. Dear Pile Bunker, I'll make sure to find a mana stone just for you in the future. He doesn't know how to give up. Suddenly, the weapon was complete, gleaming with power. It's all done! Lita exclaimed. You're already done? Yu Ilin turned to the final touches. Now I just need to push the giant's rubber tooth and on. I've divided up the powers into 3 levels. Yu Ilin strained against the weapon's resistance. It's super resistant, he grunted with effort, Lita watching on with a deadpan expression. Your mother's in the other world. She's not here, he continued to struggle. Yu Ilin wiped the sweat from his brow. How long did it take for me to load it? 2 seconds. He stared at the weapon, a realization dawning on him. I guess I won't be able to continuously use it during real scenarios, Yu Ilin sighed. I was calling for my mom on the 1st power level. I think I'm gonna be calling for my ancestors when I'm loading the 3rd level. He strained again. Mom. Lita corrected him dryly. Your great-great-grandmother, you mean. Yu Ilin gritted his teeth, exhausted. Took 10 seconds for the 2nd level, and 2 minutes for the 3rd. I'm dying. Suddenly a system window popped up, displaying the results of his labor. Flash of light pile, bunker is complete. Durability 1240/1240. Grade unique. Attack power 1st level, 1200, 2nd level, 1800, 3rd level, 2900. Option loading speed and attack speed increased by 20. Weapon made using a shadow leopard's bones, teeth, and tendons by an artisan who has reached the peak of his skills. The window continued. The fact that a miraculous firing system was made without magic and gunpowder is impressive. However, the fact that it is hard to use and inconvenient to carry around is definitely a minus. Yu Ilin stared in disbelief. Do you see this? It got an alpha option even though I didn't do mana craft. The fact that a miraculous firing system was made without magic and gunpowder is impressive. However, the fact that it is hard to use and inconvenient to carry around is definitely a minus. It's supposed to decrease the time spent on loading and attacking. Hell yeah, Lita watched him, unimpressed. With the tooth loaded, it's more than 3 meters long. Its disadvantage is way too distinct, Yu-Ilin scoffed. You're really talented at being pessimistic, Ertha. He hefted the massive weapon with a grin. This is just in case a giant monster comes along anyway. Yu-Ilin's eyes gleamed with excitement. I need to make a weapon for smaller monsters now. Lita watched Yu-Ilin work, exasperated. You're making another weapon? Take a break. Meanwhile, back in his workshop, Yu-Ilin's hard work paid off. Precise underground trap of destruction is complete. The level of mana craft is now 24. You can now create better artifacts with less mana, he grinned, admiring his latest creation. Another one complete. Lita examined the trap, a concerned expression on her face. It also got an option. This trap is way too good. It might cause an overflow. Erta chimed in. This is the 17th trap of destruction you've made. Originally, you were supposed to make 11 more, but now I think you only need 8 more. Why? Because of that overflow thing? Yu-Ilin grinned, clearly pleased with himself. You sure are quick to catch on, Havu. Erta confirmed his suspicions. Right. The traps you've made are overwhelmingly good. Their ranges are wide too, and it's so good that the other traps of destruction around the world have also been reinforced. She continued her explanation. If the monsters were to be all attracted by just one region of destruction, then the other traps would be left unused. Erta pressed on, a serious expression on her face. If you keep spreading around mana when there are no monsters around to lure them, what do you think will happen? Yu-Ilin tilted his head, pondering the possibilities. Will humans get caught in the trap instead? Or something? He quickly dismissed the idea. No, Erta elaborated. The Akashic Records random records and the trap's mana will collide, resulting in new monsters being born. Yu-Ilin, looking slightly overwhelmed, requested a simpler explanation. Explain like I'm 5, please, Erta obliged. A super strong monster will chomp on the trap and appear, he exclaimed. Great. That's a better explanation. Yu-Ilin shuddered, remembering Erta's warning. I get how terrible an overflow can be now. I'd like to stay away from tertiary-class monsters for now. He thought back to his fight with the Shadow Leopard. I was able to defeat the Shadow Leopard because its ability was stealth. Even then, I couldn't have done it alone. I can't defeat other tertiary-class monsters with the power I have right now. Erta nodded in agreement. That's why we're gonna decrease the number of traps to prevent an overflow. She sighed, clearly annoyed. It's annoying because so many unexpected things are happening on Earth. Erta's gaze hardened, thinking about someone in particular. Especially that guy. Meanwhile, back in the higher realms, an angel was getting an earful. Erta, you better manage that human well. Erta bristled at the accusation. Yu-Ilin isn't a human we're managing. I received orders to help him. The other angel was unmoved by her protests. I never received orders to watch him and to restrict his abilities. Erta scowled. You're so inflexible. Suddenly, a surge of mana crackled in the air. The other angel, Sudha, summoned her weapon. Sudha aimed her weapon, Sudha declared, her gaze unwavering. Focus on your duties instead of telling me what to do. Erta clicked her tongue, clearly annoyed by the interruption. Yu-Ilin stared, dumbfounded by the sudden tension. Lita, equally surprised, exclaimed, I've never seen Erta mad. Erta retorted, yeah, why are you intervening on something that's not even your business? He's right. Mind your own business. You should focus on your own duties. Lita attempted to mediate. Erta, don't be mad. I'm sure Sudha didn't mean to interrupt your work. He should mind his own business. Yu-Ilin chuckled to himself. Angels aren't that different from humans despite being higher beings, haha. He continued, observing Erta. Erta's like a normal person too. With the tension diffused, Erta summoned a portal. Then we'll get going. Yu-Ilin watched as Erta and Lita prepared to leave. Erta, a little embarrassed, admitted, I showed you a side of me I shouldn't have. Yu-Ilin shrugged. Huh. No, it was refreshing. I was surprised to see angels express their emotions. I don't know whether you're clever or dumb, Erta sighed. Angels have long since gotten over petty emotions. Yu-Ilin looked up at Erta, who seemed to be thinking about someone in particular. That dude earlier didn't seem like it, he thought to himself. Lita suddenly perked up, flapping her tiny wings. That's why you're so great. Eh? What about me? What does that have to do with me? Erta smiled. What I mean is that your talents and skills are great enough to make an angel jealous. Yu-Ilin stared blankly. Yu-Ilin laughed, scratching his head. You tend to overestimate me. Ertha looked back at him sternly. You just underestimate yourself. Ertha crossed her arms, looking away. Oh well. Yu-Ilin thinks too lowly of himself, but that might actually be a good thing. If he were to believe in his talents and skills and challenge God. Ertha paused, a bead of sweat trickling down her face as she considered the implications. I shouldn't think about it too much. I almost had irreverent thoughts, huh? What? Nothing. Anyway, there are 2 things to tell you about the Trap of Destruction quest completion rewards. Yu-Ilin crossed his arms, unimpressed. I only deal with material goods. Ertha smirked. You'll change your mind once you hear what I have to say. The scene shifted to a mysterious dungeon entrance. The dungeon that appeared on Earth has a new kind of metal. I'll tell you where it is. Yu-Ilin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Tell me right now. The scene shifted to the city. The streets were deserted. Yu-Ilin walked through the empty streets, hands in his pockets. He glanced around. No one's out. Lita appeared beside him, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Does it remind you of the days you were all alone? Yu-Ilin chuckled softly. Heh. A bit, but it's different from then. It's not like I don't know when people are gonna come back. And there are people on Earth like the Empress that are fighting monsters. So, I'm no longer alone. Lita watched him, a small smile on her face. Yu-Ilin walked through the forest, a bright light visible in the distance. He stopped in his tracks, staring at the glowing anomaly. Lita floated behind him. He squinted at the light. Is this the dungeon entrance? Yu-Ilin grinned. I'm glad it's in Korea. I was able to get here on foot. With international travel shut down, he realized, it's a state of emergency right now, so I can't go overseas. No one can get on boats or planes. Yu-Ilin's mind raced. So I was worrying whether I'd have to make an airplane. Is that the start? He reached out, touching the entrance. So this is the dungeon entrance. Suddenly, a barrier appeared before him. What? The screen read, restricted entry to anyone below level 50. Yu-Ilin was in disbelief. It says people below level 50 can't go in. Restricted entry to anyone below level 50. I'm still level 36, Ertha smirked, clearly amused by his predicament. Yu-Ilin, who do you think I am? Suda, clearly not a fan of Ertha's methods, declared, a rude angel. A property trespasser. I'm a higher being who creates and manages the traps of destruction. With a flick of her wrist, Suda removed the barrier. The screen updated. Notification, entry restriction has been undone. Suda huffed, now you can enter. Whoa, Ertha's more cute than I thought. Keep this in mind. I'm actually a very great help to you. Yu-Ilin stared blankly at the angel, before turning back to the dungeon entrance. Then I'll try again. He reached out once more, a surge of energy coursing through his hand as he touched the barrier, and this time, he passed through. Whoa! Inside the dungeon, the walls shimmered with a faint, ethereal light. Crystalline structures jutted out at odd angles. The whole place seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy. Yu-Ilin's eyes widened in amazement. How do these work? Super cool. You're the one who made this. Whoa! Suddenly, Ertha's face appeared in his mind. Pop quiz, she quizzed him. Yu-Ilin, how do new monsters appear on Earth? You said that the mana in the atmosphere has to reach a certain concentration for that to happen. Ertha continued, that's a very basic condition. What appears in neglected rice jars? She answered her own question. Rice weevils. What appears in rooms that are uncleaned and have leftover food all over? Cockroaches. Ertha continued with her explanation. Monsters are like rice weevils and cockroaches. They appear in environments that are perfect for them. Yu-Ilin grimaced. Why did she have to choose those examples? Although it did make it easier to understand. Why are you bringing that up? Ertha's expression turned serious. From now on, you'll have to kill the monsters in this dungeon and extract their hearts. She clarified, that's the metal that appeared on Earth. Yu-Ilin stared at Ertha in disbelief. The monsters' hearts are metal? He was clearly not thrilled with this new development. Why are you telling me this now? I was super excited to mine. Sorry? Ertha sighed, trying to manage his expectations. I said you can obtain metal, not that you'll be mining. Yu-Ilin looked down at his gear, dejected. So it was hunting, not mining. I prepared all these mining equipment too. Ertha couldn't help but comment, you brought so many things with you. He's got a whole factory with him. Yu-Ilin held up a small blue bottle. This? He grinned, showing off his prize. A bag with space expansion magic. I can't not use it as soon as I get the chance to. Super useful, Ertha deadpanned. It's a reward for the quest, but there's a capacity limit. Plus, there's no magic to make it weigh less. Aren't you too excited about it? Well, I have no problem carrying around a few dozen tons. He paused, then asked incredulously, a few dozen tons is okay? Are you insane? Other than that, he looked around at the crystalline structures. These just look like walls. You're telling me these are all monsters? Right. Why are you disappointed? Eartha asked. Yu-Ilin sighed. I feel like I've come across a spoiler. I was supposed to go run at it trying to mine it like, wow, metal. And then get ambushed. Is that what you want? He reached into his bag, determined to change the narrative. I want to experience something new. Yu-Ilin pulled out a massive weapon. This should work better than a spear against a metal monster. The screen displayed the item stats. Heavy Battle Crusher, Grade Rare, Attack Power Hammer 1250, Axe 1270. The Heavy Battle Crusher boasted impressive stats. Eartha commented, good thinking. Its strength is guaranteed since it's made of shadow leopard bones. Plus, there's an alpha option, although you didn't do mana craft. Eartha continued to praise Yu-Ilin's crafting skills. He easily gets rare or above grade for anything he makes. As expected of Yu-Ilin, he's extremely skilled. Yu-Ilin thought to himself, even if it has a really good option, I won't have a use for it once I get a new metal. It's not like I have someone I can give it to either. What a waste. He channeled all his frustration into the swing. Putting my feelings of futility into it, he roared as he swung the Heavy Battle Crusher. Die. Eartha was shocked by his intensity. Futility? You're giving it everything you have. The hammer connected with the metal monster, shattering it into pieces. The system window appeared, displaying the results of the battle. Suddenly, a system window popped up. You have reached the maximum level for blunt weapon technique. You can evolve the skill if you have the necessary ingredients. Eartha looked at the remains of the monster in disbelief. Is it dead already with just one hit? Good job. She explained the shiny chunk that was left behind. That shining chunk is the metal heart's heart. It's the most durable part of its body, and it's where all the mana is gathered. Metal hearts don't have mana stones for that reason. Eartha continued her monster lecture. A metal heart can reinforce a part of its body with mana if it detects danger. Normally, one person distracts it while another person ambushes it from behind. Yu-Ilin, processing the information, remarked, I was thinking it's a bit too easy for a secondary class monster. It was just weak to ambushes. That's a bit lame. Yu-Ilin smirked, sensing a familiar trope. Ha, but danger finds its way to you when you let your guard down. Eartha, with a knowing look, exclaimed, people always get attacked when they're thinking, this is easier than I thought. That's how characters in novels die a lot of the time. She added, whoa, you sure read a lot. But in reality, there was no ambush or plot twist. Another monster down, another level up. You have become level 38. Strength has increased by 2, dexterity, stamina, and mana have increased by 1. Yu-Ilin's face soured. This dungeon thing, is it supposed to be this boring? You're just abnormal, he continued to grumble. The surroundings are all the same, and I have to walk around for like 10 to 20 minutes to even find one monster. Plus, these guys all die to just one hit, even if I don't get a critical hit. He threw his hands up in exasperation. There's no adventure, no thrill, nothing. This is just pure labor. Eartha tilted her head, arms crossed. How can you hit max level on blunt weapon technique after spear arts and combat? Do you know the saying that all rivers flow to the sea? It's a Buddhist saying that means that even if there are different types of martial arts, once you reach peak level in all of them, they become unified as one. Yu-Ilin glared at her. Do you want to get beaten up? Yu-Ilin continued his journey through the dungeon. Suddenly, he stopped, sensing a powerful presence. Before him stood a massive, glowing crystal formation. The screen read, LV. 74 Big Metal Heart. This one's bigger than the ones I've come across. He scoffed, unimpressed. This one's a big metal heart. It's about 20 levels higher than the ordinary ones. Who named it? They're not creative at all. Yu-Ilin grinned, ready for a challenge. It's finally time to test this out. Yu-Ilin, with a confident smirk, declared. Pile Bunker charged up to the 3rd level. I choose you. He has something made for every situation at hand. He leaped towards the big metal heart. He shouted, here I go. The Pile Bunker slammed into the crystal with devastating force, shattering it into pieces. A system window popped up. You have obtained 548,701 EXP. You have obtained the records of LV. 74 Big Metal Heart. Yu-Ilin pumped his fist. Nice. But then he noticed something else. Yu-Ilin examined the remains of the big metal heart. I won't be able to use this. It's just a one-time use. He tapped his chin in thought. How can I reuse the bullets? Should I just make case shots instead? You can worry about that later, take the monster's heart. He picked up the glowing core. This is a big metal heart's heart, it's much sturdier than a metal heart's. Lita chimed in, a king metal heart, which is the final form of metal hearts, has the highest durability in the world. Although it won't be here since it's a quaternary class monster, Yu Ilin grinned. Don't jinx it like you always do. Lita just rolled her eyes. She defended herself. It's just a coincidence. Unlike the monsters that went through abnormal evolution on Earth, metal hearts are new to Earth. It's a rare occurrence for a big metal heart to be here in the first place. It won't happen again. Suddenly, Lita's face paled. I thought it wouldn't happen again. Another one. Eartha threw her hands up in exasperation. Damn Earth, my predictions are never right. Yu Ilin hefted his weapon. I'll save the pile bunker for now and use this one. Vehement Thousand Bomb. The Vehement Thousand Bomb hammer, a unique grade weapon, boasted an attack power of 1974, a charge of 3/3, and the case shot's diffusion rate increased by 30%, with a durability of 1120/1120. Yu Ilin swung the hammer with a mighty yahoo. Eartha watched him deadpan. You're probably the only person in the world who's this happy fighting. And so, Yu Ilin and Eartha spent a few more days in the cave like that. Finally, a status screen popped up. He had obtained 579,192 experience points, and leveled up to 40. Stamina, strength, dexterity, and mana each increased by 1. Yu Ilin turned to Eartha, hammer slung over his shoulder. That's it. She confirmed yes. The dungeon's all clear now. You can just come back when you need more. I hope I meet a King Metal Heart next time. Yu Ilin turned to Eartha, a puzzled look on his face. Huh? Is there something wrong? Eartha seemed startled by the question. No, she quickly recovered, offering an explanation. I was just surprised because the trap of destruction used to make this dungeon is old. There's no problem. That's all. Yu Ilin, however, wasn't entirely convinced. I see, judging from her tone, I bet something big's gonna happen. Yu Ilin has learned from experience that if Eartha is too casual about something bad will definitely happen. With the dungeon cleared, Yu Ilin emerged back into the overworld, stretching his arms out wide. Eartha floated beside him, a little too close for comfort. Yu Ilin shielded his eyes from the sun, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Yu Ilin looked up at the colossal angel, Lita, floating nearby. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was about to go down. Meanwhile, other angels were hard at work, looking pleased with their progress. The hundreds of thousands of dungeons that were set up throughout Earth activated one by one. Monsters began disappearing a little at a time, and once the monsters were trapped inside the dungeons, civilizations began to regain their security and stability. We are coming to you with news that Korea, Japan, China, and other Asian nations are finding peace once again. On the other hand, there are reports that quests from the other world are decreasing. The TV screen flickered, going to static. The news continued to report on the state of the world. The higher beings are limiting the quest rewards so that people return to Earth. The dungeons are activated too. They need to return to Earth to get rid of the monsters on Earth. Yu Ilin processed the information. So that's why it was so noisy. My parents must be back too then, right? Lita confirmed, I think so. Yu Ilin turned to Lita. Anyway, show me what you've made. Do any of them have options? Probably? I can't check properly because I'm sleepy. Lita, floating in his palm, chided him. Making all these without sleeping after coming out of the dungeon made me a bit tired, she added. You should have slept. Yu Ilin shrugged. But since the traps of destruction are complete, they would come back to get those. I wanted to finish working before then, he grinned, holding up his creation. I made armor with the metal heart's core first. Let's see. The status screen appeared, displaying the stats of his latest masterpiece. Scarily sturdy and stealthy black full-plate armor, grade legend, attack power 4500, option extra 40% defense power, extra 30% attack power in case of an ambush. The system window described his creation as a masterpiece of the century, crafted by an artisan at the peak of his skills. It was made with only the hearts of the big metal heart and metal hearts, lacking in nothing, and possessing the necessary elements of armor, such as defense power, beauty, and supporting ability for attacks. Yu Ilin stared at the description, a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead. He was shocked. Can there be 3 options? Yes, Lita smiled knowingly. From this point on, Yu Ilin grinned, practically vibrating with excitement. These options are super great. Attack power increase in case of ambush. Ambush attack power increased by 10% in stealth mode and a 30% increase in attack power because of the armor effect, 50% increase in attack power when I'm using a spear. That's awesome. Lita tilted her head slightly. I think this scarily part works to amplify the options that come with it. Yu-Ilin was still reeling from the possibilities. It's near impossible for an item without mana craft to have 3 options. The system chimed in, congratulating him. But thanks to your creator of a myth title, you were able to bring forth what was once impossible. Lita was dead serious. Yu-Ilin, don't sell items with 3 options to other people. It's way too dangerous to reveal your ability like that. Yu-Ilin, ever the comedian, couldn't resist. Then, what if there are 4 options? Lita's face darkened, her voice laced with warning. I'm serious. Sorry, that was dumb, he grinned, trying to lighten the mood. Anyway, I declare that those with 3 options will be called gamma options from now on. Lita wasn't impressed. Wow, I was a bit excited to see what you'd call it, but that's kinda lame. Yu-Ilin scoffed. Shut up. I made weapons with the rest. Are you not gonna use the steel spear anymore? Yu-Ilin looked at the spear with a solemn expression. It's retired now. He turned to the eternal flame, ready to dispose of his old gear. Weapons and armors I don't use anymore will all go in the eternal flame. As Yu-Ilin tossed his old gear into the eternal flame, a notification popped up. Eternal flame has leveled up, and another immediately followed. Eternal flame is a growth-type flame. It grows pretty fast, it seems. Yu-Ilin grinned. What is it good for? He answered his own question with a smile. For everything, but all that dungeon crawling had finally caught up to him. He yawned. I can't stay up any longer. He turned to Lita. I'm gonna sleep now. Lita watched him go, a thoughtful expression on her face. The door slammed shut. With Earth now covered in traps of destruction, Yu-Ilin's timing couldn't be better as he returned home. He yawned, still exhausted from his dungeon crawl. I'm sleepy. Suddenly, he snapped awake, eyes wide. His mom called out to him, already cooking up a storm. Ilin, you're up? Go wash up and come eat. Yu-Ilin's face lit up. Mom! Dad! You're back. His mom watched him shovel food into his mouth. Mom's cooking. Geez, eat slower. Didn't you eat? I left food in the fridge. Yu-Ilin didn't even bother to swallow before responding. Food you just cooked is the best. I was surviving on beef jerky only in the dungeon for 2 weeks. As Yu-Ilin's dad grabbed his briefcase to head out, he announced, I'm gonna get going. I gotta get to work before the monster alarm rings. Yu-Ilin, surprised, asked, You're going to work? During these times? His dad sighed, the financial support just got pulled back. I need to hurry and get back to work to re-establish my position. He continued, one of our department employees is quitting to become a hunter, but I can't do that kind of stuff. Those monsters are way too scary. I need to get to work starting today to avoid being fired. I guess you gotta go to work even if there are monsters. Yu-Ilin's eyes widened. Ah, right. He grabbed something and rushed towards his dad. Dad, wear this? Yu-Ilin presented him with a t-shirt. It should be good enough to protect you from monsters. The option and the defense power are both excellent. His dad looked at the shirt in disbelief. Where did you get something this valuable? Yu-Ilin shrugged. I somehow came across it. Mom and I have one too. His dad nodded, accepting the gift. Alright, thanks. With the traps now installed across the world, Yu-Ilin's dad prepared to head back to work, and the family exchanged their goodbyes. I'll see you. His mom asked him, Son, the colleges are opening back up too. Are you gonna go back? Yu-Ilin shook his head. No. I don't think I need college right now. His mom smiled. Alright. Do what you want to do. I believe in you. Yu-Ilin replied, thanks. Before he left, his mom pulled out a gift. Take this. It'll protect you from even a secondary class monster's ultimate attack. Yu-Ilin was about to accept it, but his mom quickly snatched it back. Oh my! But I like that bag better. It'd be great for groceries. I can't give this to you. Plus, it's super heavy. Yu-Ilin returned to his workshop, ready to get back to work. He pushed open the door, ready to get back to crafting. Huh? What? He couldn't believe his eyes. The workshop changed overnight. The forge was now a state-of-the-art setup, gleaming with heat. Even the anvil looked brand new. Lita cleared her throat. The heavens decided to reward you for your accomplishments. These tools are made from metals that will only appear once Earth has evolved by 2 levels. A screen popped up. Heaven's Quest 002 Tool of Creation mission complete. Yu-Ilin grinned. Thanks. I'll put it to good use. The screen continued, announcing that all his stats were being increased by 5. Lita cleared her throat again. You have been given extra rewards for the perfect completion of the mission. That's not all. Yu-Ilin's eyes widened. What? Lita presented him with a massive tome. This too. Deadly poison-resistant skill records that will allow you to bypass even a quaternary-class monster's poison. Yu Ilin grabbed the book, practically vibrating with excitement. Wow! Isn't this super rare? I'll be able to chomp on troll meat now. Lita confirmed yes, that's true. Lita had one more surprise. And for the last reward, I'll tell you the troll dungeon location. Yu Ilin was shocked. Even the location? Lita nodded. Yes, a troll dungeon is. The camera zoomed. So, a troll dungeon in the US, huh? Time for a field trip. We're here at Incheon Airport. Yu Ilin pumped his fist. This is gonna be my first time ever flying. Lita facepalmed, her glasses reflecting the light. Ha! Yu Ilin, I think you're forgetting something. It's common sense that you need a passport and visa in order to go overseas. But you have either of those right now. Yu Ilin's face fell. That's true, he smirked. Doesn't matter, Yu Ilin declared, because I'm gonna smuggle myself in. And with that, he started chanting, smuggle. Smuggle. Yu Ilin continued chanting his smuggling mantra at the top of his lungs, until Lita finally snapped. Smuggle. Enough. You're so loud. Yu Ilin was unfazed. Even the modern society's security system can't detect me with my stealth skill. They won't be able to notice you, even with the future's magic. Moments later, a flight attendant passed by with a cart full of soda. Yu Ilin quickly snagged a few cans. He blinked in surprise. Huh! Did I only take this many Cokes? Just then, Yu Ilin glanced out the window. What's that? A fighter jet? Lita's guidebook chimed in. Apparently, it's a fighter jet with an ability user guarding the plane in case of a monster appearance in the sky. Ah, so that's why it's so expensive. And there isn't a lot of people. In order to get to Arizona, where the troll dungeon is, they have a layover in Los Angeles. Yu Ilin smirked. Los Angeles. Sounds great. Yu Ilin leaned back, enjoying the flight. Things are going pretty smoothly this time. Suddenly, the ominous flag was raised. When you say something like that, something is bound to go bad. Just then, chaos erupted around them. A monster! There's a monster! Lita materialized, looking distressed. This is Eartha. Your next line is, there must have been an error, there must have been a... Yu Ilin shoved her aside, a manic grin spreading across his face. Don't steal my line away from me. Well, since an angel couldn't predict this incident, I, a human, will have to take care of it. I've heard you say that 1,000,000 times. Lita floated in the air, looking grave. This is no ordinary incident. It's an overflow. The foreshadowing finally came true. Overflow. A phenomenon that occurs when a trap of destruction explodes for some unknown reason and results in a mass of mutant monsters. It creates mutant monsters that are much stronger than the previous ones. The biggest feature is that the energy from the trap of destruction is absorbed into the surrounding, changing the environment. A part of the airport is now a rock desert. So, the monsters are trapped in the dungeon, but in cases of an overflow, monsters change the outside into a dungeon. Exactly, Yu Ilin. An overflow tends to happen when the world is evolving and dungeons are being formed. They can happen as a side effect of great magic or a dungeon extinction, but I assume that's not the reason for this one. Lita continued, the bigger problem is that the mutants created from an overflow can react with other dungeons and cause another overflow to happen. In other words, if you miss even one monster here, another overflow will happen elsewhere. Yu Ilin's face paled. What? Wait. So that's another foreshadowing? He imagined the worst. I bet I'll miss a monster here, another overflow will happen, and I'll have to work my ass off to resolve the issue. Cook, Yu Ilin steeled himself. Something like that must be prevented. Lita offered a solution. I'll give you a quest. The reward will be stats and skill. Yu Ilin cut her off. Alright. Accepted. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, nearly throwing Yu Ilin off balance. A nearby survivor cried out in terror. Help! Amidst the chaos, a lone figure stood his ground, firing wildly. Go away! The bullets seemed to do little against the hulking monster. The creature's eyes burned with a singular focus. KUH record gotta find record. Yu Ilin, observing the scene, received a warning from Lita. It looks like some monster. But it's a secondary class mutant monster with a special ability. Be alert. Yu Ilin smirked, ready to take on the challenge. Really? You know I have this awesome armor and spear. He lunged forward, spear in hand. Yu Ilin's status screen appeared. Grim Reaper's Black Spear Grade Unique Attack Power 2400 option in cases of ambush. Chances of critical hit and damage increased by 8, 00 durability 1700/1700. The status screen appeared, describing his new weapon. A masterpiece of the century created by an artisan at his skill's peak. Made with only the hearts of a big metal heart and metal hearts. A spear made just for one person. Possessing the power of a grim reaper to hide in the dark to take away lives, the spear found its mark, dealing massive damage to the monster. Critical hit. You have obtained 418,703 EXP. You have obtained the records of a level 62 flame lizard. Yu-Ilin grinned, feeling the rush of battle. Phew, this feels great. He examined the corpse. There's no mana stone. If you're gonna butcher it, you should put it in the sling bag for later. A group of onlookers watched in amazement. Who is that? He killed the monster so quickly he's already in full plate armor. Awesome. Yu-Ilin realized he was attracting attention. Right. Even with my stealth skill, with this much action, people will see me. Suddenly, the lizard's mouth began to glow with an intense heat. The flame lizard unleashed a torrent of fire. Yu-Ilin braced himself. Is this the attack that destroyed the wall earlier? He prepared to meet the attack head-on. I'll go outside first. Yu-Ilin disappeared in a burst of speed, leaving the fire to explode harmlessly in the cave. The blast ripped through the cavern. The onlookers were stunned. No way! That person wasn't able to avoid it. Yu-Ilin reappeared, unscathed. Yu-Ilin dusted himself off. I'm fine even after a direct hit. It won't be a problem to just fight while taking all the attacks. Someone might think you're a masochist. He challenged the monsters. Come at me. The monsters paused, seemingly confused. Meanwhile, the humans were mobilizing. We can't just watch. Anyone who can fight, this way. Let's form a party. Any non-combat ability users, evacuate. Lita watched the scene unfold, a thoughtful expression on her face. Lita was beside herself with laughter. Seems like they forgot all about you after that attack. I underestimated Kuriko right here. You're even being ignored by the monster. The survivors fought desperately against the lizard monsters, but they were clearly outmatched. One of the survivors took a direct hit from an energy blast. Whaff! Yu-Ilin, seeing the carnage, started moving. He intercepted another lizard attack, saving a man in the nick of time. KUK, but more monsters were closing in. Yu-Ilin's spear moved with blinding speed, felling another beast. A survivor looked up at Yu-Ilin, grateful for the rescue. Thank you, Dash. Yu-Ilin's spear pierced through the lizard's skull, ending it quickly. The monster collapsed, its final thoughts echoing. Record a strong warrior's record. Another lizard lunged forward, its eyes filled with a crazed hunger. Gimme yours instead. Yu-Ilin made short work of that one too. HEUB. You have obtained 426918 EXP. The remaining lizards, driven mad by the overflow, surrounded Yu-Ilin, their voices a chorus of obsession. A strong warrior. The strongest here. If we eat his records we can evolve. Evolve. Yu-Ilin, unfazed by their threats, couldn't help but comment on their behavior. Are all monsters crazy over records and evolving? Is it because of the overflow? They're all a bit cuckoo. Just then, a voice called out to him. Thanks for saving my life earlier. Yu-Ilin turned to see a woman in full armor, standing beside him. The armored woman warned, watch your back from now on during battle. Yu-Ilin struck a pose, retorting, so cool heh. I knew I was pretty good looking. Lita deadpanned. No one can see your face right now. You're wearing a mask. Meanwhile, another lizard monster descended from the sky. It died instantly. Yu-Ilin leveled up again. You have obtained 431,729 EXP. You have become level 44. Strength has increased by 2, dexterity, stamina, and mana have increased by 1. Lita appeared beside him, looking concerned. These lizards just keep coming. There's no time for you to be killing them one by one. You need to kill the leader first, since it's the main cause of the environmental change, and then get rid of the remaining ones. She continued, as long as you don't kill the leader, monsters will continue to appear. Yu-Ilin sighed. Easy to say. Surrounded by a horde of lizard monsters, Yu-Ilin wondered, how easy do you think it'll be to get every single one of them? The lizard screeched, we need to kill him first. Records. Strong warriors' records. Yu-Ilin scoffed, annoying little bastards. One of the lizards shot a fireball. Yu-Ilin deflected the blast with his spear. He retaliated with a swift strike. An onlooker gasped, amazing. The onlookers were in awe. It's hard for us to take one on as a group, but he's taking them all on by himself. Yu-Ilin continued his assault, spear a blur as he weaved through the monster horde. He somersaulted over a cluster of lizards, his armor gleaming. Yu Ilin paused, assessing the situation. Let's see. His eyes narrowed. That's the leader. Yu Ilin charged forward, leaving a trail of dust in his wake, his spear aimed directly at the hulking leader. With a mighty swing, he brought his spear down on the leader, the impact echoing through the desolate landscape. Yu Ilin's level skyrocketed. You have become level 45. Dexterity has increased by 2. Strength, stamina, and mana have increased by 1. I'm still not gonna be controlling mana by the time I get to my secondary title change at this rate. It'll be fine until level 100. By the way, the speed at which you level up is really slow. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the landscape. Move! They explode on contact with humans? Korean? He stared at the approaching monster, his expression hardening. Explode? Yu Ilin smirked, ready for anything. You mean these guys? That's great. His spear flashed out, striking the monster with deadly precision. Another explosion ripped through the air. Lita watched in amazement. That's a great way. Don't try to imitate him. Yu Ilin hurled a massive chunk of debris at the monster, slamming it into the ground. I think he threw a building fragment. The monster roared in pain. Kawu. Yu Ilin nimbly balanced on a precarious rock formation, spear at the ready. Yu Ilin posed dramatically. Ha! Balancing this much is a piece of cake for someone who fought the ocean waves to catch Moby Dick. Suddenly, the monster detonated in a fiery explosion. Stop with the Moby Dick jokes. It exploded. The onlookers were in shock. Oh my! That person, I knew he was being too lax. Is he dead? Another person chimed in. Dead? Who? I knew the boulder was gonna explode. Those people won't hear you, you know? Now, it's time for the new weapon. The flash of light pile bunkers complete, grade unique. The status screen appeared, showing an attack power that scaled with level, from 1400 at first level to a whopping 4500 at fourth level, and a durability of 1341 out of 1350. Plus, loading speed and attack power increased by 20%. The screen continued, describing the weapon as being made using a shadow leopard's bones, teeth, and tendons by an artisan who has reached the peak of his skills. It was certainly impressive that such a miraculous weapon was created without the use of magic or gunpowder. However, it is hard to use and carry around. The use of the materials of metal hearts has amplified both its pros and cons. Yu Ilin readied his new weapon. He slammed the flash of light pile bunker downwards with incredible force. Critical hit. Suddenly, a chorus of voices cried out. The boss is in danger. Gotta save him. The lizard men swarmed forward. Stop all these guys. Qua. The lizard men descended on their target. Yu Ilin checked the stats of his new sword. Foolish Giant's Dark Great Sword grade unique attack power 2300 durability 2100/2100 option weight increased by 25. User's power increased by 20. You sound weird. How? Suddenly, a system notification popped up. You have reached LV Max in Swordsmanship. You can evolve the skill if you have skill evolving ingredients cord. The lizard man, on the verge of death, gasped out its last words. Record human strong. Yu Ilin turned his head, sensing something was wrong. What the hell? Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently. A survivor screamed a warning. The ground continued to crumble as the lizard man prepared to self-destruct. The lizard man roared one last time. In the place of humans, the top of the world. But before it could finish its sentence, Yu Ilin swung his sword, silencing the beast forever. Yu Ilin landed on the ground, unimpressed. As if, suddenly, a system notification appeared. You have obtained 1897, 565 EXP. You have obtained the records of ALV-91 Flame Lizard. Yu Ilin stared at the notification in disbelief. They're lower level than the black leopards even though they can change the entire surrounding environment? How does that make any sense? And why so little EXP? Lita responded, that's how mutant monsters are. They're very strong in comparison to their levels. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the clearing. What a shame. Yu Ilin, still masked, turned his head confused. Huh! The crowd of survivors erupted in cheers. What amazing skill! A woman approached Yu Ilin, her partner close behind. Are you injured anywhere? I can heal you if you are. Yu Ilin recognized them instantly. These people are the Korean couple I saw earlier. Lita, sensing his mood souring, teased him. Yu Ilin, I feel waves of jealousy coming from you. What are you jealous of? Yu Ilin retorted, shush, you wouldn't understand what it feels like to be an outsider. Couples can go to hell. He quickly regained his composure, addressing the couple. I'm okay. Please get rid of the other monsters. It'll be a big problem if we miss even one of them. The couple watched Yu Ilin's display of power with awe. Hajin Appa, do you think he's been through his tertiary title change? Her partner responded, no way. I haven't heard of anyone who's gotten to that level yet. But he's still that strong? That's cool. She looked up at her partner. I think he's stronger than you. Meanwhile, Yu Ilin continued to battle the endless swarm of lizards, leveling up once again. You have obtained 407,633 EXP. Yu Ilin thought to himself, even if I work my ass off here to hunt all these lizards, I bet one will make it out alive. He continued his train of thought. I'm guessing that once I'm certain I've killed them all, just one left alive will probably stare at the plane I'm on and run off into the forest. Then the moment I come back to LA later, another mutant incident will occur because of him. Yu Ilin's eyes widened as he saw the horde of lizard men bearing down on them. What kind of movie is this? Suddenly, the armored woman leaped into action. I won't allow that to happen. 2 are running at 11 o'clock. She launched herself towards the monsters. The lizard men cackled. The woman's efforts were rewarded with a burst of experience points. You have obtained 422,989 EXP. You have obtained 419,877 EXP. She wiped her brow in exhaustion. Phew. Is it almost over? Lita appeared beside her. Are you sure you can just store it like that? Huh. Why not? Phew. I got a lot of monster corpses. The woman suddenly found herself struggling under the weight. It's heavy, she groaned, realizing the obvious flaw in her plan. Please get me an option to control the weight of the bag. I knew it. Suddenly, the scene shifted to a view of the city. A system notification popped up. Sky Quest 003. Proxy mission complete. All stats have been increased by 2. You are the most successful in completing the quest out of everyone who has applied for the quest. You will be given a special reward. A mysterious figure watched from afar. Lita handed over the means to control the bag's weight. Here. Now you can control its weight however you wish. Oh, thank you. Another angel watched them. Hoo, she began to explain. I was actually watching you earlier today. The one I'm supervising was at the battlefield. Yu Ilin was confused. What? There are other humans that angels help other than me? The angel confirmed it. Yes. It's so that we can protect the rare and excellent ability users for the sake of Earth. She continued, showing an image of a beautiful woman. She's called Nayuna. Help her the next time you get the chance. It'll be good for you too if you help her because she's been blessed by the goddess of beauty. Suddenly, Erdha interjected. Wait, don't tell that woman about Yu Ilin's abilities. His information needs to be protected. Pada responded, oh my. The angel looked surprised. I've never seen Erdha worry about a lower being so much. Do you perhaps, Pada giggled, teasing Erdha, have a crush on him? You can't, or Rita will kill you. What are you talking about? Erdha waved her hand dismissively. Go back if you're done here. Yu Ilin, be nice to Nayuna. Yu Ilin, still processing everything, asked, geez, are you gonna go help that woman? He scoffed, turning away. Impossible. I'm an outsider in Cell. I will never be able to approach someone else first. Erdha sighed dramatically. Well, then I'll give you the rest of the quest rewards. Suddenly, a surge of power coursed through him. It's a skill called superhuman strength. You can use it without mana. Yu Ilin tested his newfound strength, clenching his fist. Not bad, but it sounds like a monster's skill. Well, you already learned all the skills a human might learn. Meanwhile, aboard a plane, Yuna bounced in her seat, excited. Puh, Hajin tried to keep her under control. Pada said he'd be on this plane too, but I don't see him. Yuna, sit down properly and put your seatbelt on. And lower your voice. Someone might hear you. Yuna ignored him, lost in her own thoughts. What do you think he looks like? A muscular, manly man? Or maybe he's actually very feminine? Hajin was exasperated. Why does that matter? I thought you wanted him as a teammate because he's strong? Yuna retorted, of course it's important. Why? Are you jealous, Hajin Appa? Hajin scoffed. Why would I be jealous? In the first place, I feel like I'll keep coming across them. Hajin continued, stop acting like your life is a movie. Haven't you ever heard of Chekhov's gun? The Russian author, Anton Chekhov, said. Yuna quoted, if in the first act you have hung a pistol on the wall, this is really good. Then in the following one it should be fired. Yu Ilin flipped the scorpion meat in the pan. You're so good at cooking. Why am I cooking? Leave if you're done. Yuna beamed. Can't you make one more? It melts in my mouth. She was talking about this scorpion monster's meat, that is. Yu Ilin sighed. To explain this situation, I have to go back in time. Flashback time. Whoa. Yu Ilin stood before the massive, swirling entrance, completely bewildered. What's this? He asked. Lita shrugged. Don't ask me. You're the higher being. Lita decided to take a look around. I'll look around a bit. I heard it was a normal troll dungeon, Yu Ilin muttered. Why does something weird happen everywhere I go? The angel floated deeper into the dungeon, examining the strange energy. She paused, a look of realization spreading across her face. I see what happened. It's a very rare phenomenon, she explained. 2 traps of destruction were placed here by coincidence, and caused 2 dungeons to combine and become this large one. Like a dungeon has lots of monsters besides trolls. You should be careful. A notification popped up, warning him of an entry-level limit of 50. Yu Ilin balked. What are you saying? TLDR please, Erda. Lita suddenly realized. I'm saying there are 2 field bosses, aha. This dungeon is a highland. Ah, that's a troll over there. Lita exclaimed. Yu Ilin deadpanned. Are monsters all you can see? The troll mumbled. Troll rest. Sure enough, the troll was out like a light. Yu Ilin was flabbergasted. It fell asleep 3 seconds after it lied down. Is that a resting skill? Trolls usually all have resting skills. Is that why troll blood is required to evolve the resting skill? Yu Ilin crept toward the sleeping troll, spear in hand. Yu Ilin smirked, eyes gleaming with malicious intent. That's the face of a villain. With a swift strike, he ended the troll's nap permanently, earning a hefty 560,705 EXP. The system informed him that he had obtained the records of a level 72 Highlands troll, along with a sleeping secondary class monster's heart, and a mere 3,500 liters of troll blood. Yu Ilin shrugged. That's easy, he pumped his fist. Alright, let's go hunt some more now. With Lita in tow, Yu Ilin dashed through the highland forest. Suddenly, they came across a dungeon entrance. Whoa! It's a giant dungeon, but the level limit is only 50. Na Yuna cautioned, be careful, Na Yuna. We never know what may happen in dungeons. Let's go. I want to get the scorpion poison quickly and go back. Yu Ilin and Na Yuna walked side by side, Lita floating between them. A dungeon date. How you don't even feel that way about me. Suddenly, the dungeon entrance shimmered with ominous energy. Guys, listen to me. We have to be really careful here. The swirling portal pulsed with dark magic. Later that day, Yu Ilin sat by a campfire, a massive chunk of meat roasting over the flames. The meat sizzled, dripping with delicious-looking juices. Yu Ilin grinned, holding up the cooked meat. Well cooked. He took a massive bite, ignoring Lita's warning. Appeasing your hunger with troll meat, that's poisonous, you know. Yu Ilin chomped down on the troll meat. Yeah, but this is really good. Do you want some? Lita politely declined. No thanks, he continued. It's a bit chewier than beef, but it's tasty. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Oh, and it raises my deadly poison resistance skill quickly too. Lita watched him eat with a mixture of concern and amusement. That just means the meat you're eating is very poisonous. Yu Ilin shrugged. I have this skill anyway. It's fine. The fire crackled merrily, casting dancing shadows on the surrounding trees. Yu Ilin leaned back against a tree, patting his stomach. Ah, that was good. My cooking skill went up too. Cooking monsters helps raise it quickly. He sat up, a thoughtful expression on his face. Anyway, it's been 5 days already since we came in here, but I've only seen trolls. I've been making fires and cooking meat, but other creatures aren't appearing. Isn't that weird? Lita tilted her head, curious. I do have a theory, although I'm not too sure yet. Lita prompted him. What is it? Lita explained. The theory is that your stealth effect hid the fire and meat smell altogether. Yu Ilin was shocked. He sputtered in disbelief. That's against the laws of physics. Lita responded matter-of-factly. Laws of physics? Your stealth effect even fooled God. Meanwhile, another troll lumbered into view, ready to be devoured. That'll be the 500th one. Yu Ilin reflected on the past few days. Lots of things happened. You ate a lot of trolls, yes? He continued. There were difficulties, and I wanted to eat other meat because I got bored of troll meat. Yu Ilin sighed in contentment. But the desire to grow stronger pushed me through. Lita added, you couldn't stop because it raised your deadly poison resistance and cooking skill. Yu Ilin, clearly annoyed by Lita's antics, snapped. Ah, geez. Stop reading my mind. Just kill the troll already. Qwek. The troll fell, and Yu Ilin gained experience. You have obtained 572,395 EXP. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. You cannot become level 60 without obtaining a secondary class. Yu Ilin was shocked. All records earned will now be calculated after secondary class has been chosen. The system continued, showing you the path you may take from now on based on the accomplishments and records you have built up until now. Choose a class. A trial matching the class will be given. The options appeared before him. 1. Blood Lancer Expert 2. Battle Expert 3. Cookie Keeper 4. Berserker. The system congratulated him. Congratulations, Yu Ilin. You're finally getting your secondary class. Lita adjusted her glasses, ready to explain. But a lot of things could change. It's finally time for me to explain. She started with the first option. Blood Lancer Expert is the next level of what you have right now. It'll greatly reinforce the features you have. Yu Ilin shuddered. If it gets any stronger than what I have right now, I think even my mom won't be able to find me. Lita moved on to the next class. Battle Expert is an expert of all weapons. Your own body will also be used as a weapon. Yu Ilin was skeptical. That sounds perverted. I'm just supposed to take attacks with my bare body. Yu Ilin's face contorted in horror as he imagined the Berserker class. A Berserker is a warrior that doesn't leave the battlefield until either he or the opponent is dead. That's just a psychopath. Lita cleared her throat, trying to regain control of the situation. Ahem. All three are strong and rare classes. The three won't really be affected by mana, so you can really just choose whatever. Yu Ilin glanced at the options again. Then what's this Rookie Reaper? Lita frowned, looking puzzled. I'm not sure. I've never seen that one either. It's probably some exclusive class. Yu Ilin smirked, a mischievous glint in his eyes. It might be completely different from its name too. I'll like the Invisible Spearman. A grin spread across Yu Ilin's face. Still, I'm gonna choose Rookie Reaper. Lita sighed, already knowing what he would pick. I knew you would. You like mystery more than anyone. Yu Ilin responded, Expert Rookie Reaper, Erdha. You know me so well, Erdha. Rookie Reaper is a process you must go through in order to become a Reaper who brings death down fairly onto everyone. It is also the only path given to you, for you have chosen to deal with death while being alive. You need to take on a task to prove yourself worthy of this position. Kill a secondary class monster with 1 hit in an ambush 0 out of 100. Kill a tertiary class monster with 1 hit in an ambush 0/1. What's with the difficulty? I see why some people never go beyond level 50. Kill a tertiary class monster with 1 attack at level 50? Well, I guess it's not impossible. Is there a way? I'd have to push off evolving my resting skill, but if I use a mana stone to reinforce my weapon with mana craft, it might work. The vortex of energy swirled before him, a tremendous entrance to the past. Yu Ilin wondered, would this be enough? Suddenly, a massive sand scorpion emerged from the portal, poised to strike. What? A sand scorpion? The sand scorpion loomed over Lita, ready to strike. Lita screamed, this is why I told you to be careful. I'll eat bell peppers from now on, so please save me. Yuna shouted. Yuna! Damn it! Yu Ilin watched the scene unfold. What's with those guys? Why are they struggling so hard against some weak-ass monster? That can happen if you're suddenly ambushed, although you've never been ambushed, and never will be, he sighed. I really didn't want to get involved with that couple. Yu Ilin gripped his spear. But I can't just pass by. Foreshadowing came true. Lita looked on, concerned. Yu Ilin saw an opportunity and grabbed the nearest weapon at hand. This is the skewer you used to eat your meal. He hurled it with all his might. Take this. Metal Heart Steel Skewer. Yuna looked on in disbelief. Metal Heart? You used such a precious material to create a meat skewer? The skewer struck true, sending Lita flying. Yu Ilin scooped up Lita and ran. Lita screamed as they crashed to the ground. Whaff! The skewer stuck right into the giant scorpion's butt. Lita screamed as she flew through the air. But Yu Ilin didn't stop there. He pulled out another skewer. He hurled it with all his might, striking the scorpion dead center. A flurry of notifications popped up. Critical hit! You have obtained 668,938 EXP. You have obtained the records of a level 78 giant sand scorpion. Critical hit skill has become level 9. Yu Ilin was shocked. 78? Its level is higher than I expected. Lita chimed in. Its main weapon is poison, but you have deadly poison resistance. That's why it was so easy for you. The matchup was good. I see. Yu Ilin stared at the downed beast. Giant sand scorpion, I bet it'd taste good cooked. I feel like it'd taste like lobster. Lita was appalled. Are you gonna eat again? Did you come here to eat? Yu Ilin stared longingly at the scorpion. But they're so yummy. Yuna, are you okay? Na Yuna stared back in shock. Huh. She recognized the mask. LA's Dark Knight. Na Yuna pulled out her phone, showing Yu Ilin an Instagram post. Dark K and what? You don't know? You're trending on Instagram right now. People are calling you the US government's Dark Knight, she continued. Some even said you're an FBI agent. Yeah, but I think Dark Knight sounds cooler. Lita's face turned red with rage. As I thought the internet is just a waste. Those evil things always ruin things. Always. Yu Ilin ignored them both, turning away. Ertha? Did something happen to you on the internet? I'll just continue with what I was doing, Lita yelled after him. He ignored us. Na Yuna watched Yu Ilin work. I guess he's taking the scorpion monster apart. What an amazing person. Meanwhile, night fell. Yu Ilin started cooking the scorpion meat. The smell wafted over to Na Yuna. It smells good now that I think about it. I haven't eaten anything all day. Yu Ilin looked up from the pan. I can make you some, but this has poison in it. Na Yuna waved her hand dismissively. That's okay. I can take care of it, she pleaded with puppy dog eyes. Please get rid of the poison. Yap. Na Yuna removed the poison with divine power. Now you can eat it. The poison's all gone. They're both good looking, and they have good skills. God is unfair. We did hear that she was blessed by the goddess of beauty. She has amazing divine power. On the other hand, I was abandoned for thousands of years. Na Yuna exclaimed, this tastes really, really good. You're good at cooking too, Dark Knight. She paused. Dark Knight? And now, back to the present. Thank you for the meal. Yu Ilin set down his utensils. Na Yuna asked, Hey, aren't you bored on your own? Do you want to be in our party? Yu Ilin flatly refused. No, she continued, being next to a pretty girl like me would dash again. Yu Ilin refused. No. Na Yuna whined. Appa, I was rejected in an instant. Despite being this pretty. Haha. Lita wondered, are they not dating? That's not the reaction I would expect from a couple. The man offered Yu Ilin a business card. Thanks for saving my teammate. We're gonna get going now. Call us later through this number. We'll make sure to pay you back. Yu Ilin stared at the card in disbelief. He realized, this looks the same as the business card Kong Myri gave me. Na Yuna chimed in, maybe they're from the same company. Please take my business card too. We're only here for business, so we're gonna go back to Korea right after. The man quickly covered Na Yuna's mouth. Na Yuna! If you reveal information like that, this much is okay. They're in the same company. The man scolded Na Yuna. How many times do I have to tell you to be careful whom you give out personal information to? I didn't say what our business was though. Yu Ilin, still masked, stared after them. I'll probably come across them again in this dungeon. Lita shot back. I told you to stop predicting the future, he declared, because I'm gonna follow them. That's even worse. I have no choice. The scorpion won't attack me. Na Yuna pouted. What a shame. He would have come over to our side if I just seduced him a bit longer. There's no way he wouldn't fall for me unless he's... Yeah, the man sighed. She continued, it's too difficult for just the two of us anyway. Wouldn't he help us if we offer him everything from the scorpion except the poison? The man questioned. And what if he wants the poison? Na Yuna huffed. It'd also be bad if he asks us what we want the poison for. You need to watch your mouth. Yu Ilin watched them go. Watch her mouth, the man replied. He's not really watching what he's saying either. Na Yuna countered. Is the Heaven's Quest really something we have to hide? Plus, he saved our lives and fed us. I'm sure he's a kind person. I'm amazed how you're still so naive despite your age. Her companion responded. That's because you and Myri protected me. Yeah. Lita floated beside Yu Ilin, arms crossed. Didn't you say this is a troll dungeon? They're here for a scorpion. Explain yourself, Yu Ilin stammered. I didn't know. I thought only trolls lived here. Yu Ilin smirked beneath his mask. Suspicious. I'm thinking you're just trying to troll me because I keep correctly predicting what will happen. Lita fumed. Enough with the predictions. Suddenly, Yu Ilin was bathed in light as he leveled up. You have obtained 697,290 EXP. The girl exclaimed. That skewer again? How many did you make? Call it Mihar Skew. Metal Heart Skewer. I named it. Meanwhile, Yu Ilin thought to himself. A monster appeared, but they didn't even notice because of my stealth skill. How did they end up in that situation earlier when they have their own guardian angel? Lita explained, an angel's power on Earth is somewhat limited. And a guardian angel is not allowed to interfere too much with a human's life. They can only give clues and advice. Yu Ilin scoffed, so they're not helpful at all. What an inconvenience, Lita retorted. What do you mean, inconvenience? I'm of great help to you, Na Yuna asked. Where's the super giant scorpion? Her companion replied, You mean the giant Deathstalker? Yu Ilin's eyes widened. Ooh, that thing's name must be Giant Deathstalker. The name sounds real strong, that? The angel looked on in shock. The man gaped. It appeared. The giant Deathstalker. Wha? It's super big, so you're the mega giant scorpion. This isn't the time to be impressed. Yuna, buff, please make Hajin OPPA stronger. YB, great, a paladin and a healer. I won't have to intervene, right? They'll probably take care of it on their own, but fighting. I should probably help with that, huh? Huh, the troll bellowed, its eyes glowing red with rage. Hajin Appa. Run! What the hell is that? Na Yuna screamed as the troll lunged forward. Suddenly, a figure in a mask appeared, shield at the ready. Checkmate. The troll was obliterated by a single strike. The troll's head went flying. Na Yuna screamed, KYGH. Her companion was equally stunned. WH, what the? Yu Ilin landed on the troll's corpse. Ah, as I thought. A stat screen appeared. Lita facepalmed. It was just a one-time use. That's because you ignored durability and put everything into attack power. Who makes things like that? A destroyer weapon possessing everything in just one attack. It is unstable and breaks after one use. However, that one attack will kill the target with certainty. It needs to be this strong to kill a tertiary class monster. Yeah, but, I'm done here. You guys can continue. Then goodbye. Yu Ilin turned his back on the duo, leaving them to face the giant Deathstalker alone. The man stared up at the monster with a look of pure terror. The giant Deathstalker raised its massive leg to strike. Whoa! I forgot I was fighting. As the giant Deathstalker prepared to strike, Na Yuna screamed, Hajin Appa's in danger. She turned to Yu Ilin. Excuse me, if you help us kill the scorpion, we'll give you everything except the poison. Yu Ilin gave a thumbs up. Okie dokie. Hajin was shocked at her offer. Hey, stupid! I warned you to not dash. Na Yuna pleaded with him. Appa, be reasonable. You need his help right now. Hajin looked on in disbelief. The giant Deathstalker's fist hurtled towards them. Shit! Yu Ilin, not one to waste time, declared, You done arguing? Then I'll help. He launched himself forward, spear aimed directly at the monster's weak point. His spear pierced through the air with incredible speed. The spear struck true, creating a massive explosion of mana. Hajin looked on in utter shock. Amazing! Na Yuna, seeing Yu Ilin's success, urged Hajin Appa. You attack too. Hajin, snapping out of his daze, responded, Right. Yu Ilin's sword glowed with power. He unleashed his chasing strike. Lita watched in amazement. The skill he just used is influenced by the prior attack and becomes stronger. In other words, he utilized your power. Hajin, still trying to be helpful, analyzed the attack. That's a mana skill too, isn't it? He's weaker than I expected. Not everyone's a monster like you. Yu Ilin, unfazed by the commentary, taunted the giant Deathstalker. Hey, Scorpion! Do you know what my specialty is? His spear struck again. It's attacking where I already attacked. A flurry of notifications appeared before him. You have obtained 2479, 989 EXP. You have obtained the records of a level 75 giant Deathstalker. The giant Deathstalker collapsed, defeated. Yuna examined the remains. I took out all the parts with poison. This here is its poisonous sting and gland. Whoa, it's so neat. Thank you, Hajin accused Lita. Peitha, you brought that scorpion over to force Selman into helping, didn't you? Lita, caught red-handed, could only squeak out, I'm sorry. Then Lita snatched her up in an angel sleeper hold. Has no thoughts. I think that scorpion meat will be really good. I'll take care of the troll first, though. Yu Ilin tilted his head, noticing something nearby. He spotted a glimmering prize. Oh. A tertiary mana stone. Lita's eyes widened. A tertiary mana stone? Already? Hajin urged her to stay focused. Don't get distracted. Angel cross hardening. Yuna screamed in pain. They must be really close friends. It looks like punishment to me. Yuna held up her prize. You got a mana stone. That's good, she beamed. Yeah. I'll be able to complete my quest right away. We're gonna go back to town now. Do you want to come with us? If it's okay, we'd like you to join our clan. Mr. Dark Knight. Join our clan. Myri will be so happy too. Yu Ilin was having none of it. No. Cold, Yuna tried to persuade him. Your skills are enviably amazing. If you come to our clan, we'll gain such a great improvement. Humans get together by working together and filling in what another person lacks. Wouldn't it be fun to hunt monsters with a beauty like me? Yu Ilin's patience wore thin. I said. No. The popular people can have fun on their own. Don't drag me in. Yu Ilin began to rant. Humans get better by working together and filling in what another person lacks. I already know that's the great thing about working in groups, but I know I never got to experience such a good thing because no one noticed me or cared for me, so I always did things on my own and just endured on my own if I lacked in something. But to hear that now just because I'm stronger now, no thanks. What a bunch of thick-skinned people you evil extroverts are. Leave me alone, blah blah, Lita sighed. His PTSD is flaring up again. Now. He doesn't want to. Stop being clingy and just go. They waved goodbye, shouting, contact us. See you again, Lita muttered, see you never again. Yu Ilin watched them go. They're gone. Now my stealth skill should be back on. You really just do whatever you want, huh? He picked up a mana stone. I gotta get to work now. A status screen appeared. He had all the materials. 500 out of 500 sleeping secondary class monsters heart. 500 out of 500 liters of troll's blood. 100 out of 100 hours of good sleep, and 1-to-1 tertiary class monsters mana. Yu Ilin was surrounded by a surge of mana as his rest skill evolved. He floated in the air, absorbing the power. Then, a notification popped up. You have obtained Transcendent Regeneration. Transcendent Regeneration? The skill's description appeared. The body and mind will recover sight damages dealt quickly after taking an attack. The skill level is at the moment, even if a finger were to go flying, you will be able to regenerate it in a flash. Once activated, it cannot be reactivated until after enough energy recovery. The rest skill's abilities have not changed. Lita congratulated him. Congratulations on getting a skill with a training difficulty of expert rank. Once it reaches a higher rank, you'll be able to come back alive, even if your heart gets pierced or your brain gets smashed. Yu Ilin wondered, how long do I have to train to get to that point? Yu Ilin smiled. But it does sound like a great skill. It'd be worth being training for. Lita smirked, knowing exactly how much training it would take. I'm helpful, right? Yeah. Now Yu Ilin realized, I just need to get 100 secondary class monsters for the Rookie Reaper requirement. What a terrible requirement. You're probably the only person who can fulfill the kind of requirement. That's probably why I got it. He noticed something was off. But doesn't it look like the trolls are moving differently than before? He observed the trolls, noting, they were resting against the trees until now. Troll want rest, troll tired, but now they're neither resting nor sleeping. He wondered aloud, are they trying to avenge their leader or something? They don't seem like the type to get revenge, just hurry and get it over with. After that, for 2 days, I went around the dungeon hunting trolls, but I only managed to kill 97. The number of trolls went down a lot. There was at least one every 10 minutes, but I barely come across one every hour now. Plus, they've been behaving so weirdly. Trolls don't want death. Want go back. Too lazy to run. But want live. It looks like they're being forced. Maybe someone stronger than them is controlling them? You already killed their leader. I don't think there's another troll monster on a higher position than the leader. Then it must be another monster. It's possible. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. The exit disappeared. Lita panicked. What's happening? The exit's gone, and I can't communicate with the other angels either. I've never experienced this before. Yu Ilin, ever the pragmatist, tried to calm her down. Calm down, Miss Higher Being. Could it be? He trailed off, a grim realization dawning on him. An abandoned world? Lita confirmed his fears. Abandoned world? Yes, she explained the grim reality. God manages many worlds. Part of that is helping other living beings when they're in danger, but sometimes, monsters get way too strong and end up wiping out an entire species. The monsters who have lost their enemies begin eating each other's, then the future of that world is gone. Then the heavens give up on that world. Lita's halo flickered ominously as she tried to make sense of their predicament. I can't communicate with other angels in an abandoned world because all connections with the heavens are cut off. But Lita quickly dismissed the idea. But Eartha, this place isn't an abandoned world but a dungeon on Earth. Yes, that's what it should be. Yu Ilin's eye twitched, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he sensed something was very wrong. Eartha! Yu Ilin stared in disbelief. Suddenly, they were both sent flying by an unseen force. Yu Ilin steeled himself. But I don't think I won't be able to win. Even if it's strong, it's still a tertiary class monster. He watched as the monster went after Eartha. It didn't spot me earlier and went for Eartha instead. Is it because of my stealth? Its specialty is also probably stealth. Lita shouted encouragement. I'll give you a reward for saving a higher being if you make it alive out of this. So, Lita screamed, don't die. You Illin was sent flying, Urtha's voice echoed in his mind. Record, you Illin, battered but not broken, yelled back, you keep going on about records, what's that got to do with you? The pile bunker was destroyed, leaving you Illin with only his spear. The pile bunker's destroyed. And all I have for a weapon is a spear, my armor's basically just a strong shield since I can't ambush it. Suddenly, a shadowy hand reached out, as the monster declared, fast. Give me all that too, Hajin spotted the approaching magic. That's be careful. It's magic! Yu Illin was sent crashing to the ground. He looked up to see a barrage of red spikes raining down. The giant Death Stalker loomed over him, ready to strike. Yu Illin steadied himself. First, Yu Illin struck true, yelling, take this! Critical hit! Yu Illin clicked his tongue in annoyance. Damn it. That's all for a critical hit? If the level difference is almost 100 between the two of you, the giant Death Stalker reeled from the blow. Having damaged it just a bit was a miracle created by your skill and weapon's greatness. The monster's eyes glowed with rage. Weak. But the giant Death Stalker unleashed a furious series of attacks. Yu Illin parried the blows with his spear, each clash echoing with immense force. He countered with a lightning-infused strike, hoping to break through the monster's defenses. How are you weak yet strong? Give me your records. Let me in on the knowledge. Yu Illin, face set with grim determination, spat back. Shut up. He launched himself forward, spear aimed at the Death Stalker's core. But the monster unleashed a devastating blast of energy, sending Yu Illin flying once more. Yu Illin staggered, the force of the blast taking its toll. Cook, he grimaced, feeling the strain on his armor. It even uses explosion skills, my armor's breaking. I won't be able to hold on for long if my equipment breaks. He stared at the monster in disbelief. Is that the real power of mana? The Death Stalker raised its arm, preparing another devastating attack. A beam of pure energy shot forth, aimed directly at Yu Illin. Yu Illin braced himself, knowing he had to find a way to break through. He grit his teeth, determination blazing in his eyes. Damn it! I will. Yu Illin slammed his spear into the Death Stalker. Master mana someday! Suddenly, Lita gasped. Yu Illin was knocked back by the force of the explosion. Lita noticed something. Thorns from the face? The thorns struck Yu Illin's face. Yu Illin cried out, clutching his face. That hurts like shit, Yu Illin. Are you okay? Lita looked on in shock. The injury's turning black. Is this a curse? Even his deadly poison resistance can't stop it. Lita's face was a mask of concern. Just then, Yu Illin looked up, surprised. Urtha? Lita declared, it'll be harder for you to fight if it keeps going for me. It'll be better for me not to be here. Yu Illin grinned, knowing what she was up to. Okay. Go for a walk then. With a worried expression, Lita flew away, shouting, don't die. Yu Illin took a direct hit. Critical hit, he grimaced, bloodied and battered. I'm losing feeling in my arm. I feel like this is a really bad situation. He stared up at the monster's skull-like face. But, Yu Illin smirked, despite the dire circumstances. I weirdly don't feel any despair at all. Meanwhile, Lita looked back with concern. There's still a foreshadowing that needs to come true. Yu Illin coughed, thinking, if only my power wasn't restricted down on Earth, things wouldn't have gotten this bad. A dark figure loomed in his mind. Plus, that Reaper. Yu Illin knew he couldn't waste time worrying about the Reaper. This is no time to worry about that. I need to hurry. They wouldn't have left this place yet if this really is an abandoned world. Lita's expression was grave. Yu Illin, please endure it. Urtha clasped her hands together, offering a silent prayer. Dear God, please protect him. Meanwhile, back with the soldiers, one of them brandished an escape scroll, only to find it useless. Huh? Why isn't the escape scroll working? Are you sure it's not broken? The entrance is gone too. The other angel looked around in disbelief. Huh? Suddenly, a bright light flashed, and they were transported away. The soldier looked around, confused. Urtha? Lita, looking absolutely furious, screamed, pay the... She continued, demanding, repay that debt right now. Yu Illin, breathing heavily behind his mask, stood his ground. The giant Death Stalker, now a shadowy figure, boomed, why don't you fall? It unleashed a barrage of attacks, each one accompanied by its desperate cries. Why? 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 Yu Illin, teeth gritted, retorted, don't ask me, you bastard. He continued his assault, declaring, it's only been 2 months since humans returned to Earth. Do you think I held on for 1,000 years only to live for 2 months? Yu Illin gripped his spear tightly, the metal slick with sweat and monster blood. I will never die here. The Death Stalker's attack slammed Yu Illin into the ground. he gasped, vision blurring. Damn it, my fingers won't move. Kaya ha ha ha. You will now die, but even on the brink of defeat, you Illin's will didn't break. As if, just then, Lita's voice cut through the haze. Don't die, you Illin refused to give in. I won't die. See you again, as if I'd die here. His mind raced with everything he still wanted to experience. There are still a lot of things I want to do and make. His determination surged. I can't die like this. His thoughts drifted to the angel who had been with him since the beginning. Rita, I miss you. The Death Stalker prepared to deliver the final blow. Just then, Lita's presence filled his mind. You Illin lay battered and broken on the ground. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted, blasting the Death Stalker away from him. You Illin gasped for air, struggling to sit up. The cloaked figure stood between him and the monster. How did you? Eartha's angels had arrived. We're not late, right? Yuna's desperate plea echoed through the battlefield. Save that person. The mysterious, healing energy washed over the fallen warrior. He felt the wounds close, the pain subside. The curse left. What an amazing healing power. Power surged back into him. Now I can. He gripped his spear, the familiar weight grounding him. Kiri, Yu Illin stood tall, his gaze unwavering. Don't look at me like that. All right, I can move. Yu Illin took a moment to catch his breath. If those guys didn't show up in time, I really would have died. He glanced at the newcomer, a grim reaper looming over the battlefield. Why is a monster like that in this dungeon? Yuna, ever the strategist, pointed at Hajin. Hajin Appa, attack! Hajin stammered back. I'm supposed to attack? Yuna's patience wore thin. Then who else? Damn it, Hajin steeled himself. Whatever, Yuna began chanting. Blessing. Pour down on Hajin Appa like a waterfall. A surge of energy washed over Hajin, empowering him for the fight ahead. The Reaper was sent flying back from the force of the blessing. Yuna and the other angel looked on in disbelief. That worked? How is he supposed to fight against something like that? Yuna's power was truly something else. What's with that woman? Even if Yu Illin damaged the Reaper a ton, she just sent the Reaper flying with the power of blessing. Yuna descended from the sky. She rushed to Yu Illin's side. Yu Illin! Are you okay? He replied, I'm alive. Yuna floated back, a serious expression on her face. I need a bit more time. Starting now. Illin turned to her, a mask now covering his face. Hey, how long can you endure on your own? Yuna responded, What? You want me to face that thing alone? With his mask firmly in place, Illin declared, I just need you to stall a bit of time. Khan Hajin looked back at Yuna, a question mark practically floating over his head. Illin continued, If Yuna helps, then maybe about 30 seconds. He was confident. That's enough, Hajin screamed as he was engulfed in a blinding light. Yuna unleashed a torrent of blessings, each one more powerful than the last. Blessing. Blessing again. Bigger blessing. The green-haired angel panicked. Eartha. Now Yuna's gonna die at this rate. I don't care about Khan Hajin, but I'll resent you forever if Na Yuna dies. You're cold, Yuna's friend insisted. Yu Illin said 30 seconds should be enough. Trust him, Paitha. Paitha, however, was not convinced. What if he's late? Does he even have a trump card? Back on Earth, Yu Illin. Suddenly, a group of trolls appeared, blocking his path. Yu Illin, now wearing his mask, made quick work of the trolls. Troll hunting? Right now, Illin's angel explained. Illin needed 3 more secondary class monsters to get his secondary title change. Once he levels up, his condition will be fully recovered. He fulfilled the conditions for a title change, killing 100 secondary class monsters by ambushing them in one attack. You have become a rookie Reaper. Stealth's effect will be increased by 10. The chances of a critical hit and attack power when ambushing an enemy will be increased by 50. Attack power will be increased by 20. Stealth skills evolution conditions have been eased. Absorbing all of the records collected, you have become level 53. My stamina's been fully recovered. You have learned the passive skill, Death Collector. Collecting the power of lives you have killed. You cannot use mana yet. You cannot learn an active skill. You can choose a subclass. 10 seconds remaining. Debris flew as the newcomer clashed with the monster. The soldier grimaced. Cook. My armor and shield are at their limit. The cloaked figure stood defiantly. How did he stay alive fighting this thing on his own? Weak. You're way too weak. Yuna, watching with concern, pleaded, Please make sure Hajin Appa doesn't die. The soldier continued his assault, trying to buy time for Yu Illin. Yu Illin, still recovering, heard a familiar voice. Hajin Appa. He looked up, surprised. Yuna. The cloaked figure loomed over Yuna and Yu Illin. It's over now. Yuna, filled with righteous fury, cried out, please scold that bad guy. A surge of divine power emanated from Yuna. The Reaper was struck by Yuna's holy power. The blast sent Yu-Ilin flying backwards. The other angel was stunned. A human successfully damaged a Reaper? She's got amazing potential. Yuna's gonna save humanity, but the angel knew this wouldn't last. But it won't be in that state for long. Yuna shook him urgently. Wake up, Hajin Appa. We have to run. My body won't move. The Reaper's malevolent presence loomed over them. Ka will kill you, Yu-Ilin grimaced, feeling the weight of the situation. Shit! Is this where we die? Suddenly, a thought sparked in his mind. Let's form a party. A system notification appeared before him. You have accepted a new party member. Party members, 3. Yu-Ilin's eyes widened in disbelief. This is? Count Hajin na Yuna? He stared up in shock as a massive foot descended towards them. You're back! Yu-Ilin exclaimed, hope flooding his battered body. Leaning against Yuna, Yu-Ilin thought, I've never thought until now that I'm weak. He continued, I'm upset about it, but the moment he appeared, I was relieved. Meanwhile, the Reaper raged, humans. New records. Records, the masked figure thought to himself, it doesn't realize I'm here because it's in a rage. Great, he channeled his power. Superhuman strength. Activate. The Reaper sensed a shift in the air. This is the end. Yu-Ilin channeled all of his superhuman strength into one final blow. Critical hit. The masked figure stared intently. The Reaper's head began to crack. The spear pierced through the Reaper's chest. The Reaper gasped, a woman? Thanks. Yu-Ilin stood over the fallen Reaper, his mask glinting in the fading light. The Reaper dissolved into motes of light. A system notification appeared. You have obtained 31969 for 09 EXP. You have become level 55. Strength has increased by 4, and agility, stamina, and mana has increased by 2. Yu-Ilin stared at the notification, dumbfounded. Was she freed from her curse? I've never gotten tens of millions of EXP. Another message popped up. You have obtained the records of a LV-157 Lita Karjiha. Activating Death Collector. Lita Karjiha's life force has been absorbed and saved. Just then, Yuna and Hajin rushed over to him, concern etched on their faces. Are you okay? We leveled up thanks to you, so we're all recovered. Are you hurt any? The soldier looked around. He looked back at Yuna, surprised by her power. It was really strong. It was a human, he shuddered, remembering the fight. I've never come across something like that in my 10 years in the other world. I thought we were gonna die. The masked man turned to Yuna. Well then, he raised his blade, a dark aura surrounding him. I'll finish things up as usual, but Yuna screamed, Stop, the soldier asked, confused. Why? Are you gonna butcher her? The masked man insisted. Yeah, it's a monster. It's a human. The masked man clarified his intentions, wielding his blades. I don't mean anything bad. What's important is if she has sturdy leather, hard bones, and a mana stone. Just those 3, Yuna, however, cried out. Wait. Hajin tilted his head, confused. Yu-Ilin prepared to dissect the Reaper. The Reaper's eye glowed ominously. But before he could, the Reaper's body disintegrated into ash. He sighed. The corpse turned into ashes. I see. My butchering time, he muttered, disappointed. I didn't think it would actually, Lita declared, be a breaker. Yu-Ilin was clearly out of the loop. Breaker? What's with that cool name? Am I the only one who doesn't know? He thought to himself, the ego of a lonely man who cannot bring himself to confidently ask. Lita explained, those who ate mana stones and were consumed by the monster's mana are called breakers. When a breaker dies, they become ashes. Yu-Ilin's eyes widened behind his mask. Then the Reaper earlier wasn't a real monster. Lita confirmed, yes. It could have been an intelligent species like elves, but originally, it was a human. Yu-Ilin stared down at his hands, lost in thought. He grimaced. I couldn't butcher her. Yu-Ilin stared at the mana stone in his hand. But I still got this. He noticed something else remained. It's not just the mana stone. Her armor and weapon are still here. Just then, Ertha chimed in. Ertha, did you notice? The dungeon's exits open again. Lita added, yeah, and our abilities are back too. I think that Reaper, Lita Karjiha, had a secret. The other angel looked bummed. It's a shame I couldn't hear it from her. Yu-Ilin tilted his head. Why are you looking at me? Lita bristled at him. What? Are you saying it's my fault? No, I just looked because you're cute. Yu-Ilin, relieved, grinned behind his mask. Then I guess it's okay. The battle might be over, but Yuna knew The Reaper's been defeated, but nothing's been resolved. This mysterious advanced dungeon suppresses even the power of higher beings. She thought about the masked figure, a breaker who's gone through the tertiary class title change, which shouldn't exist on Earth yet, and an abandoned world. Yuna was lost in thought. I don't understand what's happening on Earth right now, but what I'm certain. The soldier paused, struggling to find the right words. Thank you for saving us. Yuilin, still masked, waved off the thanks. No, I should be the one to thank you. If you hadn't appeared at the right timing, I would have been done for foreshadowing fulfilled. The soldier was insistent. You helped us a lot more than we helped you. We never would have managed to escape the dungeon on our own. Yuilin considered this for a moment. Well, if you say so, then. He held up a massive crystal, its depths swirling with captured energy. You don't mind if I take this, right? Yuilin looked at the crystal, calculating its worth. Ha, of course. Take it. Then in exchange for taking that, give us your number. No. Yuna dramatically clutched her face in mock despair. Whoa! Did you see that, Haji Nappa? I'm this pretty, but I got rejected once again. Yuilin recoiled from her advances. This woman is definitely as pretty as an angel, but he rejects extroverts. Yuna, undeterred, pressed on. Then what's your name? You don't need to dash. The angel was practically glowing as she begged. Your name, please tell me. Too bright, he relented. It's Yuilin, what a cool name, he replied, not really. Although I do like my name. Hajin looked on, stunned. This is the first time I've seen Yuna be so cold with a man, and the first time I've seen a man so genuinely reject her. He smirked, enjoying the moment. Yuna watched the two of them, a thoughtful expression on her face. I guess they're both not creatures that can be understood with the logic of an ordinary person like me. Suddenly, a portal opened up, bathing the area in a bright light. Woe, the outside world. Yuilin turned his masked face towards the light. A heavily armored angel appeared, radiating divine power. The angel spoke with authority. A report? Yuna and Hajin looked on in surprise. An angel? The armored angel responded, yes, very well. Yuna wondered, is she Earth's superior? Her presence takes over this entire place. The angel's gaze fell upon Yuilin. Human Yuilin, she continued, for having saved the angel Eartha in an urgent situation. We will discuss the rewards for that and let you know later. Yuilin shrugged. Ah, okay. Rewards? You can give it to me after work. I didn't do it for a reward anyway. The angel added, in addition, this incident is a very serious one, so I will be borrowing Eartha for a bit for more details. All right. With that, the angel seemed ready to depart. Then, the angel prepared to leave, sealing the dungeon with divine power. This dungeon will be temporarily sealed with the power of the heavens. The dungeon was sealed by a host of angels. Yuilin wondered, will more dungeons like this keep appearing? He continued to ponder. Or maybe someone created this dungeon on purpose? But then, what would be the reason? His mind flashed to the image of the Reaper, tears streaming down her face. Clenching his fist, Yuilin resolved, I won't figure out the answer just by worrying about it. He looked out at the vast landscape. I'm just getting stronger for the sake of survival. Keep out of the countless worlds there are, Earth is one of those with the most unpredictable factors. There will be more angels in charge of watching over Earth, and Rita said she misses you quite a bit. She did? Yuilin's eye twitched. Meanwhile, Yuna and Hajin arrived at their destination, luggage in tow. A sleek black car idled, awaiting their arrival. The door swung open, revealing Mairi behind a pair of stylish sunglasses. Welcome back. Did you get the thing? Yuna beamed. Is that all you have to say as soon as you see us? That's so like you. Mairi smirked. We got it. Don't worry. Yuna, ever the gossip, leaned forward excitedly. Mairi, Hajin Appa got beat. Ooh, tell me more. Mairi sighed. Now Yuna. The sleek black car sped down the highway. Mairi looked thoughtful. A Korean who uses a spear? Yuna chimed in, yeah. He's super strong. Hajin Appa couldn't even do anything. Mairi glanced at the spectral soldier behind her. That man? Hajin looked up, a question on his face. Do you know him? Mairi smirked. No. I've never heard of him before. Anyway, thanks to you both, I can now get my secondary title change. Let's go for drinks tonight. Yuilin arrived back at his apartment. I'm home. He stepped inside, a bit surprised. Is Mom not home? He found a note. I'm going to Yamen to get some fresh seafood. I should be back before dinner. From Mom. He stared at the note in disbelief. Wow, she goes to the other world just for grocery shopping. As he stepped into the shower, Yuilin mused, now that I think about it, is my mom perhaps stronger than I thought? Yuilin thought about his mom's trip to Yemen. I'm weak. I'm not talented in fighting at all. But Yaman was full of seafood. At the very least, she's more talented than Dad. He dried off after the shower. Then I'll go work at the workshop a bit before dinner. With renewed focus, he activated his barrier skill. Back in the workshop, he surveyed his stockpile of monster meat. These are gonna go bad if I don't take care of them soon. He eyed the massive pile of meat with concern. Can I ask for expiration-proof magic on the bag? I don't have a place to put all this, but I don't want to throw it all out either. Just then, he sensed something. Huh! A fiery presence materialized before him. The fire spirit responded eagerly. What? You can eat meat too? Yu-Ilin grinned. That's great. He tossed the meat into the flames with gusto. Wahaha! Cooking training and using up the meat. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, he slid more meat into the fire spirit's open maw. Eat lots. Haha! Meanwhile, back in heaven, the angels' investigation began. Investigations showed that Lita Karjiha was an elf of Dru. She was a really talented girl. If only she had been born 500 years earlier. Dru is an abandoned world. How was she able to appear on Earth? The head angel slammed his fist on the table. Silence. This incident brings up 2 main questions. First, how was it possible that a part of an abandoned world went through time and space and got connected to an Earth dungeon? Second, why did that happen in a dungeon with overlapped traps of destruction? Had the human Yu-Ilin not killed Lita Karjiha, Eartha and Paitha would have lost their lives, and in the worst-case scenario, Earth could have been combined with the abandoned world. Ha! It's only been 2 months since the great cataclysm happened on Earth, and you're telling me a human defeated a tertiary-class breaker on his own? Alone? My Na Yuna fought with him. How is that possible? That human's suspicious. Isn't there a need to look into the possibility that he was behind this incident? What? Stop bad-mouthing him. My Ilin is that strong because he worked super hard. My Ilin is a good kid. The other angels looked on in shock as the angel continued her defense. There are angels here who have been accompanying him. There is no suspicion to be had about him. He protected me and Paitha. The angel continued. I've already reported multiple times prior on his excellent skills. I have not noticed any schemes or evil intentions from Yu-Ilin. Another angel scoffed. We'll see. The lead angel declared. We cannot come to a conclusion as of this moment. Therefore, we have decided to increase the amount of angels on Earth by 4-fold to proceed with the investigation. Another angel announced. In order to bring Earth back to balance, God has decided to give rewards to humans who have shown excellent progress. The angel continued. Like Eartha and Paitha, we'll send more guardian angels to some humans. With a stern look, the lead angel commanded, watch over Earth. If the abandoned world and Earth is to be connected again, we will not be able to fix things. The angels vanished in a flash of light. One of the angels declared, I don't want to associate myself with a lower being. We connected them to the other worlds to avoid chaos, just for things to turn out like this. I assume it'll be easier to get to the core of the problem if we spend time over a strong human. He called out 2 familiar names. Rita, Eartha, stay behind. The 2 angels exchanged a confused look. The other angels departed, leaving the hall bathed in divine light. The lead angel turned to the remaining 2. Thank you for listening. The reason I wanted to talk to you was to decide what reward to give to Yu-Ilin, since you all know Yu-Ilin well. Rita's eyes sparkled with determination. That's good. What should we do so that my Ilin will be happy? We should give him something that'd be of use to him instead. Sir Mura smiled knowingly. Ha, I understand how you feel, Rita. I'll promise him the best reward possible using my authority, as God wishes. Rita cheered, pumping her fists in the air. Yay! Really, Sir Mura? Eartha's eyes widened in surprise. Sir Mura always keeps a neutral stance and values fairness, but he's allowing an exception? Sir Mura replied calmly. I just carry out God's wills. We're doing this for the sake of bringing Earth back to balance. The light streamed through the window. And this is only a feeling, but I feel like this one person might get closer to the issue's core than the 7 billion returners on Earth, who returned to Earth from other worlds. The house glowed with the light of creation. Inside, Yu-Ilin stepped back to admire his latest creation. Phew, the status screen popped up. Pile bunker enhanced with metal heart complete. It was a scarily destructive metal pile bunker of unique grade, with an attack power of level 2100 at first level, 3200 at the second, 4300 at the third, and 5500 at the fourth. The options included a 40% increase to both piercing and attack power, and its durability was a sturdy 2100/2100. A brutal weapon made by Earth's best artisan. He wiped his brow. I won't be able to use it at the 5th level if I want to use it more than once. The durability wouldn't hold. He figured the 4th level alone should be powerful enough. Because of the incredible amount of power and recoil, loading the ammo requires more courage than when fighting monsters. I want to make some long-range weapons now. He dismissed the idea of a gun or an arrow. A gun or an arrow won't be of any use, since I can't handle mana yet. He suddenly imagined himself lying dead on the floor. It might end up you died with me dead, then. Yu Ilin's eyes lit up. Atlatl. I choose you, he explained his reasoning. An Atlatl has a hook at the end, giving it more destructive power and range than other weapons. He grinned, thinking of the possibilities. Plus, I have the spear art skill effects, so it's perfect. Alright. Let's get started right away. Yu Ilin got to work, hammering away at the Atlatl. He paused, examining his handiwork. The finished Atlatl lay on the ground, next to the Reaper's side. He blinked, contemplating the results of his labor. He checked the stats on his new gear. Stealthy Reaper's Fallen Robe, Grade Unique, Defense Power 2400, Durability 1238/2430. As expected, the extra option is Stealth. If I got any more stealth abilities, I might disappear for real. In case of an ambush, the user's strength ability and attack power will be increased by 20. A robe that has consumed dark mana possessed by others and now possesses the power of a Grim Reaper. Yu Ilin moved on to his next item. This one's more useful. Increases possibility of critical hit. Deadly and Sharp Harvester's Scythe, Grade Unique, Attack Power 3100, Durability 1780/2800. But it's a bit lacking. The description popped up. Option: increases possibility of critical hit and damage by 40. A scythe created by the last artisan of a destroyed world with an unknown kind of metal. Alright, I'll melt this and make it into a spear. Here, eat it. What is it? It can't be melted? I guess there are things the eternal flame can't melt. Whoa, ooh. Fight, eternal flame. You can do it. Yu Ilin watched the eternal flame struggle with the unknown metal, a thoughtful expression on his face. As the eternal flame wrestled with the mysterious metal, a dark, fiery presence loomed over Yu Ilin. He recognized the energy. Lita Karjiha? He gripped his spear tightly. I don't understand what's happening, but come at me. The dark figure lunged toward him. But instead of attacking, the shadowy figure extracted something from Yu Ilin's body. It was a chunk of brilliant purple heart. Yu Ilin stood there, bewildered. What the hell just happened? Once the black figure disappeared, the scythe began melting. Yu Ilin watched the melting scythe. I don't understand what happened, but it worked out either way. From their perch, the angels watched him work. Urtha gasped. He's using the metal. Lita watched with pride. Well, I knew he would someday when I watched him work with Harcanium. He doesn't even notice us. He's so focused. Lita clasped her hands together, beaming. I'm so proud of him. My Ilin, the Thorn Spear of Annihilation was complete. Grade, Legend. Attack Power, 3700. Option, critical hit damage will increase 70%. Durability, 3100/3100. A masterpiece made from an otherworldly weapon by Earth's greatest artisan. Yu Ilin examined his creation. It is not yet complete. Right, something's still missing. He realized what he needed to do. It's not complete until it's gone through Mana Craft using a Mana Stone Dash. Yu Ilin blinked, rubbing his eyes. Huh? Did I work too hard? I'm seeing things. Just then, a familiar voice called out. Ahem, a smiling Lita appeared before him. Are you surprised? I'm finally back. Yu Ilin stared, dumbfounded. He stammered in disbelief. Rita? Yu Ilin could only stare, eyes wide and mouth agape. Are you really Rita? Rita launched herself at Yu Ilin, wrapping her arms around him in a tight embrace. How long has it been? 2 months? It felt like more than 100 years to me. Behind her, Urtha watched the reunion with a blank expression. She simply stared, unblinking. Yu Ilin, still reeling from Rita's sudden appearance, managed to smile. Welcome back, Urtha, he grinned. Good work. Urtha gave a slight smile. I'm back. The group sat at the table, the weight of recent events hanging in the air. Yu Ilin took a sip of his drink, a wry smile forming on his lips. Damn, now I have double the burden. Rita puffed out her cheeks, clearly not amused. Burden? Is that what you call me after not having seen me for such a long time? Yu Ilin, the heavens decided that, in order to find out the origin of the abnormalities on Earth, they will send in as many angels as necessary. Yu Ilin paused, mid-sip. So even they don't know what happened. Urtha confirmed grimly, that's right. But there's a high chance that the same thing will happen again. Rita grumbled, the heavens can't do much, huh? They don't know the cause and can't prevent it from happening either. We're already talking about work. I work so hard in heaven, blah blah, yeah. Yu Ilin raised an eyebrow, surprised by her unusual agreement. Whoa, you agree? What happened to you? Before, you would have been like, how dare you say that about higher beings? Rita took another sip of her drink. You're the heavens' ally. There's no need for me to defend the heavens anymore. Plus, you saved my life. At that moment, the relationship between you and the heavens changed drastically. Yu Ilin's eyes lit up. Ah, right. My reward, he grinned, imagining mountains of fresh groceries. You said I'm gonna get a reward. Can you make my bag rot preventative? Rita's face darkened, her eyes shadowed. Yu Ilin, I guess you won't then? I just wanted to ask. Rita looked at him expectantly. Would you be satisfied with just that? Yu Ilin and Rita stared at each other, an awkward silence hanging in the air. Yu Ilin stared in disbelief. Is this a prank? You two are leaving me out. Why is Eartha being so kind? Eartha ignored his outburst, her voice echoing with divine power. What you did is praiseworthy. Cross-bag option, space expansion, weight control, rot prevention, weight transfer. Yu Ilin's eyes sparkled as he imagined the possibilities. Eartha continued, you deserve more than this, and Yu Ilin's expression shifted to curiosity. This isn't all. Eartha turned to Rita, gesturing towards Yu Ilin. Rita, it's your turn. Yu Ilin, that's not all. Rita, huh? Rita, could it be? Is the other reward I'm getting? Could it be? Could it be? Could it be? Could it be? Could it? Could it be? Are you ready? Yu Ilin, why yeah, Rita excitedly declared, then open your subclass window. Yu Ilin was caught completely off guard. Huh? Rita, clearly amused, tilted her head. Huh? What's wrong, Yu Ilin? Yu Ilin's thoughts raced. She's enjoying my reaction. Subclass window, huh? His eyes widened as he focused on the screen. What's this? Angel's partner? Angel's partner, Eartha interjected with a lengthy explanation. It's the heavens' reward so that we can help you better than we do right now, so that even an angel's power may be restricted, can give you a part of the power. It's a kind of way for you to use a higher being's powers in case something like the abandoned world situation happens again. TLDR please, Rita chimed in, beaming. Basically, you and I will be together forever. I'm included too, Rita. You're happy, right? Right. I don't really need it. The angels were visibly shocked by his response. Yu Ilin continued unfazed. I don't think you guys would really be helpful during a fight. You don't like it? Why? Rita was beside herself. I'm not useful to Ilin. I do admit that I was a burden during your fight against the Reaper, but I can argue that I was supportive in every other situation. Yu Ilin's face twitched as he tried to contain his laughter. He burst out laughing. Pahahaha. Yu Ilin wiped a tear from his eye. I'm just joking. There's no way I wouldn't be happy about that. I just wanted to see how you guys would react. What? You're so mean. I was so scared. Calm down, no. It's not like I wanted to be with you, Rita exclaimed. I know. Angel's partner, Yu Ilin muttered. Suddenly, a system notification popped up in front of Yu Ilin. The screen read, you have become an angel's partner. You can form a partner relationship with 2 angels at most. All stats will be increased by 30 when fighting breakers and undeads. And you have obtained the passive skill, Angel's Blessing. The chances of receiving critical hits will decrease by 30 and curse tolerance will increase by 30. All quest rewards will increase by 30. This skill has no level. You must fulfill certain requirements in order to develop it. You have obtained an active skill, Angel's Support. You will be able to borrow an angel's powers depending on the skill proficiency when fighting in an abandoned world. This skill will grow stronger as you spend more time with more angels. And as you interact with them more. The system window confirmed, you are currently partnered to Angel Rita and Angel Eartha. Yu Ilin stared at the screen. Oh, this is like a party. I can see Rita and Eartha's statuses here. He squinted. The system window continued to list the benefits of being an angel's partner. All stats will be increased by 30. When fighting breakers or undeads. Yu Ilin's eyes widened as he realized the implications. He turned to the angels, a sheepish grin spreading across his face. I apologize for pranking you just now. You guys are actually super helpful. Rita smiled warmly at him. Okay, Rita puffed out her chest, a little flustered. Of course. I'm useful. Yu Ilin's eyes scanned the system window. This angel's support active skill can be trained? Ah, yeah? That's... Eartha appeared behind them, a sinister aura surrounding her. The deeper the interaction with an angel, the faster it grows. Rita giggled, a little too sweetly. Rita frowned, suddenly insecure. What? Why did I feel like he was gonna eat me up just now? Was that just my misunderstanding? Rita cleared her throat. Anyway, that's all for the rewards. Rita and Eartha smiled at you, Ilin. I look forward to continuing to work with you, Ilin. Let's play now. Okay, after I'm done with the Thorn Spear's mana craft, making the harpoon, and refining the troll blood. Work, work, work. What's more important, work or me? Please stop with the soap opera lines. Rita, bad man. Workaholic. Bald man. Rita, he's not even listening to you. You Ilin continued to stare at his new spear. Reveal all the skills of a Grim Reaper as you wish. Mana craft. Our Ilin's now capable of super difficult mana crafting. The heavens gave him a quest. He learns fast. Our Ilin? You Ilin's eyes widened as he admired his completed creation. The Thorn Spear of Annihilation glowed with menacing power. Dark Grim Reaper's Extinct Dragon Thorn Spear has been completed. Dark Grim Reaper's Extinct Dragon Thorn Spear Grade Legendary Attack Power 4000 Durability 32003200 Restrictions. The one who possesses the power of a Grim Reaper. Option: the chances of landing a critical attack power and damage will be increased by 15 in cases of ambush. All skill stats of the Grim Reaper will be increased by 30. The chances of increasing maximal HP and damage will be increased by 50 when fighting dragons. A spear reborn in the hands of an artisan with strong resentment and will for revenge. The spear blade of revenge will always wait for the moment it gets to slice the throat of a dragon. Fighting dragons? Throat of a dragon? Why is there an option about dragons? Its original option wasn't like this. Rita considered the spear's description. I think you dug too deep into its records, she explained. Looks like Lita Karjiha's world fell because of dragons. The options are there because of her dying wish to kill the dragons and protect her world. Rita continued, so, this is because I tapped too deep into its potential powers. Your mana craft was too successful. You should have gone easier. Eartha chimed in. I think it'll be helpful someday, but dragons are, at the very least, of tertiary class. You'd have to book it if you see one. You Ilin interjected. No, you guys missed the point. His eyes widened in realization. This is foreshadowing, Rita gasped. That means you're gonna have to fight dragons soon. Rita tilted her head, sweat dropping. How did you get to that conclusion? Foreshadowing? You Ilin clutched his head in despair. I have to face dragons when I'm still this weak? This is too hopeless. But I'm sure you'll pull through somehow. Somehow, Rita smirked deviously. So, she and Eartha exchanged knowing glances while you Ilin looked on, confused. Why are you guys already worrying about this? We have our reasons.